We got another gamer in here who just joined. Well, damn, everyone wants to play the quiet game.
Bean Weasel. Are you there?
Yo, what up, gamer?
Not much. What are you up to?
I was playing some Overwatch. And what about you?
What's Overwatch?
Huh?
What's
Yeah,
Overwatch?
team-based game. Try to get objectives. There's a set of heroes.
Oh, okay. I just hadn't seen you in here before, so I thought I'd say hi. It says you've been here for a little while.
Yeah, I've been here since like the first server back in late 2016, maybe like early 2017.
Oh,
When
okay.
it was like ODD server. Yeah.
What brings you back?
Bored. Can't sleep. Chilling.
Questioning your beliefs?
Not necessarily. I kind of dropped the whole debating thing now. I kind of just listen, and sometimes I'll hop in, just have like a small discussion, but that's really about it now.
So after all this time, still Globy?
Yeah, still a Globy. It's kind of funny. Some of the flat earthers I've known for a long time, they don't believe me. They think I'm a flat earther, like in secret. It's kind of like the running joke with some of them. It's kind of funny.
You're laughing.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty fun. Funny. But yeah, that's why I like this server. It's a fun place.
Yeah, if you come with a good attitude, the people are good. It doesn't matter what you believe.
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of people get like really upset, and it's just, I don't know, not my style. Yeah, but the only reason why I'm really here is because my house is being fumigated. So, like, I'm at my mom's house right now. Can't sleep, so flat Earth server.
Why not?
And I had to move so much shit today. So many guns, so much ammo I had to move.
Really?
Because I want to get all the important shit out of there, yeah. Because I don't trust the people who do the tinting, and I know the houses get hit a lot too while they're tinted.
That's not like a thing over here. That it just doesn't happen. Yeah, no one. It's not a thing where they fumigate houses and shit.
What country or state do you live in?
Australia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's why I like on the movies and stuff, like Breaking Bad style and all that sort of shit. It's just like, yeah, I know it's a thing, but over here it's not a thing, like at all.
Oh, nice. Well,
I don't know,
nice. Like not termites start chewing on your wood.
See, they sort of like treat it.
Yeah, there's other ways of trying to get rid of them, I hear.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It sounds extreme to do it that way.
It probably is. I mean, it's not my call because it's not my house, so. But
yeah, fair enough.
I guess that's a for sure way of making sure everything's dead, but it's definitely the most. It probably costs the most, and
not really, because you're just gonna kill whatever's in the house. Couldn't be hives there anyway. You have to kill the actual hive. But yeah.
Yeah.
Odd. It was specifically because of termites, was it?
Yeah, termites. So I'm assuming that you are a flat earther?
Yeah.
Nice. When did you become a flat earther? Curious.
2020 ish.
Nice.
Yeah, 2019, late 2019 to 2020 sort of thing. But, just a label.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you've already got someone in the chat saying that you're a flat earther.
Okay. So what was the convincing point for you? Or, I mean, I guess there wasn't really one point. It was probably like a slow build up to it, to becoming a flat earther, I would assume. Or was there just like one piece of evidence that was just like...
No, yeah, it was a bit of a slow burn. It was just that we see too far. It's just to keep it as simple as possible. That was basically it.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. There's other, like, the things that sort of stumped me for a bit was, like, where I was kind of on the fence, I guess you would say. It was where like the sun's setting and it, like, seems to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what kind of stumped me for a while there, but yeah, just thinking about it more, watching videos and observing it myself and stuff like that, kind of, yeah, like, once I got over that part, then it was kind of like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's flat.
And the flat earth, is this like a huge thing for you? Like, do you go to your friends and family and try to convince them, or no?
Nah.
You just or is it just kind of like a personal thing? You don't
my wife's a flat earther.
Cool.
My sister-in-law is. We've brought it up in the past in front of other family members, but they're not. They just don't grasp it. I think because they're entry level globies, never even thought about it in the sense, so they get confused straight away when you start talking about anything in particular.
Yeah, because they don't know like any of the points like whatsoever. They just
yeah. So like even if you try to walk them through, they just
it's very difficult. They don't even know like any.
Yeah. So, but friends, I have a bunch of what I would consider truther friends. They would be my main actual friends, like friends, and they're all flat earthers anyway, or at least they know about it and they don't really care. Like, not that they don't care, it's just it doesn't really consume them as much as it would consume me from that perspective.
Yeah.
And then my older friends that are not truther friends, I haven't even brought it up. There's no point. They're just completely bought into the system, indoctrinated style people. So the ones I still talk to after the last 3 years, I don't even try, because I value them as friends, and if they brought it up, I would discuss it, but I'm not going to go out of my way. Yeah. Do you have any friends that are flat earthers?
I guess besides on the server, no. But to be fair, like all my real life friends, like we don't really talk about the shape of the Earth. That's not really like a conversation that ever gets brought up.
Yeah, exactly. Like if someone talks about the moon, for example, I'll bring up how ridiculous it is, like the statistical probabilities and all that sort of stuff. But if they don't push on that point, then I'll just leave it. Like if they don't seem to be like mind blown by that and they just accept it, then I won't push further. But that's normally my go-to to try and break the ice open, and it never works because I don't want to go all the way. it's like the irony is like with friends that aren't truthers, so to speak. They don't really want to talk about it because they've heard it all before, and then the ones that aren't truthers, they don't want to talk about it because they're not interested. So I don't really get to talk about it.
A rock and a hard spot.
Yeah, it's just the irony of it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, because I was just curious because I talked to some flat earthers that have like lost all their friends because they keep getting in like debates with them, and I'm like, are you sure it's worth it at this point? It's like it's good to know the truth, but like get in fights over it with your friends and family. But that's only some that I talk to. That's not most. That's only a select few because I think most people can like realize, yeah, there's probably a time and place for most things.
Yeah, I would say if they're not ready to hear it when it comes to the shape of the earth, then there's no really much point. But I have lost friends over other truther topics that you can assume have happened over the last 3 years. So in that instance, that's
recent
different.
events.
Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail, but like I've definitely lost friends over that. Like quite a big group of friends actually. Maybe it that, and the irony is they live really close to me because we all became friends because we built houses at the same time in the same suburb. So yeah, but yes, I know what that's like to lose friends over something that you believe pretty strongly in. But never, not the flat Earth stuff. No, it hasn't happened yet. And plus, I don't know, the ones you've talked to, are they losing friends because they don't want to talk to them anymore, or they actually got offended?
From what I've heard, from my interpretation of the events, it sounds like they just keep on wanting to like debate people that don't really want to hear it to begin with, but they just keep on persisting, and I think it kind of like pushes some people away.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
but that's my interpretation. I could be completely wrong, but because I'm not the one there, but yeah, that was my interpretation of the events.
I think that's probably a good generalization. What's that? Sorry?
Oh, nothing. I was just talking about the specific guy. I haven't really seen him around anymore. He's pretty young. He was like, I think 16, 15 or something. I even forgot his username. It's been so long.
I want to lose people over something like that. If they're good friends, they'll hear you out. But fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what you value the most, I guess.
Like if they're good friends, then if they think you're being an idiot, then at least they'll try to stage an intervention or something. Like. Yeah. into being a globie? Seeing it, like, what's the reason? Like, from seeing too far, like, has to be something that's pretty concrete to be able to hold you to that for so long.
There's nothing really that like keeps me, because it's not really something I guess I care about that much anymore. I really just trust the institutions that we have in place, like all around the world. They all seem to come to an agreement that it's a globe. I kind of just roll with it and I just move on from there.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not really like a serious thing anymore. So there's really nothing, I guess, holding me, because it's not really a thought 95% of my like life until I'm in this server.
Yeah, no, I think that's most people. I would say that's the thing. It's just when you realize, say for example, you become a flat earther, then sort of other things that you would most likely like question in your life and stuff like that. So I guess if you're not questioning things like institutions, yeah. I don't know where to go from there. You've heard it before. You've probably been grilled on it 100 times.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last?
I was saying you've probably been grilled on it 100 times.
Yeah, I've had my times here. But it's all in good fun.
But I'm just trying to get into your brain a bit. So like when you listen to someone like Heretic or India or Mayhem, Chris, when you hear them just obliterate a globie with logic, do you think that they're not being fair, or that it's like, do you kind of root for the glober? Like, what's your thought process going through when you hear that? Sorry?
I don't really. I guess I root for the glober, but not really. It's not like, yeah, Team Globe, yeah, go destroy that flatty. It's not really something I'm thinking of too much. I just like hearing the conversation go back and forth. That's really what I'm interested in.
But that's what I mean. Like, if you've heard enough of it, say I don't know. I'm just gonna spitball. You've been here for quite a while, so if you've heard, I don't know, 10 hours worth of just the globe claims getting smashed, how do you reconcile that with still being globey? That's what I'm trying to get at. I know you're saying you sort of like appeal to the.
I guess at the end of the day, like these individuals that come in here, they don't represent too much, because it's just one person. I'm out of the millions or billions of people that all hold this, belief that it's a globe. So it's not too bad that like one globey comes in here, loses, because at the end of the day, there's much smarter people out there. But I mean, much smarter people, they're not gonna really come to this Discord, just because, I mean, if you're that smart, you're probably gonna be doing much larger and bigger things. So we kind of get like the worst people sometimes coming in here. Like we get like the bottom barrel, basically.
I don't agree, man. Some of the things people talk about, even on the Globey side, like I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They sound really smart, and they're not wrong in what they're saying. It's just how they apply it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like some of them. I guess that's the big word here, is some. It's not all of them are bottom barrel, but the vast majority of them are just like your average Joe. They don't really have like any scientific geodesy like background or whatever. It's just, oh hey, I did some research on Google, I went on Wikipedia, and now I'm gonna go debate people on this server.
Yeah, but it's kind of like fishing, you know. You got to put yourself out there, and it's that one time you catch that big fish, then that makes it all worth it. You spent 2 years catching small fish, and then that big one comes along, like.
Yeah, and I've seen a few big ones in here.
Yeah. But do you think, like, when you, I mean, I'm generalizing, but like when you hear them not come up with any solid proofs, and you like, I'm trying to understand the.
Yeah, I mean, people
Like,
lose debates all the time. And there's
I think
a lot
it's
of reasons why
subjective.
people lose debates. It's like it could be because of like optics, for example. It's like optically they lost a debate, so they're gonna appear
Yeah, I
that they
agree with
won,
that.
but maybe the facts agreed with them, but they couldn't like hit the message out that well, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes they just straight up lose. Like sometimes they just don't know the information, and it's like, well, you got to come back better prepared. Like you just took the L on this one.
Yeah,
But
I
like when I
agree.
hear a lot of these debates, it's like for like a lot of the talking points, I like to think I know the answers to them. I mean, I think that's what we all like to think. But like when I hear a Globey lose, it's not honestly that big of a deal. It happens. I heard Globies
Yeah, I
lose.
mean,
I heard Flat Earthers
sometimes it's
lose.
hard to articulate what you mean.
Yeah,
But yeah, my
especially this
point is
topic.
I'm trying to get to the whole the psyches to what keeps you, because if I'm going to be somewhere for an extended period of time, I don't want to be hearing opposing point of views. That's an abnormal trait, I would say, that you would, even if
Yeah,
you even if you like the people and they're constantly saying things that you don't believe and relatively strongly, like that would grind on me. I couldn't just sit around and like, yeah. I mean, you could find other things that are in common, but the fact that the main subject matter is FE and that's like constantly brought up, I don't see. I'm trying to picture why you would bother coming back constantly. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but yeah, I'm trying to
no,
understand
that's
why
fine.
you do that.
I think that's why most people think I am a flat earther. But I do like hearing opposing opinions more than I guess opinions that I already agree with because I already know the talking point, so it's not fun to me. But I like joining the opposing side because I like to hear new things, and then it makes my arguments better because now I know what you guys are talking about, for example. So it's like that's
Yeah, cool.
yeah.
I'll
So I
be
guess
right
it
back.
is just an
Won't
abnormal
be long.
trait. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry to cut you off there. I'm back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, like I just was saying, I just like hearing opposing opinions more than hearing the ones I agree with. And that's probably why I'm in here for so long.
Fair enough. Okay.
So besides the flat Earth, is there something else you feel pretty strongly about that could be talked about in the server? I'll pre-emphasize with that.
There's heaps. I know. I'll ask you. What happened to Tower 7? Did it fall down on its own?
The mainstream story is that there was a fire and then it got weakened and that's why it fell.
What do you think?
Honestly, I have no clue. I remember. I think I did.
Why not just trust the institution and the institutions that tell you what happened?
I mean, I guess I kind of am because I don't really have a strong opinion on 9/11, and because I mean, to be honest, I didn't really research into it just because it didn't really. I don't know. Like, it just wasn't like an interesting thing for me, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really want to go too deeply into that, but I would say that I don't have an opinion on it, but except to say that it's the mainstream narrative, and that's why I bring it up, is not the truth, and that's why I'm trying to circle back to the FE stuff as to why you would trust one institute, not another. I guess a big enough institute, not enough on certain subjects.
I guess it all depends on just what we're talking about. It's
on the scale,
case by case.
Are we talking global?
Global.
So if the scale's big enough, you'll trust it, because how could that many people be deceived? I guess is that.
Well, I guess that's something to take into consideration, because it is harder to keep something secret the more people are in on it. I would say that's just. I would say that's kind of a fact of life. Like, the more people that are a part of something, the harder it is to keep secret of. I think that's generally true.
Oh, yeah, I would definitely agree.
Now that doesn't mean it applies to like everything, but I think generally speaking.
Yeah, I would generalizing 100%. That's.
So it's like a case by case thing. Like, do you think it could be applied here, for example? Yeah.
How many people do you think 9/11 is a conspiracy theory?
I think a lot of people, actually. I would say that's probably one of the more mainstream ones.
Literally everybody. Well, one person couldn't have did it all, right? So it has to be a conspiracy. Even the official government story is a conspiracy theory.
Wait, sorry, I was misinterpreting your question.
Well, see, that's how people don't think about it. They think, oh, there's this is a conspiracy theory, Building 7, blah, blah, blah. Well, the official story is a conspiracy theory. So what you have is two competing conspiracy theories. It's the government conspiracy theory, 19 hijackers in caves, one with a 100-mile extension cord living in a cave on dialysis. And the other conspiracy theory of, the government did it or let it happen or whatever, right? But either way, it's a conspiracy theory. I don't think anybody thinks it was a lone wolf committed 9/11.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't a lone wolf.
Okay, so if it isn't one person, then it's a conspiracy. It has to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because you call it.
I'm just saying the way people think about it. That's how deep, like especially 9/11, the indoctrination is. They don't even realize that they believe in a conspiracy theory. If you believe the government, you believe in a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I think just adding the word theory at the end of it's what throws people.
See, yeah, that's the point I'm making is that if you just use this word conspiracy theory, it's just a weapon that's used. It's a propaganda word to like dismiss something, whether it has validity or not. You just call it a conspiracy theory, and then certain people just shut off the information as soon as they hear it. Get that like label on it.
The irony is certain other people use that as it triggers them in an opposite way. it's like, oh, now I'm going to listen to it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Everything's a conspiracy, man. Anything involving more than one person is a conspiracy. Just by definition.
Yeah, 100%. That's
right now. Us talking, this is a conspiracy.
We're conspiring, but what are we conspiring for or against?
So here's a funny fact: is that you can be convicted for a conspiracy without knowing you're even in the conspiracy. So if you're a part of some conspiracy, if you're part of some conspiracy, and you know that whatever you're doing has some illegal end, even though like individually yourself you didn't know it was part of some broader plan to do something larger, you're still in the conspiracy, and you can still be convicted of conspiracy without actual knowledge of the whole thing.
So would that have some legal implications that it's considered a conspiracy that would make
Well, think about it like this. Think about there's like 5 people planning to do a bank robbery, but they need a getaway car. So they don't tell you that they're going to use, they get you to steal a car so they think they can do the bank robbery. You don't have to know that they're doing a bank robbery to be part of the conspiracy.
Yeah, so my question would be, does that make the punishment sort of harder or the crime more serious?
Well, I mean, it's like just like, the government likes to just pile on.
Okay, yeah.
So that they can negotiate a plea deal, right? So like, well, they're going to charge you with car theft and conspiracy to commit bank robbery or something. And then they'll go, oh, you'll do 50 years if you get convicted of all these charges, so plead guilty to 10 years. And we'll drop one of the charges and charge you with the car theft or something. It's like it's a negotiating tool.
It does sound, it's like a more serious word, right? If you were to put it on your rap sheet, is it rap or rep sheet? Rap sheet?
Yeah. So one thing they do in America is they charge you with, like, you'll get caught with drugs, and they'll charge you with, like, conspiracy to violate drug laws. And they just use that. Yeah, it's an actual crime.
That sounds so stupid.
They just like piling on.
Conspiracies. It's like you talked to other people about.
Yeah. I mean, you sold drugs to somebody. Bam, there's your conspiracy.
Yeah.
I mean, it also depends on the state, too. It's like every state is literally different. So it's like some states will fuck you harder than others.
Yeah, I mean, they got a bunch of add-ons here in Massachusetts, like distribution of drugs, and then they'll get you for distribution of drugs in a school zone, and then or a park, right? So if you're like within 1,000 yards of a park or a school zone, which is pretty much everywhere, right? You can't go 1,000. Like there's a park or school somewhere near you. You know what I mean? Anywhere you're sitting, pretty much. And it's just a pile on, and then they'll bang you with a conspiracy to violate drug laws. So now you got 3 charges, and you sold a bag of weed. But anyway, all that shit's off topic. The point is that the word conspiracy is just it's meaningless at this point.
Tainted. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a there's just certain words. I was thinking about this yesterday. Science, the word science, how it's just like a bludgeon used to shut people up. It's science. Shut the fuck up. You can't question it.
Yeah, it's definitely a word that they use to sound smarter than they are.
Well, I was listening to a thing about Babylonian medicine, right? So they read clay tablets written in cuneiform, and they have like treatments for different ailments from ancient Babylon. And the guy kept saying it was science. Like, dude, they're just... But on the other hand, he's admitting that, like... He admitted that, like, they would, like, try different things, and then when they found something that worked, you know, over a period of time, then they would put it down in one of their clay tablets. They weren't doing science. They're just, like, using human guinea pigs. I guess you could call it science if you, like, stretch the definition, but the point was, he was trying, like, when he uses the word, he's just trying to give it some validity, right, that it shouldn't really have. Plus, he doesn't know how they really did it, like 6,000 years ago. He doesn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, let's say that they did what he's saying, and they had an ailment, and they tried something, and then once they found, or at least thought that it worked, they wrote it down. What alternative word should they be using rather than science?
Well, they didn't use the word science. He was calling it science. In his, like, that's a modern thing. Like, he's describing these people from ancient times and saying what they did with science. Like, they didn't think it was science. Who knows what they thought it was? And then he's like saying these Babylonian words. This part really irritated me. And like, he's like pronouncing the words. Like, you have no idea how they said those words. What the hell are you talking about? Like, you have no clue. You think you can go converse with an ancient Babylonian? I don't think so. It'd be like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, how would you know? It's not like they wrote shit down in phonetic, you know, speaking, so you know how they pronounce stuff.
So you're just making shit up, basically.
I guess. I don't know where they get it from. I mean, I didn't dive that deep. It just... And I was wondering, like, do they use... Like, if I go to Thailand, do they, like, throw the word science around like we throw it around? Or if I go to, like, you know, Mongolia, are they throwing around the word science like we throw it around? We just throw... In the West, we just throw that word around like, you know...
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why I was sort of asking, like, what's an alternative that he should have used in that specific instance instead of the word science?
I don't know, their practice or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, practice is a good point. That's perfect.
Their medical practice or something like that, but I don't think it's science in the true definition of the word.
Did they have anything in there that seemed interesting? Was it like oils and ointments and herbs and shit, or was it anything in particular that stood out to you?
He said that, like, if they did a treatment and it caused it to hurt worse, they thought it was working. So they would try to, like, do things to people that put them in pain because they thought things that caused more pain to whatever was going on was, like, healing it or something.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So my leg's broken. Let's break it some more.
There might be something to that, but yeah, I don't know the context exactly. It's like, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so like if they had, like you mentioned, an ointment, right? So if you had some skin condition and they rubbed the ointment and it made it hurt more, they thought, like, yeah, this is the good stuff. It's working.
Like if it burnt when you put it on. There might be something to that, though. Like, could be, like, I don't know if it's an observation that can be generalized for everything, but...
yeah, in some instances it might be true, but, you know.
That's interesting.
Like, maybe if you're paralyzed or something and, you know, if it starts hurting, yeah, it's working because, you know, if you're paralyzed, you shouldn't be able to feel anything.
Was there anything in particular about intention? Like, you know how a lot of alternative treatments have, like, the person administering it has to have the intention or put the good intentions into the thing. Do they have anything like that?
No, this, like, what he was reading was just, like, these were, like, just, like, records that were, like, okay, if they have this, do this. If they have this, do that. If they have this, do that. And then he was talking about how they were generated, right? How they ended up writing it down, right? So, like, how long... He said some things which I kind of don't believe. But, like, oh, they practiced it for 200 years before they wrote it down. Like, yeah, right. Like, why would you wait?
How would he know that?
Yeah. And then, and then he said, this is a word, so let's talk about cataracts or something. Get a treatment for cataracts, and one of them was like, it mentioned a brass lancet to treat cataracts. I guess to stick them in the eye and bust up the cataract, but the word lancet is a modern word. They didn't use the word lancet back in Babylonia. It's a modern thing, dude. It's like, I don't even think the lance generally was invented until the 1200s or something.
I guess when you don't have any primary sources as to what things mean, you can make shit up and get away with it as well. No one's there to question you when you do it, and it gets written down. Then it gets passed on to the next student or whatever is in that study. So who knows how they come up with this, how they even define what things mean. It's weird.
Yeah, and I was thinking, one of the things he said was, you have the hieroglyphics and the people of that age, but they have bodies, right? The mummies, but they don't have any of that in Babylonia, Sumeria, whatever. And there's 3 ages of the Babylonians, maybe 4. So you got the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Sumerians, Chaldeans. So there's 3 different, I don't know what you'd call it, nations or whatever. Some of them had to be contemporary to Egypt. And I don't think there's any, even if you go back, so Moses supposedly came from Ur, which is a city in Babylon, and went through all that stuff and ended up in Egypt. But I have to look. I was going to ask, what's his name? Rodrigo, who's the anthropologist, flat earther. I was going to ask him, was there any crosstalk between ancient Egypt and ancient Babylon? Is there any record of them communicating with each other? Because they're not that far apart, geographically speaking. I'm just suspect of all the chronology and history. That shit's all sus to me.
Yeah, that's what sucks, man.
Yeah.
So modern day Babylon, where is it? They saying it's situated?
Well, I mean, in Iraq, modern Iraq, Tigris, okay. Euphrates River.
Yeah. Okay.
So it basically goes to what you would call Turkey, to southern Turkey, where the Kurds are, down to the Persian Gulf or something, that area.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I hadn't looked into any of that stuff. That's why I'm asking stupid questions.
No, it's fine. And I wouldn't consider myself an expert on it. I know a little bit, but I'm definitely not an expert. I used to be into it when I was younger. But I mean, when, before the internet, it was a lot harder to get a lot of information. You had to go to the library and shit, and then, even if you read a book, it might even not be footnoted. And even if it was, you couldn't even check the footnotes or the bibliography of where they got their information. It could be cherry picking or misinterpreting or doing whatever.
It always blows my mind is you hear a lot of these origin stories or these ancient civilizations, and they're in the fucking desert. This is a big plane of existence, and there's just so much greenery everywhere else. Why all these origin stories and civilizations in deserts and shit? That just blows my mind. I just don't get it.
Oh, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I mean,
go a little bit north and you're hitting all this green land and it looks amazing. Go a little bit, you go to Lebanon, Syria, the coast and all that. It's beautiful land and stuff like that. So it's
Well,
just
I mean,
odd.
it's like the origin story is Garden of Eden. So maybe it's like, yeah, it started good, and then, I mean, maybe it was nice there, and then they destroyed it, and it's just shit now.
Yeah, true.
Or maybe the weather pattern changed, or who knows. And the other word, probability. That's like a modern thing we use too.
What's that?
Like, I just think like certain words that we use, and they're used in conversation and debates, and like when people go, "Oh, this is likely to happen. This ain't that likely to happen," right? That's a very common thing. The chances of this happening are like, I was going to go to the mall, but there's a 50% chance that, that shoes I want aren't there. Like, people just, it's a normal conversation. It's just like a part of everybody in the West vernacular. This statistical probability of something happening, but they don't even realize they're doing it. Chances are this. I just wonder if people thought this way like a couple hundred years ago. If they thought of things in terms of like probabilities.
Mm.
It's like so ingrained in us. Like it's even hard to even realize you're doing it to a point.
Yeah. I don't think a lot of people realize the legal or litigious style speaking that they do.
That's another one. Yes, that's a good point.
It or putting terms and conditions, or like, for example, I used to do this a lot. I would, because I work in IT, someone would ask me to fix something, and I would fix it. Like after hours, I'd log into their computer, I'd fix it, and then in my email back to them, I'd write, "It should be fixed." I'm like that, and when I realized I was doing it, I realized how dumb I was, because I should have just what I should have been saying was, "It is fixed," because that's what they asked me to do. They are not second guess myself.
Yeah, you got to put a disclaimer of limited liability at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I was disclaiming it, and I hate that I used to do that so much. But yeah, I try not to do it as much as possible now, unless it's actually needed. But yeah, I think a lot of people do that now, and it's a confidence thing as well. I think, I don't know if you ever caught yourself doing that sort of stuff, but yeah, is that what you're talking about as well?
Yeah. I've done the same thing because I work in IT too. I do it all the time. Should be fixed.
But
it might auto magically break.
Yeah, exactly. Auto magically.
Auto magically. That's the best IT term ever, because things just automatically happen with the computers.
Yeah. And a lot of the time people want an answer as to why things happened, and you don't have one. You're just like, oh, it was an update. Microsoft broke something.
No one knows, man. It's a mystery to everybody. They're too complex. Like, you can't really say. It could be fucking one line of code and like 50 programs that are running at the same time. Fucking no.
Just say something smart like, oh, there must have been a memory leak that was in the code. The update's fixed it now, or whatever. Yeah. And start to look at you like, shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, like, when I don't really, I don't have to deal with this shit very much anymore, but like when I don't want to deal with them, I'll just say something super complicated. Well, the heap dumped into the wrong memory address, and like their eyes are just closed and their head down. They're trying to get rid of you, right? They're like, "I'm sorry, I asked."
Yeah, exactly. Most people just want a resolution and how it not to happen in the future. That's all they care about. They don't really care about the why. Just what can I do to prevent it from happening? Or if you want to shut them up, in a sense, you say, I've done this, which should mitigate the issue, from happening again. But you're still disclaiming it with a should, which means might not.
Yeah, people, the average person in a computer, they have no clue what they're like, anything. But the one thing, like I was talking about this the other night. Troubleshooting method is whatever they think it is, that's not what it is. So they just helped you because they just eliminated one possibility.
Yeah.
They're always wrong. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever the customer says it is, that's wrong.
Most of the time, I would say that's correct. Yeah.
They can barely even describe the problem half the time. Okay, what did it do? Right? They like, I was doing this and I was doing that and then it did this.
Yeah, and most of the time, all you need is like a couple words, and then you're like, "Can I stop you there? Can I please just log in and fix it?" And they're like, "Yeah, go ahead."
Just like, get out of the way.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out myself. Like, I'd never rely on the person. Like, just can't. Just, yeah. I'm sure, like, any industry goes through, like, auto mechanics go through the same thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You're like, yeah, this is, like, especially with women, right?
Oh, for 100%. Like,
I think I need air in my tire. The check engine light's been on for a week.
Yeah. But I do that to them too. Like, when you got a problem with your car, for example, like you go in there. Sometimes I try not to lead them too much because I want them to figure it out. But I've already scanned it with the scanning tool, and I've done this. I've looked on Google for 2 hours or whatever. I just want them to fix the problem. But sometimes if you go in there with the specific issue, it's like, what does this fucking nerd know? Let me deal with it.
I would usually just tell them the last thing that happened before it became inoperable.
Yeah.
And then they can figure out from there why that happened. Because that's kind of like, that's the best thing from troubleshooting. So they're going to try and replicate that thing, whatever it is, and then troubleshoot from there. At least that's what I would do. Say, no, that's what happened before, whatever the catastrophe, and I'm going to try and make that happen again. And then I'm going to try to, reverse engineer how it led to that. The worst thing is like intermittent fucking problems, man. I remember a long time ago, I had to fix someone's internet. It was a business, and this is back in the day, so they had DSL, which is like digital subscriber line from the phone company. I don't know how old you are. I have no,
No, yeah.
But you're in a foreign country. I don't even know if they have that shit.
They did. They still do, but yeah, they not much anymore. Yeah.
So the modem itself had a loose connection. And I didn't know that, right? So sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. 5 minutes it would work, 5 minutes it wouldn't. It would work, and I'd test it for like freaking an hour. They're like, okay, it's all fixed. Then I leave, and then I wouldn't even get all the way home, and they'd be calling me back. Then I have to go back, and like, so I'm like, this is like, and then I finally figured out that it was an intermittent problem, right? So like that, like the RJ45 connector had like, whatever the connector was had a bad solder or something inside where it was soldered to the motherboard. So if you moved it one way, it would be connected. If you moved it another way, it wouldn't. So what I think was happening is as the modem, like as it got warmer, it would separate. So it would separate, and then it would kick off. And so I had to call the phone company. Of course, what do I get? I get fucking the Philippines. No, I didn't even get the Philippines. I got India. And and they're like, reboot the modem. And I'm like, dude, I know what it is.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it's physically broken. Like, I don't need to troubleshoot the software. It's physically broken.
Mm-hmm. You have to humor them, though.
Nah, dude. I was like, escalate. And they escalate me to the Philippines. I'm like, what the fuck? And the third time I called back, I got an American. So, like, then I was like, this shit's just physically broken. Send a new one. All I want you to just send a new one. That's all I need. Send another one.
Yeah, it does work sometimes. I found like with my customers, if they want a new modem, I just say, look, they're not going to give you one straight away. What you do, ring them up now, tell them it smells like smoke. You'll get one really quick.
Yeah, it smells like something's melting inside.
It works.
You know that like that smell when right after a lightning storm, that smell in the air. Yeah, that's what it smells like in my house right now.
It works every time.
Yeah, they don't want to be responsible for burning your house down.
But look, I would never recommend them to do that in a dodgy way, only if they needed to. But yeah, like.
I mean, what does it matter if it's broken? It's broken. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree. Just how it is.
I've never really had a problem with them like replacing hardware and shit. I mean, they got thousands of those things.
Yeah,
hundreds of thousands probably.
If you're in contract, it's all good. If you're out of contract, they don't care. They'll be like, sorry, it's not covered anymore. Or if you want a new one, you have to sign up to 24-month contract or whatever.
Yeah, some of the what do they call it? The service level agreement, like their guarantee of uptime around here is fucking horrible. So I just have to deal with that shit. Because like we have a bunch of different types of internet. So one of them is cable internet. I don't know if they have that in Australia.
Yeah, we've got that as well, yeah.
So if you get like the business version of this, and then you look at this, like it goes out. Well, back then it did. It went out frequently, right? Because cable internet is a shared service, right? So they have a node, and everyone on that node.
Comes in on a coax cable.
Coax, yeah. So there's a node, and everyone on that node shares the internet, basically. And what they'll do, of course, they'll oversell it, hoping that everybody doesn't use the internet at the same time.
Yeah.
But when you're a business, that's not real. That's suboptimal, and so especially this business, they didn't want to be down for even one frickin' millisecond. So I look up the service level agreement, and they're like, we guarantee like 99.97% uptime. But the only thing that really matters is how fast are they going to fix it? Okay. There was 48 hours.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot.
And you're paying so we ended up having to get a failover line, right? So we got DSL and cable, and I was running it through like a Cisco frickin' router that does failover. So as soon as it detects you don't have a connection, it goes over into the other internet. So
yeah.
And DSL is stable, but it doesn't. But it's
slow.
Exactly. You don't have as much bandwidth.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was that solution worked, I guess.
Yeah, it's similar over here where the cable was really good for a period of time, and now a lot of people are still on it as well. It was actually more stable than the fiber connections that we used to have, but now the fiber's all taken over everything. It's the best one. But back in the day, yeah, if you were on a particular telecommunications company called Optus, around
I've heard of them.
Just before school time, they would put out a sale, and then everyone would jump onto it, and then the school holidays would hit, so there would be 2 weeks where you basically couldn't watch a movie because they oversold it too much, and they were just getting smashed. Doesn't happen as much anymore. Mainly under the cheaper telcos. School times normally the reason, school holidays are normally the reason for a massive slowdown. It's not as much anymore. I think they've fixed most of their backbone stuff. Pipe or whatever, they call them pipes over here. I don't know if they call them that over there. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how it happens the same in all countries.
Yeah, it's because the fucking companies are cheap in every country.
Yeah. Now the popular thing, it's all a lot of the business ones fail over to 4G or 5G.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good.
Right now I'm on like microwave, so it's like it's a new. Well, I mean, because I'm in a city, so like they so what they've done is they stuck like
There's a dish on the top.
Yeah, exactly on the roof. Yeah.
Wow.
But they've been putting them on like on all these high rises and shit. And they just beam it to wherever. I think it's a couple miles away.
Good?
Yeah, actually, it's not that bad.
Milliseconds.
It's I would say, I don't know. Let me check it.
I mean, we're talking across, quite a large distance with vet. I don't think there's much delay. But yeah.
I think I'm like maybe, as the crow flies, probably like a 2.5, maybe not even 2 miles.
What are you pinging?
My ping to Google is 8 milliseconds.
Yeah, but you're gonna get a local IP address.
Well, I mean, 8 milliseconds to Google is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't even know. Fiber optic. Fiber optic, I'm getting 4.
Oh yeah, but you're on fiber.
Yeah, I'm saying like even 8's great. That's amazing.
I'll just check and see where I could, how far. I'm like running a trace route. It's like 1 millisecond, 1 millisecond, 1 millisecond. Google for me is like California. So like,
See what mine does.
I mean, I used to play video games with like 120 millisecond ping, man. Like, so on like phone on dial-up. So like anything under 30 to me is fantastic.
How many hops did you do to get to Google?
Still going. I'm at like 9 right now. 10.
Oh, okay. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 8.
10 hops, 7 milliseconds.
I got 8 and 2 and 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 of them were internal, just on my ISP alone.
Let's see. Yeah, it took. It was 1 millisecond to get out of the local network. Not my house, but like the ISP's network.
Yeah, that's odd, hey?
Yeah, so it's 1 millisecond to get to the internet. That's the last hop. Then it looks like it goes. Yeah, they're running something weird. I mean, Google has they're running a bunch of VLANs and shit, over, probably over level 3 freaking backbones and shit.
Man, could imagine. Oh my god.
I know Xbox does that. I remember back in the day when Xbox first came out that they were running around to all these tier 3 internet service providers, which is like, the backbone fiber.
We call them pipes over here. I don't know why, but we call them pipes. And then there's all these. They'd have like a dedicated section just for all these big places, sitting right on the backbone.
Yeah, we actually have like a major Cambridge, like 3 huge buildings where like all the internet, like in the northeast, north of Boston, not all of it, but a good substantial chunk of it comes through Boston and through these 3 buildings near where I live. So if you go anywhere, right, you'll get a hop, and one of those hops. So what's it called? Ping plotter. You ever hear of that?
No, I've never used that.
It's a piece of software, but also geolocate like where the router is, if it can. So I used to test this back in the day, and like one of like the major like hubs, I guess you'd call it, internet hubs, is in Boston. So for the Northeast, so if you have a computer in Maine and like you're trying to connect to a computer, say in like anywhere, it's going to go your route is going to go through Boston and then go out somewhere else. Because like all the major cities, like they got their, it's kind of connected. Like the major cities are connected through tier 3 internet, right? So it's fucking super. You know, who even knows what it is? Terabits, petabits. I don't even know how much bandwidth they got.
Yeah.
But it's giant fiber cables that they laid back in the 90s.
It's not a.
Yeah, but all those, it's hard for me to say because all those companies like bought each other and like converged and merged and like, you know, they've changed their name 15 times. So I don't even know what they're called anymore, but I know where their building is.
Yeah. What's the IP address that Google gave you? I'll trace that, see how long it takes me to hop all the way to you.
Give me 142.250.65.195.
65.195. It's pretty similar to mine, but yeah. 195. Let's see how many hops I get. Well, it's starting to get slow. 200 milliseconds.
Yeah, coming across the ocean. They must have. They probably have some local replication in Australia, no doubt.
14 hops. That's no. You can tell where it goes out of Australia because it goes from being under 10 milliseconds to over 150.
Yeah, that probably went through Samoa or something.
Well, allegedly, there's an American base in the middle of in Australia where all the internet goes through.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But yeah. So who knows what they're collecting on me? It's not going to be that interesting. I'll tell you that.
I just want to know how they sift through it all. See, that's my thing. I think you should, like, even though security through obscurity is questionable practice, people are like, don't put your information on the internet. No, if everybody puts all their information on the internet, they'll never be able to look through it all.
It's too much.
It'll be too much. Like they won't be able to find it. It's like a needle in a stack of needles, man. They'll never find it.
We searched through all of the history of the internet, and 20% of it is dick pics. I used to hear the stories of, I don't know how much of it's true, but like the employee at Google that had to try to find all the child disgustingness, and you know, they only last 6 months before they, you know, move on or whatever. Like, it just makes me think, fuck, imagine having one of those jobs where you have to say yay or nay as to whether or not something's.
How about somebody has to, like, you know, to prosecute that, like a district attorney has to prosecute one of those crimes, one of these like pedophile sex rings, and you're the lead attorney, and you got to like look at that shit.
Yeah, like, where's the proof that the crime happened? And then there's pictures of it, and you're like, you have to look at it.
Yeah, and then you got to interview the witnesses and listen to them talk about it, and like, oh, how fucking horrifying.
Yeah, I'm glad there's people out there in the government that do this. One of the good things about governments. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about the only thing. That's probably the only thing I respect a district attorney or a police dealing with is probably that. I mean, murders and stuff too. I'm like old school. Like, when I say old school, I'm like old school. I only think there should only be 7 felonies, the same felonies that were felonies when there used to be the common law. Other than that, it's bullshit. Basically, the government telling you what to do. There should have to be an injured fucking party, dude. If there ain't an injured party, it's not a crime.
Yeah, I'm all for small government, but, you know, we are where we are now.
It's led to no responsibility, man, because there's always this, like, It's convoluted. I actually don't even want to get into it.
Yeah.
Because it's so like one thing leads to another. It's just like
it's a knock-on effect.
Yeah. So like, there's two types of crimes. There's a crime that's called, the legal term is called mala in se, and that would be a crime that is like self-evidently bad, right? Mala means bad. It means bad within itself, like murder, rape, theft, assault, trespassing, right? Impinging on other people's rights. But then there's other crimes which are called mala prohibita, meaning they're not crimes because they're intrinsically bad. They're crimes because the government decided we don't want you to do that. So it's against the law by prohibition. It's not against the law because it's intrinsically bad. I think the mala prohibita laws, the majority, I would say 95% of them are just utter. They do more harm than good. Because they always make these laws for the outliers, which is stupid. You don't make general rules for outlier cases.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So here's like an example. In the United States, apparently, it's against the law to import lobsters in a plastic bag. So, you think it's funny until you're doing 10 years for doing it.
Fuck me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And so, specific reasoning? Did that have to give a reason?
Oh, the reason is because so there's a guy sitting in federal prison. I don't know if he's still there. Hopefully he got out. Got 10 years for importing lobster from Ecuador in a plastic bag. But the laws of Ecuador, for some reason, require they be exported in cardboard boxes. And the law that he violated was you cannot import something that is has to be that if you whatever way you imported it, it has to comply with the export laws of the country that you imported it from. So he violated Ecuador's export laws. So that was a federal crime in the United States to violate their export laws and import something into the United States. So you got 10 years. But the point is,
he knowingly broke the law?
Who cares, dude? There's no injured party, man. Nobody's got hurt from him importing lobsters in plastic bags. The lobsters are going to die anyway, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, see, it's like stupid shit like that. So, in the United States, Georgetown University, they had a project that they were going to enumerate all the laws, all the laws you can, all the U.S. laws, so federal laws, that you can be convicted of and do jail time. They stopped because there was too many. They did it for 6 months and quit because there was no hope of ever reaching an end. That's how many laws there are. There's just so many, just laws that you can go to jail for, that you can be locked up for. Because they never repeal laws. They only add, they never take away.
Yeah, I heard an old boss of mine once said, this was when I was much younger, he said, if they're going to add a law, they should take away 2.
Yeah, that would be great.
I didn't think of any at the time, but yeah, I liked what he was saying in a sense. But
yeah, I mean, in Massachusetts, they call them blue laws, right? Laws that they passed like when there were pilgrims here. Pilgrims are like the people that smashed in, like, they probably don't teach American history. Pilgrims were like, people from England, religious people that came to Massachusetts and settled here first. So, whatever. That's the story.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the story. I'm not sticking to it, but that's the story. Because they were religious zealots, right? They passed all these laws, like, you can't sell alcohol on Sunday, and you can't do all this stuff, and, this, that, and the other thing.
The funny part
still exists.
Yeah, I know you're working on a thought there, but the funny part is the contradiction there is everyone says, oh, they were going to America because there was too many laws in England, for example.
Yeah, it was actually the opposite. There were laws, just not laws that they liked.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, sorry, I cut your thought off.
Yeah, well, they still have all these like blue laws in place. They still all exist.
Oh, wow.
They never repealed any of them. So technically, like, you know, they don't enforce them, but they still exist on the books. Like if you're caught, like, you know, playing a fucking board game on a Sunday, you go in the stocks, right?
Yeah,
I'm dead serious. Like it's things like that. Like, oh, you got caught engaging in leisure on the Lord's Day. Go into stocks.
Yeah, it's something like certain things you can and can't wear on certain days, or what women can and can't do on certain days, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, I bet you all those still exist, right? Like if your dress is above your ankles, or if your neckline is below your whatever. Nowadays it would be below your Adam's apple.
Would you say that was the majority of American settlers, pilgrims?
No.
Oh, it's just a specific type.
Yeah, there's a specific, like, I don't know, sect. That's why they're called pilgrims, because they were a specific.
Yeah.
They're Protestants, but they were like, you know, very plain dress, you know, very super religious, you know.
See, because we get the media we get here from America kind of paints all the settlers in that light. You know what I mean? Like that's.
Nah, depends on where you lived. I mean, like America, like was settled like in fits and starts. It wasn't like they all came over at once.
Yeah,
so there was colonies. Yeah, so there was colonies that came over, then they changed their mind, they all went back, or they died, or they assimilated, or like, you know, there's variations of this. The ones we hear about are the ones that like succeeded, right? We don't hear about the ones that failed, because America, like, it's pretty big. You know, you could come with 100 people and just land on some random part of the East Coast, and back then there's not like modes of transportation, there's no roads, there's none of that stuff.
Yeah, so you stake a claim, and you.
Yeah. Well, what would happen?
Like you hit the frontier, like
Well, that came later. I mean.
I think I lost you there, India.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm talking to somebody.
Oh, good, man.
Oh, the Puritans were one such group.
Puritans. What was pure about them?
The main tenet of them was abstaining from gratification of the physical body. So they viewed sexual relationships as inherently evil, unless the purpose was for procreation and, you know, other such extreme positions on the body. It's very similar to some of the Gnostic sentiments, where the physical world is inherently evil and only the spiritual world is pure. And so you must limit your interactions in the physical world as much as possible.
Man, that sounds like a hard existence.
So they had for married couples, now mind you, these are married couples, they had boards that they would sleep on one side and the other in the same bed, so that they wouldn't, you know, accidentally commit some mortal sin by, you know, brushing their leg up against each other or something.
You wouldn't want to be a Puritan and have a wet dream.
Exactly.
That'd be the.
Now, like I said, a lot of these philosophies are from past philosophies, like Gnosticism and other such. I can't remember the other one, but there's another one which is more of a non-religious philosophy, or at least it's not based in an established religion, where they think that the physical is, you know, lesser or evil or corrupt in itself by nature. Now, of course, if you read the Bible, you wouldn't come to that conclusion. You'd have to come to that conclusion from other sources. So, while the Puritans claim to be Bible based. Like they have a lot of philosophical influences from extra biblical sources. Like all you got to do is read the Song of Solomon and a couple other corroborating verses about the nature and how you should deal with your passion and your relationship, and you will come to the complete opposite conclusion of Puritanism.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact, I mean, it's not related to sex, obviously, but just Jesus washing other people's feet, for example, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's quite physical and personal. But
well, part of some of the claims of Gnosticism and other things is that if Jesus is a deistic being in any sense, then he couldn't have come in a physical body. So his body wasn't physical; it was an illusion. Because if he came in a physical body, right? Think about it. If he came in a physical body, then he'd be enclosed with evil because the physical is evil.
So what was it? Refraction?
It was refraction.
Yeah.
I wish we knew proper history, like as to, you know, especially the founding of countries and stuff.
Australia's founding is sus. Ours is sus. Anything involving England is sus.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I don't trust anything that's said when it comes to the history, especially what was taught in the schools. And I was brought up in a public school. Definitely not.
I mean, look what they do now. Oh, dude, hold on. I'm going to actually post something in the chat. My freaking 11-year-old son, I looked at his fucking bag, at his homework, and it wasn't homework. It was an assignment. You got to see this shit, dude.
While you're finding that, have you guys had any like native Indian flat earthers come in here? I mean, there's probably heaps here that just don't identify as that. They don't go around telling everyone. Reading.
Oh, man. What'd I miss? Anybody prove the globe in those few minutes I was gone?
Yeah, India's son proved the globe.
Dang!
With his homework.
So as a good flat earth father, he took him up to a mountain and left him there to die?
What year is he in India? He's posting stuff in the live stream voice text.
Well, the rules of that challenge is if you come down from the mountain alive, then you deserve to live.
Yeah.
They just need to change the rules. If you come down from the mountain alive, then whatever proposition you had in your mind is true. Think about it. To come down from a mountain requires down in the first instance, otherwise it's an incoherent statement. And things can't go down without gravity, therefore gravity. And gravity can't exist without globes, therefore globe. It's quite sound reasoning, if any of those premises were true in the first instance.
So, did you see what I posted?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Yeah, that's just a couple pages. There's like 6 pages. They all say "By NASA," right, on the heading. By NASA. And it's all just like this gibberish, right? Shit we deal with every day. The sun is 4.3 billion years old. Where's that page? Earth. What is a planet? Oh, I got it. I got another one. This is even better, dude. An example.
Why are they so hard to deregister Pluto?
Oh.
It's the big push.
You just claim it's freaking transplanetarium and like.
Because it doesn't clear. What I can't remember the exact terminology they use, but like it doesn't clear stuff away from it or into it. So
shit, man. Hold on a second. Discord is acting freaky, man. So this is the level of. So this is like a thing on how to write sentences, and these are like examples. So of course they got to use Star Wars. In Star Wars, lightsabers can cut through almost anything. Lightsabers. Come on, man.
So India, what do you tell your kids about that?
About this specifically?
Well, the stuff that they're bringing home in the papers from school from NASA.
I don't tell him anything. I ask him questions. That's pretty much what I do. Let him reach his own conclusion on things. He doesn't really care, quite honestly. He's only 11.
Okay.
He's more concerned with, Roblox than fucking shape of the earth. So this is a really offensive one. A rewriting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They call it the so-called simplified version. Article 2 is now, you should never be discriminated against for any reason. Rights to all people, whatever their differences. Yes, no discrimination for any reason. None whatsoever. That's just crazy talk, man.
So we can't discriminate against criminals by depriving them of their free right to travel?
Yes, you should not discriminate against, what they call minor attracted people either, apparently. That's the new term for being a freaking sicko.
Of course, we don't want to discriminate against child molesters.
Well, I mean, if you read the actual Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which I don't subscribe to, but this is like taking it one crazy, insane step farther and then teaching it to children, which is... He said, including flat earthers. No, them. They should be discriminated against. That's actually pretty funny.
How is life, liberty, and security a right? I mean, life, I can see life being a right.
See, that's a funny thing. Like, the word right itself, like, there's another word. Remember how we were just talking about words which are in, like, the Western vernacular that's a legal term? Right is a legal term. I have a right to do this, I have a right to do that.
Yeah.
But rights are like, I know people say God-given rights, but there's no such thing as a God-given right. Like, rights are some kind of something that you don't have naturally, and that you have to like acquire or declare that you have them. Right. So you basically, it's like a formalizing of something that you already had. Right. So like, I have I can breathe. Right. But if I say I have the right to breathe, I'm making like a formal legal declaration that I have dominion over this thing and I can do with it what I want.
Yeah.
A power or a privilege. Right? So it's a power or privilege. Entitlement to something.
It's something gained rather than given.
Well, I mean, it's like you can acquire rights from other people, or you can have
Yeah, but you didn't have them.
Yeah, I mean, rights is like a weird term with legal connotations.
Yeah, it is weird. The other part that I really hate, not hate, but like that everyone is born free and equal. It couldn't be a wronger statement. Like, in dignity and with rights.
Okay, so in this tense, as a noun, the etymology is how do you define a word with the same word? That which is morally right, duty, obligation, rule of conduct, law of land, what someone deserves, a just claim, what is due, equitable treatment, correctness, truth, a legal entitlement, a privilege, a right of action, a good deed, that which is true or righteous, a title or claim to something possessed by one or more. That is the legal use. To claim to title. So right is basically a claim in legalese.
Really? Yeah, I never thought of it like that. Hey, I always thought it was something that it was just inherent, like everyone has it, sort of thing.
Well, I mean, you can claim a right. It doesn't mean you actually have it, right?
Yeah, that makes more sense now that I think.
That's the thing. There used to be something called a writ of right, where you could basically say you have the right to do something, right?
Yeah.
And you could take it against other people. So it's not used anymore. So a writ is go ahead. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, one of the definitions you said just now was a privilege. And to me, a privilege is not something that you're naturally born with. It's like, for example, your child, you give them the privilege of going to movies if they've done their homework. So if they don't do their homework, you've taken away that privilege. So somebody has to be the grantor of that privilege.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can convert a privilege into a right, but you can't convert a right into a privilege. except by force.
Well, I pretty much think that's the way that our whole society is run, is that we've been taken away our rights and given privileges that they seem to be acceptable to allow us to have. For example, if you want to live on a piece of land, they will give you that privilege. You have the privilege to live on that land as long as you pay your taxes. You don't pay your taxes on that land, and you will lose that privilege to live on that land. Even though some people may think it's a God-given right to be able to live here on this earth. And I may be going through big skyscrapers right now and roboting.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
well, land is a little different. Like, I was just going to say, land. The way land is adjudicated to determine who owns what is a little different than other things. It's a kind of unique in a way.
Adjudicated. So that's what.
Yeah, adjudicate. Like who owns it? Who just like okay, here's some land. Who owns this land? Right. The government will say you pay taxes or whatever. Like you should pay taxes on the land, but they have to have some underlying right themselves, where it is lawful for them to claim you owe them taxes. Right. So they have to demonstrate their right. And that, there's lots of ways to demonstrate that, kind of. But whether they can or not, that's another question. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I believe what the indigenous people felt as far as the land was that it didn't belong to them. You know, it belonged to our creator, the great rain god, or whatever. But the bottom line is, you know, nothing was adjudicated until the Europeans came here and said, okay, this is ours now.
Well, I talked about this the other night. So there was two legal theories on how they justified that. There was right of discovery and right of conquest. They tried to float the right of discovery thing, but that fizzled. So they just admitted what they really did, the right of conquest, meaning by force of arms they took the land, which is what they did.
So I agree 100%. Somebody was mentioning about American Indians or the indigenous people. I too have an interest in that. You know, they cut off their history and made them go to Catholic schools, tried to wipe out as much of their history as they could. But I would very much like to talk to somebody that knows some of the history that was verbally given down through the lines and not what their kids were taught in school. Just to find out what they know, because I don't think that a lot of the history that I was taught is maybe necessarily accurate. And the whole thing is, you know, like with Admiral Cook, well, how do I know that that's true? That could be a story, you know, that was just made up, or situations just like, you know, where we're in now. But I never cared for history when I was in school. I'm waiting.
Well, I was saying I completely agree with you. History is just I don't buy like highly skeptical. Let's put it that way. Very highly skeptical of 90% of it, if not more.
Well, I flunked out of 7th grade history class just because I found it was really boring. The teacher, she'd give us our reading assignment. We'd come to class, and then she'd give us a quick little pop quiz. And then while we're in class, we do some more reading and go home. And, you know, there was never any kind of teaching on the subject. It was just overseeing reading the books.
It's memorization is what they're doing. It's teaching. They're teaching you just rote memorization. Memorize these so-called facts, right? And spit them back at me like a good old parrot.
Like in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I was saying about history, I had to go to summer school. And I took history again. It was about Egypt, and the teacher that I had actually had some interest in it. And we were talking about the pyramids and how the precision equipment that we don't have today, we don't have that kind of precision equipment to make the pyramids. but yet they did this like thousands of years ago. And he really brought my interest up in stuff like that. And that's what I think that might have been towards the very beginning of my interest in the paranormal and looking at what we're deemed as being reality, looking at it with a different vision, different perspective. But yeah, just because, history, here, study all this crap in the book and come back and take a test, as opposed to, hey, look at this. You ever wonder how they made this thing? You ever wonder what it might have been for? Blah, blah, blah. So to me, it's just a difference in teaching. One person, here, read a book. The other person, use your mind.
Yeah, memorization is like guess this is going to be a recurring theme. Information doesn't do you anything if you don't know how to think about a problem. It's just garbage in, right? It's like the analogy I used yesterday. You have a hard drive with a bunch of information, but there's no CPU in the motherboard, so that hard drive is completely useless. Can't process the information, then it's useless. And yeah, you can duplicate the hard drive. Yeah, great. So you're duplicating hard drives over and over and over again with no way to process it, right? So you just learning with the history book, spitting it back out, and then you can.
Well, comparing.
Well, you can memorize it. Sorry, you can memorize the history book, right? And if say you memorize it perfectly, you got a photographic memory, and then you could spit it back out to a third person, and they can memorize it, and you could keep passing around this like history text, perfectly memorized to person to person to person, and everybody would so-called know the information. But if you don't think about it and critically analyze it, it's useless information. You have to be able to process the information into rational thoughts, draw conclusions, think, rationalize about it. And if they don't teach you that, then they're not doing anything. They're just teaching you how to memorize. And they're just indoctrinating you. That's really what it is. They're indoctrinating you about a narrative that somebody chose to tell you.
Well, comparing people to computers, that's an interesting analogy. When I was a kid, we'd go out and watch a whole movie for 2 hours. I remember seeing Bonnie and Clyde when it first came out, Planet of the Apes, the original one when it first came out. Nowadays, though, it seems like entertainment is more like TikTok-based. We'll look at something for 10 seconds and move on. YouTube videos are kind of the same way. There's some people that make long ones. There's some people that do 24/7 videos. But the bottom line is that it's a short attention span theater, So I noticed just it's kind of like people have computers, but instead of putting more RAM in them, it's less RAM. So you can only hold an attention span for so long, and then all of a sudden wipe that out and let's put something else in. So that's my.
That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy too. That's why when you ask them any complex question, you get lag. The computer locks up. You get a blue screen of death in their face.
Format user and try again.
So funny.
Going back to the whole education thing, you've got this in particular, like history. You're scored based on regurgitation, whether or not you can repeat back what you learned, repeat back what you had written, were told, or you read something. When you've got things like learning English and maths, there's a lot of things that you have to do and over again, which is can be a boring task, monotonous. But I think it actually helps develop pathways or whatever in your brain to be able to do those complex issues in the future. So, for example, my daughter does homeschool, and she came in today to ask me about some maths questions, and we're teaching her about triangle numbers, and I told her she'll never use this ever. And she's like, well, why am I learning it? I said, because it's on the question. It's on the workbook, and your mum wants you to fill out the whole workbook and get the answers right. So we did it anyway. But yeah, so there's some education that you just have to constantly do the boring tasks just so you can learn how to process that in your brain. And I think some of the history stuff is just to learn how to make you into a clone, essentially.
Dude, I'm so like, just because, I think we're stuck in like, we educate people the way we do because, it started somewhere. The Prussian education system is like, and like we're just doing it because we're like, yeah, we're just using the same method of teaching because of like tradition. Like, hey, we're going to teach this. We're going to teach these school subjects, and you could come to America and like go into a school, and I guarantee that like everything would seem nearly like 90% of the teaching methodology would be identical to Australia, if not more.
Yep.
But I'm not so sure if you go to China or India that would necessarily be the case, or Pakistan or one of these other countries, because they don't use the same methodology, right? Like their methods of teaching are different. I'm assuming. I don't really know for certain. But I mean, I've advocated for support, the one-room schoolhouse. That's what I think the best method of teaching should be. I think classes should be mixed in age. I think the older kids should have to teach the younger kids because that improves their understanding of any particular subject. Because when you have to teach it to somebody, you understand it better yourself because you have to be able to explain it verbally, in writing, etc. I think it's when one-room schoolhouses in America existed, it was the pinnacle of pretty much, at least American achievement. And I'm talking like, it's called the Victorian era. It's basically post Civil War, so 1860 to like 1910. That era, the people that were alive then were fucking brilliant.
That touches back on some pleasant memories I had back in the 70s. I went to a school. It was a experimental school project started here in the Los Angeles area. It's called Alternative School. They started off originally with 50 students from kindergarten through 12th grade, and it was like a big one-room type classroom. And then it grew throughout the years and went from 100 students the next year, went to 150, the next year 300. And as it expanded, the classes broke down a little bit. But I had to, I was working in school on projects with people that were older than me, people that were younger than me. We had to go ahead and get credits. So one of the classes that I took for science was called Light and Reality. And one of the books, I can't remember the name. But anyway, we used to look at some really fascinating stuff back then. And, it wasn't just, okay, read this book, memorize this, and take that test. So that was, that was probably one of the most learned schools, or not learned. That's the one that was the most successful for giving me interest in going to school and being able to learn about the topics. So it's like a big one-room schools like us environment that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, my mother went to a one-room schoolhouse like when she was growing up, and then they changed it. Like, I think it was like a one-room schoolhouse until high school. Then they and then it changed. Like, not only did they change like the school system, but like she would have aged out of it anyway. But they pretty much I think they ended it. I'm trying to remember when they ended it. It might have ended it like the year before she would have gone into high school, but it should have been a small Vermont town. So, back in whatever. But to me, it would be more useful to teach the kids how they chose the curriculum than the curriculum itself. You know what I mean? Because just memorizing it, right? Like, why did you choose this textbook? What's in this textbook that's so much better than all the other textbooks? Or, like, why are you teaching us this in history class? Why are you teaching us this history and not some other history? Why aren't you teaching us the history of the Samoans? Why aren't you teaching us the history of the Aborigines? Why aren't you teaching us the history of the Inuits? Why are you teaching us, Western, why are you teaching us about Christopher Columbus and, what did he do that was so great? Right? And why? Like, what lessons are there in that? That's the thing about, this is not really an advocacy for religious schools, but the Bible actually teaches lessons, right? The Bible itself has lessons in it. Lessons of moral lessons of what not to do and how to solve problems to a degree. So I think the information itself is just, it doesn't matter. The information is irrelevant. It's like I said, how you process the information, problem solving, critical thinking, all those skills. Those are what need to be taught. All the other stuff is window dressing because. So what's the educational difference between teaching somebody the history of America, the history of Asia, the history of Russia, the history of freaking Australia? What's the difference as far as educating a child? Like if you teach them one history versus another history, are they going to be smarter?
Agenda's the only difference.
Yeah, exactly. So it's it doesn't matter what you're teaching them. You're arbitrarily choosing, and then you're judging the child. You didn't memorize American history. You get an F. You're never going to university. You're going to be pushing a fucking broom in a factory somewhere for the rest of your life because you didn't memorize America. What the fuck, dude? That's not right.
Well, it seems to me the education system that I've become involved with, either being part of it or having kids or grandkids in the education system, they all want to teach you how to be a worker, not how to think for yourself, not how to make a new product, not how to develop some kind of a new science or an application to use for science. But instead, it's, just here, go to the box, read the label, put it in the microwave, and come to work and do your 9 to 5 and don't ask any questions. And I think that I see that when I go into any kind of medical institution, a lot of the doctors come from India. I see a lot of the products that are available for purchase are made in China, and all the tech support, that used to be, America #1, and now, all of that's farmed out to India, Sri Lanka, I think it's pronounced, and all these different places, and I don't know, it's not Sunday anymore, so I was kind of busy with the family all day yesterday. I didn't get a chance to jump in with a lot of different ideas that I'd really love to talk about. For me, flat Earth is just the tip of the iceberg. It's just, okay, so that's really opened up a lot of different subjects, but it's not Sunday, and I'm going to be at work here in about 3 or 4 more minutes.
Yeah, well, you were driving, so you didn't see what I posted. I posted something they gave my 11-year-old in school. So it's all these, it was like a packet of NASA stuff, and it literally says on it, by NASA and from NASA. So I'll just read one of you just for ha-has, right? So this is indoctrination, right? They're indoctrinating my child that, that this is something important that they should learn. Why is this important? Why is this worthy of wasting time in school, right? Part of a school day to be taught this. Is it going to change his life? Is it going to improve? Is the milk going to taste better? What's the point of this? There is no point.
The military-industrial complex and getting into indoctrination now. So that's just a way to show, look, we're superior. We know what's going on out here. This is what happened. You're not in a created world. If God created the world, he just farted out a whole bunch of planets and came out, and you got all your gases being held together by this magical stuff called gravity. So believe us.
Well, one of my favorite sentences is, what are you going to do with that information? Right? What is my 11-year-old son going to do with this information, this freaking claim about gravity forming planets? What is he going to do with that information?
Well, that's going to give him pride. That's going to give him pride in America. So he'll go out and be a good worker, spend all of his taxes, and give it to NASA so they can go ahead and send more little bullets up to the moon.
Oh yeah, that's right. Awesome.
I think it gives him. He can make his own planet now. He knows how to make a planet. He can make his own.
Oh, he can come in freaking. He can come in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in freaking 10 years when he grows up and freaking argue with us about something he don't understand. I saw a worksheet from NASA when I was in freaking 5th grade. Right? I'm gonna tell those flat earthers something. That's going to be what we deal with. People that read a worksheet in 5th grade coming in here.
You know what the point of all this is? So that the teacher can tick a box to say that they've done the work. They've taught them the work.
I think these worksheets are provided by NASA, and I think there's like I guarantee if I dig into it, there's a funding element to this.
Oh, for sure. But from the teacher's point of view, you just have to tick a box, say they've done it.
Oh yeah, I guarantee this is like because they used to indoctrinate me when I was a kid, like when they had different like indoctrination, right? Like NASA would send to school, VCR tapes, and like there'd be a day where you go to class, like we're watching a tape today, we're watching a movie, and it would be some NASA bullshit propaganda, and then we'd freaking watch it, and then we'd sit there for because it would never be for the whole class, and we'd sit there for 10 minutes fucking around and throwing spitballs and doing nonsense, and then the class would be out. It's basically like a day off for the teacher. Right? And we got to be propagandized by the government. Fantastic.
This thing's not very well written either. Whoever wrote it.
Oh my God, you should see some of the garbage that he gets from school. It's fucking illegible. Some of the shit I can't even figure out because not because it's complicated, but because it's so ill presented that it's hard to make sense out of.
Yeah, even the paid for books, we buy some textbooks and stuff to teach our kids things and stuff like that. Even those ones that we've gone out of our way to buy, some of them are shit too. They just sentences that just don't make sense. Or
that's what I mean. Oh God, dude! I'm so glad it's not just me, man. Because I look at it and I'm like, did the English language change? Am I going senile? Did I drink last night? Is something wrong with me? This is a textbook, and it's a textbook for 5th graders, but it looks like a 5th grader wrote it.
Exactly.
Maybe that's maybe we're just reading the cover wrong. Maybe it says textbook by 5th graders, not for 5th graders.
Yeah, hey, good day to you guys.
What's up, John Z?
How you doing?
¿Cómo está?
Bien, bien. What's up? Heaven is up, bro. Heaven. Hey, I just
now for systems, he's upside down. Heaven is down for him.
Hell's above me.
Yes, that's right. Hell's up.
Listen, I found this link about a whistleblower that was in court with Raytheon, and randomly the case was about the guy being he was a head engineer. He was managing supervising 30 engineers or something like that, right? And then he found that the software system that they had, that it was supposed to be connected to the hardware satellite in space. He noticed that stuff didn't make sense. It wasn't working. and he was trying to point this out to everybody, to the company, to the engineers, and even to the government. He contacted like who was it? The national whoever he contacted from the government. They ignored him, and they didn't fire him or anything, but took his position away and didn't let him do that anymore. And then he was in court with them. And then the argument in court from Raytheon was that the guy was asking for too much money. They didn't. I don't know if they denied what he was claiming, right? The whistleblower, that the satellite software system didn't make sense to be connected, or that wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing with the hardware. And he was pointing that out, and they just move him off his position. And even the government didn't care about what he was trying to point out. I think that's pretty interesting, actually. It's a short video. Doesn't have much information, but randomly it's about an important topic that yeah, we have satellites working in space, and then this guy that is supposed to be running that shit with the software saying this software doesn't run any satellites.
Oh, let me watch this shit. Yeah. Of course, he contacted the government. The government has like a if some contractor or anyone doing anything for the federal government is defrauding them, and you whistleblow, you actually get a portion of it, a portion of the recovery, whatever it is, something like 25%.
That's interesting. Oh, in the court, Raytheon argued, hey, he's asking for too much money. That was Raytheon's argument. That's crazy. A $1 billion company. Guy's asking for $1 million. Too much.
Yeah, I gotta watch this. I'll probably try and find a case.
Yeah, I gotta find the case. I was thinking about that to see if there's any interesting facts, but I doubt it. It's in the public eye, probably. Well, who knows? I don't know. You know, Raytheon has, let me read it directly from the business card that a worker from there showed. They have he has a certificate. I'm not going to say his name, but it's in the card. It says stronger together, diversity, equity, and inclusion at Raytheon Technologies. 5/1/2023. Raytheon Technology. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. They have an employee that works for that at Raytheon. What it means that he has to employ people from all colors and all backgrounds. Make sure there is no, I don't know, racism in the company. But demote the guy that is pointing something very important.
Try to find who he is.
He said the name, the reporter. Let me. Couldn't read. I couldn't hear you. Check the. Oh, no. Bruce Casillas. Sounds kind of like Casillas. It's really kind of like native from that area, Mexico, Texas. Yeah.
I just watched that clip. So he get the $1 million because he was demoted, basically, not for actually whistleblowing, right?
But he was pointing someone at something. What was the problem that he was trying to point out?
Yeah,
That the software is not working with the hardware. And people are saying, yeah, it's working correctly. Yeah, it works. But no, it doesn't.
It's interesting that they let it go to court. Like, why would you think they would settle, get him to sign a non-disclosure and just throw a couple $1 million at him? It's weird.
They demote him and just give him a janitor position somewhere, clean some toilets, or moving some papers left to right.
Yeah, that's what thought about it. You'd think that they would settle out of court, tell him if he wants $5 million, he has to sign a non-disclosure, and just leave it at that. But they went all the way. It's weird why they would push the even further.
It probably wouldn't be the first thing they got away with, though. It's like another speck of dust under the rug.
Mm.
Think about it. I mean, if you get in unlimited funds by contracting with the taxpayer or government, the administrators, and just money flowing through there, having issues with some employees is just part of the business. And look how they labeled them, right? Whistleblower. Wait, he's an engineer pointing out some very important things about his job. But now he's a whistleblower? He was managing like 30 engineers or something like that. Hey, that's no joke. I don't know. I'm an engineer that manages 30 engineers. What does that even mean, right? But I mean, they develop weaponry, right? They develop a lot of technology to keep, a higher hand than all the people that have other guns, other technologies. So they do develop stuff. But then when the guy looks like, hey, we have stuff in outer space, but the stuff that I have here in front of me that is supposed to be controlling that stuff in outer space, it doesn't add up to the story of the stuff out there. That will make sense, right? That things are not adding up. The software doesn't make sense with the hardware. He said, okay. He was being directed to falsify data. That's what he said.
Yeah.
And then since he said that, okay, I'm not gonna false. I mean, there's something wrong with the data. They say, okay, don't worry about it. Just lie about it. He said, no. Why would I lie about it? This is important because our militaries depend on this stuff, right? Our people, like our men that are going out there to protect our nation. They need this data to be accurate. So I'm gonna say the truth. That's in his mind. And they said, no, just don't worry about it. So yeah, got demoted.
So weird, eh?
I'm not gonna falsify data that our troops are dependent on.
Like satellite data based on drones striking people, and he's like, "Oh shit! If I give them the wrong data, they might drone strike the wrong guy."
Exactly. He said something like that. He said something like that. Let me say. He said, like, yo, bro, we gotta have the correct locations, you know.
The implications are
helicopter, and then they show, dude. They show. Look what they show, right? They show two military people sitting on a room looking at a screen and a computer, and then they jump into a satellite image. Outside
check out what's in the background of those two military people. Check out what's in the background on the screen.
It's coming. There's a TV, there's a bald man. There's always a bald man behind everybody, bro. When there's a controller in a room, he's most likely bald. Just messing around. And then there is the TV. Welcome SVN74 to the active GPS constellation. They got cartoons. They're watching cartoons in TV.
Yeah.
So the operation squadron, the space operation squadron. So that's what they think they're making, right? Okay, we're building these pieces for this stuff. We're creating these satellites that are going out there in outer space, right?
So, Gems, yeah, I found the appeals case. Okay, so let me just read the background. Casillas oversaw independent testing of a Raytheon GPS project designed for the U.S. Air Force. The project was going poorly. It was far behind schedule and more than $1 billion over budget. In 2015, Casillas' superior Joe Holland instructed Casillas to change certain data to make the project look more successful. Holland asked Casillas to mark all incomplete tasks as complete. Question ethics, yada, yada, yada. You know, the rest is history. They demoted him, just like it says. Called Defense Department hotline. Whatever. So yeah, I wonder what he was falsifying. Why it wouldn't work right.
Yeah, there's no details, right? There's no full details about that stuff.
Yeah, and whether the Defense Department never did anything about it either. They might have never even done anything about it.
Yeah, because they're just killing time and flowing money through we're doing some job, right? But no, they're doing something, but when it comes to the outer space stuff, they're definitely lying about that. So they need these softwares that are supposedly doing something in outer space, but they're not.
Well, yeah, and everybody in the chain, right? From because the Air Force will have contract officers that oversee the contract and like all sorts of stuff, right? So there'll be a whole chain of employees that go from Raytheon into the DoD. And they all think that there's satellites in space doing things. And this guy's like, yeah, this shit don't work.
This shit don't work. Hey, shut up, dude. Just do your job. Hey, I'm falsifying data. Don't worry about it. Just take your paycheck. No, I think there's people's lives at stake here. But he believes this stuff too, right? He believed that
$1 billion over budget.
$1 billion over budget, yeah. You're definitely doing something wrong. Definitely doing something wrong. But if nobody's pointing it out and you're still getting the money, you keep doing it.
Do you know what kind of problem I could solve for $1 billion? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. So you see all of the money.
That's over, but that isn't even like the regular. What was the initial budget? Like, there was the budget that they were allocated, and then there was $1 billion over. So I'm sure that was probably like $5 billion. So they had $6 billion maybe to solve a problem, and they couldn't solve it. Like, how complicated was it? Like.
And the thing is, bro, the thing is that I don't know. You guys say you're talking shit about these people, whatever. I actually got this link by searching after someone that actually is an employee. He's a good 100% satellite globe believer. He's you know. I mean, his salary depends on that shit. Kind of crazy. But he's not that engineer like that guy that got demoted. He's not. I don't think he's that high. It's on the ethics section or whatever. And yeah, so regular people, they're doing their job, they're getting paid, they're getting their paycheck, and they're enjoying their life. That's why they're just gonna do their job and believe, hey, we sending satellites to space. Yeah, it works out for them. Even though I don't throw the baby with the bathwater, because there's actually technology that they send up there, very high altitude devices, that we can say, yeah, that's satellite technology or whatever, but obviously not as they say it works. Like on the globe.
Son 57 de los virus.
What are you looking at, man? And you see the bluffs behind it. You see the white parts that are the towns.
An apparent position, the horizon.
See that second jetty, that second string of islands and jetties out in front of the mainland. That's where the globe line should be. That's 116 miles right there. That should be it. That's where the hump is. Yeah, R.C. Meisty, do you live on a sphere or not? Do you live on a sphere? You live on a sphere at 9,000 feet. Your horizon's at 116 miles.
Stop begging the question.
Listen, this is 1,000, and I want to point out that this is 1,000 nanometer infrared, and infrared wavelengths refracts less than visible light. So even using this shouldn't be visible in the visible wavelength. But the fact that it's even more visible than it should be in the visible wavelength at infrared, because even more of these mountains should be hidden. Understand? Cool. If there was no refraction whatsoever, you wouldn't be able to see any of these. Okay? If you say there's refraction, you should be able to see a small portion. But the fact that there's less refraction.
So from 9,000 feet, where do you feel like? Where does it say me more that it should be cut off?
116 miles is where the globe horizon should be.
From 10,000 feet.
Stop begging.
From 9,000 feet. From 9,000 feet, if you're on a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference at 116 miles, that should be the leading edge of a sphere.
Cool.
So I'll look up Tete de Garnissier. God, these French names.
One of the websites at Catalan, trying to figure that out.
God, Catalan. What the heck? Seriously. Should be below the curve. Whole thing should be gone. Couldn't see the top of it at all. And we see the whole thing. Face of the mountain, all the way down.
You can see it, dude. You can see the land after the water rising up. Okay, right after the water it doesn't immediately go into the mountains. It doesn't go into the mountains for like another 20, 25 miles before the elevation starts going up again. And you can see it rising up just like a regular, just like looking at the ocean or something, how it rises to eye level.
Okay, so that's 7,765 feet, when we should have 12,500. Top of the mountain should be 5,000 foot almost below the bulge of sea in the middle. Game over. Rip the globe.
So RCYC, look in a live stream. So this is from Google Earth, obviously. This inner circle, that's where the horizon is supposed to be. And the outer circle is where the furthest mountains are. That's 255 miles from the peak of Canigou. Go get the size of that circle.
I think the eye works and why it's correct to use the circular arc, because our eye is globular and the back of the retina is a curved surface, so that what's happening at the back of my eye in my retina can be represented by an arc in front of my eye, which is why I've set up these geometric diagrams that way. And then there's basically, the planar angle that you need, and there's basically only two theorems that you need to know to understand direct vision. And direct vision, the theory of direct vision, I think, is different from the theory of perspective. Perspective for me is representing 3D objects on a 2D planar surface by mathematical rules, whereas the theory of direct vision is applied to how your eye works. It's geometrical optics rather than paintings or drawings, or technical drawings. And there's only two theorems that you really need to know, and that is that objects have that proportion respectively as the angles under which they are seen. And I've got geometrical proofs in here, right? So I went through all the diagrams, did all the proofs, and also show in here, certain things that people take for granted, but they shouldn't take for granted. So things, it's not as simple as saying if something's twice as far away, then it's going to be half the size. That's what ballers tell us, right? Yeah. But It's actually a lot more complicated than that, depending on the situation of your eye and how the object is. Yeah. But when I measure visibles, then I'm always doing it with respect to the eye in a particular situation. The same way I asked you, Zach, what shape the table is. That depends on exactly the relationship between your eye and the table. And we can never forget that that's relative to exactly where you are and how you're looking at it. Also the inclination and the rake of your head and the way you look at things. And that stuff is a completely different way of measuring objects than tangible stuff is. Because one of the differences is, and this is why the geometry of vision is spherical, is that it's two-dimensional. You cannot possibly determine the distance of an object from your eye using geometry alone. You sometimes have depth cues. So, for example, you could see that something is further away because you know it's a horse and you know the size of a horse, and you know you can relate to things. Or grass that's further away will be lighter than grass that's closer to you. It'll be a darker green closer to you, so that you know that the grass, because it's the same color, if you were right up next to the far away grass, it would be the same color as the grass near to you. But you know that the grass is further away because the color is slightly, how should I say it, diffused or lesser, a lesser intensity of green. But from a purely geometric point of view, you cannot tell whether something is very close to you and very small, or very far away from you and very big. It's called the so-called size, distance, invariance problem. And it's the thing that astronomers have to contend with all the time. They have no way geometrically of knowing whether the star is massive, as they tell us the sun is, and it's 92 million miles away, or whether it's only 3,000 miles away and 32 miles in diameter, or in radius, diameter, or whether it really is the size of a 5-pence coin held at arm's length. You cannot tell the difference in those things from a geometric perspective. And that's why you cannot see the distance of things, but what you can do is see the position of things. And that is the big distinction that we have to make, that yes, with our eyes, we can see the position of certain things in relation to other things, but we cannot ever geometrically, with our eyes, see the true distance of something. Again, I'm ignoring depth cues, as they call them, of which there are a few, but when we look at the night sky, these depth cues are no longer available to us. So that when we look at the night sky, for example, we can't tell geometrically whether that star's far away or not. That's when they have to play with things like light intensity and luminosity and spectrography, spectrography to tell us all these fucking fairy stories, because they can't do it geometrically. One of them, the top one, is our 3D Euclidean world, and the bottom one here is a two-dimensional sphere, because the position of an object, if that's the only thing that you can find out, the position of the object, and you can't measure the distance from you, then everything appears to be the same distance, so everything appears to be on the inside surface of a sphere.
Yep.
At the same distance from the center point, your eye. Think of this as the geometrical space of visual perception, with an eye at the center looking out. So what you see is basically visible figure on the inside surface of this sphere, the inside concave surface. You're in the middle, you're looking out, and your whole world of visibles, everything you see, every visible object that you see, is actually basically being registered as a figure on the inside concave surface of a sphere. So I've talked about this before. The eye is very obviously globular. A few of these things are now in that document, so I'm kind of skipping forward a little bit. Yeah. So I hope that I've justified to you guys that when I'm looking at how the eye behaves in situations like railway lines or lampposts or things going into the distance, that it is valid for me because the retina is curved and because geometrically speaking, the center of the eye is the place where the rays cross over, they get inverted. So this is where the inversion happens. That's why the object looks to be upside down on your retina, or in fact it is upside down on your retina. There is a material impression. But these angles here, so this pink angle to the green angle, the proportion of that pink to that green is the same as the proportion of that green to that pink. Nothing is changed. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that these arc segment lengths, because of what I said beforehand, this planar angle and the solid angle from the center of a sphere can be measured by the arc length of a great circle. If I was to continue this, it's a great circle of a sphere. Then we can basically, when we're looking at the phenomena of railway tracks, for example, then we are perfectly justified to use a circle of measure rather than a tangible straight. What a sphere looks like, but a visual aid does help. You can see that at the North Pole, these two lines converge, and at the so-called South Pole, they also converge. Right?
Yep.
In spherical geometry, these two lines are supposed to be parallel to each other, and they converge, right? That's in the definition of the spherical geometry.
Yep.
Now, if I'm on a railway track and I look forward, then I will see the railway tracks converge to a point. And this is the important part. If I now turn 180 degrees and look the other way down the railway track, they're also going to converge to a point.
Yeah, they don't go spreading out the other way.
They don't spread out, right? So basically what I'm saying is that that's also a very clear indication that it's spherical geometry we're working with, because only spherical geometry can do that. Converge in front of you and converge behind of you like the North Pole and the South Pole do. So your vision, that's another example of, or I'm not saying it's a proof, it's an observational experience that shows you that these axioms of visual geometry are spherical and that they are self-evident and that you can observe and experience them yourself.
Well, it's an evidence, I reckon it is a proof. It's an evidence that your vision is spherical.
For me, it is too.
Because you do know those lines are parallel.
Yes, I could walk down that railway track and I know they're not getting smaller. And the further I go, they're still going to converge. Yep. So it's, in that respect, it's just like spherical geometry is. Yeah.
Excellent explanation. Just had a good aha moment there.
Yeah.
Let me just skip through this document, because I think this basically takes us through the document of the theorems that that are in that document. But I'm pretty sure I had some examples, to try and make this a little bit more, how should I say, easier for people to. So, explaining why lampposts, I've just put lampposts in there, and, I've tried to explain it a little bit more. It can be the same thing as a railway, what I just talked about, yeah?
Yep.
It's the same reason buildings disappear from the bottom up. Same principle. Or the sunset, yeah? Or a brick wall, if you look at a brick wall, or a corridor.
Now, I was thinking if you had a long corridor like that and you put your head up against one wall all the way to one side and something down at the far end against the same wall, wouldn't that one side of it that's near the wall be cut off? Like
this picture here?
Yeah.
A bit like this one? Like you will not see the pictures on the wall, these pictures that you have on the wall. You will lose sight of them quicker if you're closer to this side than you would of the pictures on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
You have them for everything. Yeah, great. Wow.
And I actually did a whole modeling of how a corridor looks, so that, you know, I can move the corridor wall backwards and forwards and show what's actually happening on the eye. And I hope you guys can see this a little bit, because this is where you can see that if you can now think of this as the eye, or you can think of it as your geometrical visual space, it doesn't really matter. Thinking of it as the eye is maybe easier for most people and not that abstract geometrical thing. But basically, as this wall moves further away from you, and when I say wall, I'm basically taking a snapshot of a corridor, let's say here, at where these two doors are, and I'm taking another snapshot further down the corridor, and another snapshot, another snapshot. This is what this plane represents here. And if I move that away, then what's happening on the eye, this red, what looks like a rectangle, is going to look more and more like a Euclidean rectangle. You will not be able to see that it's actually curved. You can see, because this is fairly close to you, that there is still a little curve on these lines, right?
Yeah, like the example you showed of putting something close to your eye and it looks spherical, and then...
That's right. So if I was to move this very close to my eye, then this rectangle will blow up and fill basically all of my eye here, and it will be very obviously spherical. But as soon as things get further away from you, then there is hardly any difference between you seeing it Euclidean and it being Euclidean. You will not be able to tell the difference, at least not from your, you know, your eyesight. And that's, you know, when I said, when I say spherical and people say, but Gavin, I don't see a curve, then that's what I was trying to explain. You don't see the curve because it's a very good approximation to the Euclidean world at normal distances of sight. And especially far away, you can't tell the difference. You can only tell the difference when it's really up close.
Yeah, really up close. I couldn't believe how much it curves.
If you go back a bit, Gav.
Yep.
You can see there's that diagram in the bottom right compared to the one in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that is
more curved.
You can see it's curved, so that the plane's right up against to the eye, and you can see that what's being left on the eye, the material impression on the retina, is actually curved. Yeah. And it's only then that you could really see it. So I'm here only 1.5 away from the guy, and here I'm at 4.3. Yeah.
It's good to see this one. I've been lucky enough to see this one in animation.
I can do that right now. Hold on. I'll just open it up. So you can see I basically modeled a corridor here with roofs and stuff like that, you know. I modeled a sphere for the eye. I modeled the horizon, the azimuthal, or what do we call them? The longitude circles and latitude circles. I made various lines and walls and planes and spheres. So, but basically, if I zoom out a little bit, hopefully you guys can see the overall picture.
Yeah.
So I can now move this closer to the eye, and if I now zoom in a little bit more, then you guys can see that the thing is curved. If I turn it around a bit, yeah, then that's the picture I was basically showing. Yeah. And if I zoom out a little bit more again, oops, and move the wall or the placing plane away down the corridor, and now zoom into this part, then you can see that it's, you know, indistinguishable from a rectangle now.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually a couple of experiments you can do that will show you that your vision is spherical. And again, I think we've got a couple of videos on that, Glenn, which we should really maybe just show. But if you have objects up very close to you, then you can actually see the spherical nature of your vision. But if things are kind of like 12 inches away, then the world starts to look very Euclidean again. When it's up close, you can see things appearing to be spherical in certain circumstances. So I think what I want to say there is that if people don't believe that vision is spherical, or that visual perception is spherical geometry, then there are experiments that you can do to prove it to yourself, which I think is highly important. Because me saying that we have a spherical geometry of vision, but you see things Euclidean, is a kind of, for a lot of people, maybe a kind of cop-out, right?
Yep.
So if I was, for example, to draw a spherical triangle in here, then and bring this up very close to your eye, so these are three walls that are perpendicular to each other, yeah. But if I bring these things closer to my eye, then the thing will actually start to look spherical. These lines will start to look curved, yeah.
Wow.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, and isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is
we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain this, it's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science, in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's, so with that, why is, I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right, of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is. Because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so. Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading it.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the blue marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration. And since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system. You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster. And it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs. I don't think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Watch
So
too.
take a look. Take a look at the what does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes.
With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah, things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance? It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point,
curved?
my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yes, because...
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship, as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About half
How
a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said
that. There's no reason.
Right. So then what must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that also about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, Okay, it's not curving in any way. It's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find the black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently
it's
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go try it yourself. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check
Mm.
for yourself. So, you know, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, you know, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be 5?
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20. 40. No, 25. 25 times 25. Times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay? So, I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. Right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slip.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? 'Cause I know you're gonna have a really good answer to this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
but
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but...
Yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Definitely.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right. Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I heard. I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model, based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. What's up, everybody? Looks like it's only 5 of us on here. And Wave Mixer is deaf muted. I got Blue Jumper and Timbo and myself. I guess I'll start up the bot, put some information on, some music. No bot. We don't have the bot. Okay. Well, Morvis has got someone in VC check-in. Ancient World Order. We should be having them come in soon, hopefully.
we live, for lack of a better word, we live in a realm. And it's flat and stationary, and every test that's ever been done to prove the Earth is spinning has proved that it's flat. So what's gravity? That it's not moving. What you're seeing is a light in the sky. You were asking me before why the deception, and the deception is to make you think that you are insignificant, make you think that God doesn't exist. The greatest, the saying, the greatest trick the devil ever did was to prove that he didn't exist. To make you believe that it didn't exist, but the greatest trick the devil ever did was to make you think God doesn't exist. Well, let me throw this in, man. For me to say that is an amazing thing. But I have to say the loss of confidence in the system, that more and more people do think the Earth is flat, not just, a lot of it's not my listeners, it's the general public. A lot of liberals think it's that. There's such a loss of confidence. That must really say something about the establishment that people don't believe a damn thing they say. Alex, the thing is, you say we think the Earth is flat. People that think the Earth is a globe have never looked into it. Ask yourself, what's one proof that you have that the Earth is a globe? And they'll come up with photos, astronauts, circumnavigation, all of these things that have been debunked. There's zero proofs that the Earth is a ball. Every test shows that it's not. When people search the flat Earth, Obama mentioned the Flat Earth Society. I can't count how many times during his presidency. They want people to go to the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society is nothing to do with flat Earth. It is a controlled opposition site that if you go there, it has nonsense. It has a little bit of truth and a bunch of nonsense. And if you go there and look, you're going to turn away and never look back again because it makes flat Earth ridiculous. We are not.
It's the first thing that comes up on Google. When you go flat Earth, they're going to take you right to the Flat Earth Society. They're going to capture curious people, and then they're going to turn everybody off. That's the plan.
Alex, why are they hiding it?
Why would they do that? Why would they have a Flat Earth Society #1 search? Why?
Yeah.
Why, Alex? Right there. Why would they do that?
Because Google cares about us.
InfoWars. The most banned network in the world.
We've told Americans space not exist. Ha ha! Eddie Bravo's our agent. China now get the moon. Ha ha! Ha ha! No. How you say Weiss? What's his name? Let's get serious. Dave Weiss is here, ladies and gentlemen. Actual footage of the eclipse I personally shot from Air Force 9, my spaceship, me and Trump, Space Force. Let's get serious for our esteemed guest. We'll be back on at a serious time when you two aren't causing problems.
Okay.
Now, seriously, though, Eddie, I used to be an amateur astronomer. Haven't had time since I've been on air 25 years. I quit it. But I'd go out and do stuff like look at a half mile away at geckos on a lamp eating bugs, because that's another fun thing about telescopes. You know, up close you can watch bugs on a leaf, a half mile away. Just really crazy stuff with these super high powered ones when the conditions are right. And I watched Jupiter orbiting. I watched it turning. It's a ball. Go ahead, sorry.
No, go. Let's introduce.
Let's do it right now. He's from the Flat Earth Podcast. Dave, we really appreciate you coming on the broadcast. Dave came to Flat Earth the same way most people do, with the intention to debunk it. That was 6 years ago. Now he is host of the award-winning Flat Earth Podcast and the creator of the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, the flatearthpodcast.com. So it's like, give us your awakening to this. I want to be clear. I don't think it's flat. But, the media says I say that. I'm not saying that. But I think it's okay for you to question, as much as we've been lied to. How do you know it's not diamond shaped? How do you know it's not? How about we're all Alex, just a simulation? It's not even real.
the
shape
of
the Earth that matters. But first, I want to thank you for having me on. Many years ago, you were one of the people, maybe the person that woke me up. So I thank you for that. And since then, things have really spiraled out of control. So tell us your background and how you discovered. What happened?
I did a truth podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. People started sending me flat Earth stuff. I wouldn't watch a single video. I wouldn't watch a 1 minute video because it's the dumbest thing in the world. You're not wasting my time with that. So then finally, another researcher, we were talking about the deceptions in the world, and she said, I think it's worse than that, David. I think the Earth might be flat. I absolutely flipped out at her. She sent me some videos. I said, that's it. I'm going to debunk it. For 17 to 24 hours a day, I was trying to debunk the Earth. And after 2 weeks, I realized we don't live on a spinning rock water ball rocket. That's what you believe. You believe we live on the outside of a spinning rock,
spiraling in 4 different directions at once at speeds that you can't even imagine. And then every year, the stars are in the exact same place on the exact same day, right? None of it makes sense. The thing that you got to look at is there's pre-programmed responses that people have. They say, where's the edge? How come no one's falling off? Circumnavigation proves it. Boats over the curves prove the ball. Eclipses prove the ball. All of these things do not prove the ball. They actually prove flat Earth when you look at it. And the thing that people say is there's no proof of flat Earth and there's endless proof of the globe Earth. And the exact opposite is the true when you take the time to learn. The problem is believing lies are really easy. Sometimes I introduce myself on a show and I come up with this fake background. I went to medical school and I lost hope in allopathic medicine, and people believe it. And then 2 minutes later, I tell them that was a lie, and you just believe me. So you can believe a lie. I tell you something, and then you can believe it, and your whole day is free. But if you want to know the truth on anything, it takes time and effort and critical thought.
Let me just throw this at you.
Let them talk.
What about I offered Eddie to fund a project with a research ship, and then we can just go to the end of it. Where's the wall? You're going to say Antarctic?
Yeah, so just look at the Earth this way. People say, why are all the other planets round, and why is the Earth the only disk in space? The Earth is not a disk in space. The way I look at it is the Earth, the flat plane of the Earth, is the basement of the universe. It's the only way I can describe it. And we live in a pond. Imagine a giant circular lake in Kansas with islands in it, and in the center of the lake is the North Pole.
We live in a cage.
Well, no, hold on, not in a cage. Just hear me out. I'll make this short. So you have the center of the lake is the North Pole. You have islands. You could sail around clockwise, counterclockwise. That's east and west. If you sail away from the center at any point, that's south. And when you get to the shoreline, that's the end of the Earth that we know of. That's the shoreline of Antarctica. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It is the shoreline of the world ocean lake, I'll call it. And there is lots of it is a cliff, not a wall where you can jump over and jump into space.
You're saying we're in a terrarium.
Well, so here's the thing. Some people say there's a dome. Some people say there isn't a dome. Some people say there's more lands, more worlds, more suns across the plane. The truth is, we don't know. We're not allowed to go there.
Well, the ancients, the Bible says the Earth's round, but then if you go back, a lot of the ancients after that debate said it was flat. And then I guess it was Copernicus, Galileo. When did they start saying it was round? And Jesuits.
They started. So the whole. So the saying that the Bible has. Look up a video called 200 proofs, 200 Bible verses that says the Earth is flat. There are 200 verses that talk about flat Earth. I believe there's one that says the circle of the Earth. Well, my dining room table is a circle and it's not a sphere. Okay. So it has it's a footstool, if you look at if you want to quote the Bible, the footstool of the Earth.
So why would the establishment try to keep something 1 trillion times bigger than the Manhattan Project secret?
Can we answer that a little bit later? Because you're jumping forward past, you're looking for a motive. Like if you saw somebody light 50 houses on fire and there's all the evidence in the world, but you couldn't figure out a motive, does that mean he didn't do it? So I'd be guessing at the motive, but I have a good guess, and I believe it's right on why they did it. But let's do that later. Let's get through some of the points.
Well, I don't want a world government to keep independent nations from ever figuring stuff out. They certainly suppress a lot of stuff, and they got a project to kill everybody. So I mean that's a fact.
Right.
Let him talk.
So if you don't know who you are, if you believe that we live on the outside of a rock, that nothing exploded, created everything, and then a microbe turned into a fish that climbed out of the water, happened to find another fish that it can mate with to make a monkey, and then a monkey, farted, and there's our humans.
They don't want us to know who we are.
Right. They don't want you to know who we are, that there's no shortage of anything, that there's possibly, very likely, more land, more resources than they're telling us. There's hidden land.
It's a whole other giant dimension, and we're actually locked in here as an experiment.
I don't believe that at all. I believe that we live, for lack of a better word, we live in a realm, and it's flat and stationary, and every test that's ever been done to prove the Earth is spinning has proved that it's flat.
So what's gravity?
That it's not moving. Go ahead.
What's gravity?
So gravity, a lot of flat earthers will say gravity is just buoyancy and density. And if there was such a thing as gravity, buoyancy and density are a thing. gravity, the Earth plane is a negatively charged plane. This is a proven fact. The sky above us, whatever it is up there, is positively charged. So the negative charge of the Earth is establishing a down, and then buoyancy and density sorted everything out.
Let me throw this at you then. Everybody's probably seen William Shatner voiced it. It's Trinity and Beyond. And I was already aware of this, but back in the 90s, I saw the footage of it from the U.S. government where they did over 1,000 detonations trying to blow up the atmosphere and ignite it.
Project Fishbowl.
Yeah, and that would have killed us. And trying to blow a hole through the Van Allen radiation belt to get through it because the probes couldn't get through. So, sounds crazy. You realize, what were they trying to blast through? I mean, why would you do that? Go ahead.
Well, so there's never in science can you have high pressure next to next to a vacuum. It can never happen unless there's a physical barrier. So they tell us space is the vacuum of space. I don't.
So what would the hydrogen bombs do that they launched up into the atmosphere and detonated?
I don't believe that they were hydrogen bombs. That's a whole nother thing. They were trying to blow through it and they couldn't. I wasn't there, so I'd rather not really dig
there
in.
You go. Great statement.
Yeah. So
I know folks that were there.
How do you know?
On the Apollo.
Let's say they were, Alex. Let's say they were, and they threw 500 bombs up there. Okay, that works on a flat Earth. That works on a ball Earth. Who the heck knows what's going on? None of that proves anything. So,
I was giving that to your theory, like they were trying to blast their way through it. So here's the deal: are they working with whoever knows it is outside it in your theory? Because that sounds like they're trying to keep us from knowing it, and you're just like, ah.
It's the biggest deception in the world. You know, before flat Earth, I was a atheist. I believed in evolution. I wouldn't listen to anything that had anything to do with God.
Tell us about it when we come back. Dave Weiss brings us into Deep Purple and space trucking. And the leader of 10th Planet, which doesn't exist, Eddie Bravo's here with us. Eddie's been ranting during the break, and I said, why don't you do it on air? What I'm getting at is I think it's very healthy to question reality. I know that it's pushed by Silicon Valley that everything's digital. This is a simulation and none of it's real. So we just give up and don't care. So why is that acceptable and being taught as a religion and that humans are bad, roll over and die for the post-human world? But if you question the Earth or space or any of this, then you are a bad person. I don't think that's the case. But you've been bullying me a bit during the break that I think it's silly. Because also, you don't believe me that I watched Jupiter orbit and took photos of it.
I believe you, Alex. I don't know why, but I do.
And you don't believe?
Can I comment on that?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. So you took photos of Jupiter, and what you saw was a light in the sky with some other lights moving around it. That is the only thing that we can say about celestial objects is that they're lights in the sky. We don't know how big they are. We don't know how far they are. We don't even know if they're solid objects. Pictures.
I could see the great eye. I could drive out to Lano outside Austin in the winter with no light pollution. Sit back, because my uncle lived down the street. Me and my dad would go visit. We'd sit there and drink a 6-pack of beer, share it, and sit there and take photos. We'd be out there like 4 or 5 hours, and you could see it orbiting. You could see the moons moving. They're round.
So hang on. I agree. I agree, but what you're seeing is lights. We don't know what they are. When you say moons, those are tiny little lights around it, and we don't know how far they are. If you ask, the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away, but nobody knows how that was ever calculated.
Guys,
Who
let's
calculated?
show some footage.
Alex, stop bullying him. Let him talk. Man, you're bullying him,
I want to
Alex.
just address a couple things that you said before.
Bullies.
I just roll some footage of the sun. Go ahead.
NASA never uses the word photo. They say image or picture. And we know what images and pictures are, and it's exactly what they give us. When you take, our optics with these super zoom cameras now have outgrown their lies. And we can zoom in on stars and see that they're energetic balls of energy with different patterns and stuff in them. All the stuff you're seeing here is supplied by NASA.
Back this animation up they're showing. That's an animation.
Animation.
Roll it. I know animation. It is. Roll it.
And you know how NASA's always coming up, hey, we found this deep space object. On Halloween, they found an asteroid that looks like a skull, and the sunspots looked like a jack-o'-lantern on the sun. Do you believe that stuff? I mean, they are laughing in our faces. Getting back to what you were saying,
wait a minute,
why
I have
would
a
they
big
lie?
green filter that I used to look at the sun more than anything through my 12-inch
and what you're seeing is a light in the sky.
What are you at Subway? Let him talk. Let the guy talk.
Yeah. What you're seeing is a light in the sky.
you were asking me before why the deception, and the deception is to make you think that you are insignificant, make you think that God doesn't exist. The greatest, the saying, the greatest trick the devil ever did was to prove that he didn't exist, to make you believe that he didn't exist. But the greatest trick the devil ever did was to make you think God doesn't exist.
Well, let me throw
For
this
me
in, then.
to say that is an amazing thing.
Sure. I know the globalists are trying to build a false reality and insert us into it. Currently, that's what they want, is into virtual reality. They want to take us out of this reality into that. Are you saying we're already in that reality, already in a false reality?
This reality that, the world is a stage is an understatement. Everything that's presented to us is complete and utter nonsense. Here's the thing. Again, as I said in the beginning, truth is the enemy of knowing. Lies are easy. You just lie. Okay, I believe it. But if you want to know the truth, you got to take the time and effort. And where can you go? You used to be able to go to YouTube and type in flat earth and you'd come up with all of these videos. Now they've changed the algorithms. It's all hidden. When I upload a video, I have all my subs. None of them get notified anymore. If you try to find my channel,
we know all about the censorship.
Yeah, it's eagle versus serpent. Knowledge is power.
Right. I have a challenge for people. The Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It's $3. It's super cheap. It cost me a ton of money to make, and I didn't make it to make money. I made it to bypass.
You got to feed yourself putting out your cosmology. Well, which I think is healthy to question everything. Cosmology means worldview. Respect.
The point of the app. Every day I serve a new video on it. It's a short video during the week, longer ones on the weekend, and I challenge people if they watch the video every day for 2 weeks. They will know that the Earth is not a ball, and they will dig deeper, and it bypasses YouTube's recommendations. Like if you watch a video that debunks something NASA did or debunks the spinning ball, the next video is the opposite of that, served by YouTube. But the app takes that away because it's feeding you playlists.
No, I understand, and we'll plug your stuff more, and I want to go look at it myself. But just, again, from your research, if you guys are right, is it other humanoids controlling us? Or, I mean, what would it be? Why would they want to, and why would the people on this planet, the scientific establishment, try to keep us from the fact that we're really
Didn't Epstein blackmail all these scientists? We were talking about that yesterday.
Yes,
so science is corruptible, right?
And there's also there's people that are just don't know. They're brainwashed, and they believe that, people that are doing extraterrestrial research, aliens, extraterrestrials, think of the word, the etymology, extraterrestrial, extra territory. They're coming from the extra lands beyond where we're allowed to go. I believe, don't have any proof, it's my opinion, that there are extraterrestrials, but they're not a spaceship a flight away, light years away. They're a day trip on a commercial airliner away. And we just don't have access to those lands.
And the globalists have treaties with them not to blow us up.
Well, no one is allowed to independently.
There's too many of us, so they're getting ready to kill us because the guys next door have more advanced technology. Our elite's going to go hang out with them, but we've got to all die as the cost of it.
If you
that's actually the plan being made. Satan's made a deal. This isn't flat Earth. This is the elites believe off-world entities, interdimensional, have made deals with them, and as long as they kill everybody, they get to be the new gods. Now that's an official globalist view.
Or maybe the official globalist glue. I can't speak. The official globalist.
Got an alien inside
idea, whatever. I just lost my words. Is that those aliens are here, not from outer space. It's all here. Thanks, Alex.
I'm just having some fun. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Eddie's about to kill me.
Well, I mean, it's like, come on, dude. You believe everything's a lie.
You challenge me to a battle?
You believe everything's a lie by the media, but you believe this one thing. It's like, how do you believe this one thing from the media, but you don't believe anything else?
Just because they're lying about chemtrailing. Oh, let me ask you this. They now admit, sir, that they are manipulating the atmosphere and the weather, and that we were all right about that. How does that fit into this?
Yeah, well, think about it. If you're trying to manipulate the weather on a spinning ball with a vacuum over a pressurized atmosphere, how does that work? If we are in an enclosed system, probably a lot easier to manipulate the weather. I don't know exactly what all the spraying in the sky is about. There's probably multiple reasons.
Well, they say they're saving
it's above my head. I'm not there.
Hey, if they say real quick, if I, and I'm just trying to ask questions of skeptics right here. If I say I fly around the world, what is actually happening?
Right.
So people have only circumnavigated east and west. East and west are circles around the center point. If you were 1 mile from the North Pole, your compass is pointing to the North Pole, and you wanted to go east, you have to keep that compass pointing to the North Pole. 3.14 miles later, you're back to where you started from.
What if I chartered an airplane in the summer, landed in Antarctica, and then asked them to fly over the rest of it? Let's say I flew down from Chile, and then I said, now I'm going to fly back over and go over to South Africa.
Right. So if you look at on the app, there's a frequently asked questions called circumnavigation, and it shows that it's never been done. Billions of people have done it east and west. People have gone over the north to the other side, but no one has gone south and come back up the other side because you can't. The earth is flat.
Alex, why don't you fund that? Why don't you fund somebody going
Alex,
to
you can
the
fund
south?
it, but it will never happen. You won't be able to go. They had a flight last year. They took money for it, and then it disappeared, and it never happened because
Can I have a document cam shot, please? Well, I think this is the ultimate quest, and I'll get on a plane with a bunch of you guys, and we'll go down there.
No, you go.
Alex, I got a better idea.
Here's the earth real quick. You're saying it's flat,
the earth is
and
flat.
so we basically just sail around in circles instead of because, again, you could go to South America and then fly south, and then I guess come back up on the other side of the planet.
That never happens.
And come back up.
Never done.
You just haven't looked into it. That never happens. That never happens. They just doesn't happen.
Look at the circumnavigation videos on the Flat Earth Podcast website or on the app, and you'll see how they've been faking
listen,
it.
what we'll do is, this is important enough. How about we have you come in studio? I'll fly you here. You can load all the graphics and stuff in here, and then you can convince me of this because
I got a better idea.
You got them.
In Dallas, Texas, on November 14th and 15th, this is the Flat Earth International Conference, FE2019.com. You're invited.
Dude,
I have a VIP ticket for you, and it's 2 days. And you will see. You will be nobody. The ballers walk in, but they don't walk out. Okay, the Flat Earth International Conference, November 14th and 15th in Dallas.
Stay there. We're going to come back for a little while, and then I've got Dr. Nick Bagich, who exposed HARP and globalism and the New World Order and the plan with the 5G 20 years before. We'll want to get his take on this. Like, let's bring Bagich in instead of 15 after. Let's bring him in at 6 after and get his take on this. Have a big roundtable, but keep our esteemed guest, Dave Weiss, the FlatEarthPodcast.com with us. Don't forget, I have the new 51st state T-shirts where the astronauts going to get the moon for the 51st state. That funds our operation, and all the big sales have to end this Sunday. InfoWarsStore.com, 50% off, you name it, on things like Super Male Vitality. Get a free bottle of Ultimate Female Force. That funds our operation. Thanks to you all. Stay with us. Hour number 4 straight ahead. Well, we're having a uniquely American.
What's up, Meggie?
The fuck was that?
I paused it.
No, I know what I'm saying. David White speaking to Alex.
Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo, Sam Tripoli. Whoever that is. I don't know any of those. Well, I know Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo is. Yeah, Dave White's talking to him.
You need to get a hold of Eddie Bravo, man, at some point. He needs to hear the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, bro. This is going to blow everybody's mind. This will.
Oh my God! Can you imagine Alex Jones in here?
Dude, that shit they would graduate from being like these initiate flirts to like advanced level. Like hell, all this like playing footsies with these ideas, like it's ridiculous, man. You don't need none of that shit. You can empower everybody in this world to have a critical thinking mind with that platform that they have. Instead of taking trips to Antarctica. It's stupid. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is ridiculous as well. People don't have a clue when they say that, or they do have a clue, and they're saying it anyway. I don't know which one is more stupid, but they're both pretty dumb.
Did you see Jay Tolan Media's video he released last night?
No. What did he release?
Yeah, somebody put that in the chat. I didn't look at it, though.
Fucking stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's got some different ideas, too. He needs to
Well, I mean, this is like the altitude of the sun. And I don't have any problem with him trying to figure out what the altitude of the sun is. If it has an altitude or whatever.
Yeah.
His methodology I have problems with.
Yeah, well, I'll have to look at it. But the thing I have to ask is, you're going to
check the distance of the sun. Why? What core? Are you going to change it somehow? What are you going to do with that information? Oh, now you know that. I mean, it probably would be helpful, but we're never going to have all the pieces of this.
Sonny, I have the answer to this. Come on, man. You heard of Icarus, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to repeat the Icarus experiment, but he don't want his wings to melt. So, like, he needs to know how high the sun is so he doesn't run into it.
That's about all. I mean, great story. And when you get done with it, when you get done with that little test, still great story. Who cares?
Yeah, you should play the latest clip I have with Rebel. Me and him. I just made it last night, and I put it up. It's about the AE map and the Gleasons. And you don't mind it, of course, but the guy you said was Big Fokker. I don't know if that's him or not, but like this name that he came in LARPing over this, saying he was a flat earther. And yeah, I mean, I felt like it was a great back and forth to get people to start to think, what is the necessity of having an 8-year Gleason's map like on the high on their burners, where that's what they need to be talking about. Like, well, we got to use some kind of map and like for the explanation of what the world is. And I think Dave Weiss is kind of the same mindset, like Sargent and all them. They want to have something to point to so they don't sound like utter fools when they're speaking to globalists, where they got a worldview map and then they got fuck all, they don't have nothing to show.
Yeah. And so I think that whole map and model thing needs to be burnt down, and I think we're the ones to do it.
Well, we're at least, what the thing is, Sonny, I want people to think about this. Like, because there's one thing to like throw them all in a big old burn pile. What I'm trying for them to do is like really critically think about what you're doing here. Where is this actually applicable to where you're going to use it to navigate? Because when you navigate, don't you navigate with charts and local maps? Like, I mean, that's how people are using it these days. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sonny, because you're a mariner. Like, what do you use? Do you take with you an overall map and then just use that thing, or do you use like the smaller individual map?
Usually you just have the charts from where you leave to where you're going to, and a lot of the places in between, especially if you're crossing the Pacific or something, you don't need that. You don't really need any maps, because other than like shoals, if you get to places where there's shoals, you need local areas, but those are all like rocks sticking up. Like, you can have an overall chart. And usually you'll have overall charts, but mostly people are traveling along the coast when they're using navigational charts fairly close to the coast.
Right, and they're traveling port to port. I mean, or they're trying to go from one location to another, exactly where they get to. I mean, obviously you can have charts of local areas in different ways, but like you're not going to use like a globe or an AE map and say, okay, we're here and this is where we're going to go at, and like use that predominantly.
It's not like we're lost. I think we're lost. Whip out the AE map or whip out
exactly. That's kind of the idea behind all of this, and I'm just like, I don't see that this has been like really high on the topics lately, the maps, and so I don't know. Maybe we should take another look at it and kind of like have people really talk about it, because I don't know if
that's true. That's a good idea. Because recently I looked at navigational charts for aircraft. They're the same. As they're flat charts too. But I wanted to make this little comment about celestial navigation. And I know we're talking about maps, but now when you're using charts and you're doing celestial navigation, so here's the thing. Can you imagine how small Hawaii is from, let's say, Los Angeles at the harbor? Like, so if you're leaving from Los Angeles Harbor and you're sailing to Hawaii, can you imagine how small that is compared to the angle of view that you have of the ocean once you get out there is 360. So you know which direction you're going and all that, but you're finding, using those right triangles in celestial navigation, a little tiny island that even visually you could barely see unless you were closer than 100 miles. So you can miss these islands quite easily. No, so that's the accuracy of the celestial navigation, because I hear from the Globers, they kind of have this idea that it's not really necessary, not really important, and nobody does it since we have GPS. So they're wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. I've never met a glober that's actually done celestial navigation.
They've thought about it.
Sorry for rambling on.
No, that's perfect. I mean,
I'll try to find that clip.
I don't know. Funding another flight to Antarctica is just a waste of freaking time.
Not for the person doing the GoFundMe.
Yeah. I feel like that's, you know what we can do, Indio? Brothers and sisters, I need you to wave in your hand, put it in your hands, wave how much money you want to donate, you know? We like the kind of money that falls and not jingles, you know? Like, what? We getting out of this, man. Like, at the end of all of that, the people on the plane are like, dude, we circumnavigated around, the southern place, whatever, Antarctica, and we came back around. All right. What is everybody else going to do? Believe you?
Who was the scammer? Remember him? Remember back in the day, the scammer? What was it called? Exploring Again or something like that?
Yeah.
He took up a GoFundMe and collected a bunch of money. He took someone's money. Who the fuck? I can't remember right. It was a complete lark, dude.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
It was like it was in the old server, obviously. Yeah. And he was in the old server, and we were ridiculing him then, man. And then we found out that he was the guy that was involved in like some Antarctica fucking clownery with starting a GoFundMe, taking a bunch of donations, and then like ripping everybody off.
He did take people.
Who?
Like 25,000 or something like this, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe more, I don't know. I heard 25 was what he took.
Who?
25 what? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Greater Sapien?
Greater Sapien, that's him.
No, this was a different scam.
Greater Sapien done that. He did that,
Yeah, he did a scam. He then vanished off the whole scene.
Yo, Indio, it was that guy, Dev and Maggie, and there was another couple of guys, but they had a GoFundMe to go to the North Pole, supposedly.
Yeah, this is a South Pole one that I'm talking about.
Oh, shit. That's why I jumped in. I thought you were maybe talking about him.
No, Greater Sapien done too, but
there was a guy named Explored Again. His PFP was like a lion head. He sounded like a 23-year-old black man, and whatever black man sounds like.
Hey, Spake.
I can tell, man.
Hey, Spake. How you doing, Spake? Good to hear you in here.
Man, I'm fucking in a bad way, but I thought I'd come in and say hello.
Hello.
It's always good to hear you, man. Actually,
I've got some bad fucking pains in my chest, man. I was at the hospital and shit. They never found anything. They're saying it's muscular, but it literally feels like I'm fucking gonna die. But yeah, man, I'm still kicking, so I'm still alive.
Did you get the jibbity jab? You didn't get the jibbity jab, did you?
No, that's a fuck, man. No way.
Okay, I'm just checking, man.
I had the same sort of thing with chest pain, and that there's nothing wrong with my heart or anything like that. So I've had these sharp pains in my left side of my chest too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's muscular.
They said it was muscular. You guys been busting push-ups? Is that it?
I wish. I'd probably fucking need an ambulance if I tried to do a press-up right now, man.
I haven't done a push-up in years. I ride a bicycle like 4 hours a day, though.
I mean, I'm not saying that's bad for you, but do some push-ups, man. Do some. Just do some. Just do them.
Hey, I've
You're in the Navy, done thousands of push-ups, man. You're probably so sick of push-ups.
I used to do 200 push-ups a day, every day.
My record is 1,200. Not to brag. I did 1,200 in a day on a bet.
Yeah.
I was playing cribbage, and we were playing 100. We were playing 100 push-ups a peg. I don't know. Have you ever played cribbage, Sonny?
I think so.
It's like with the little board and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I lost by 12 pegs, so I owed 1,200 push-ups in like 24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, since you're here, do you know if they changed the way search works, like in the Discord? If you're in the server and you go up to the upper right, I'm on a PC.
Sometimes it breaks.
Yeah, because there's times when I'm not able to find, like when I put from, colon, then space, and put a username, it's not been working. It has sporadically, but okay. Yeah,
update your Discord, but sometimes it doesn't work at all for me. Like nothing will come up, like literally nothing of any type.
Yeah, it updates by itself. So,
yo, Indio, while I'm here, bro, do you think you could drop my mod on this account? Because I've not got a fucking charger for my iPad, man, so it's dead. I'm going to have to wait till I can get one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about your voice. You sound a little like kind of like Bambi. Just kidding.
I know my voice does sound a bit deep, like, because I'm struggling to get a breath, man. I'm like, I have to keep shallow.
They said there's
breathing.
nothing wrong with you with your blood pressure and everything normal.
They took like 4 blood tests and they'd fucking done an X-ray and fucking checked my blood pressure, which was a little bit high.
How about an O2? How about an O2 thing? See how much O2 is in your
on the finger? Yeah, they had it on my finger. They says, "Oh, that was perfectly normal." But if I wanted a CT scan, I have to go to a GP for to get it like ordered. So that unless I was like fucking literally dying on the floor, they couldn't do it at accident emergency. So I have to go to a doctor.
Did you hurt your shoulder or anything?
Nah, mate. Nah, not at all. I thought it was possibly because I've got anxiety issues anyway, and I'm on meds that I don't really take anyway. But that's chest pain can be from that because I've been under a bit of strain.
Yeah, it could be like what they call neuropathic pain, which is like your nerve. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was dealing with a bit of anxiety, but prior to the change of my diet, which you probably may or may not know, I went like carnivore on the diet. And listen, just from my opinion, what I dealt with was that when I switched over that diet, just low carb, high protein, high fats, like on the good stuff. Dude, I'm telling you, it just dramatic. Like I tell people about my experience because it's true, dude. I had the anxiety, heart palpitations, like all that shit. And I'm telling you, I'm like 2 or 3, 4 months, like I feel legit. I wake up, I don't have anxiety no more. My mental clarity is like all full blast. Like, so I'm telling you, like, I don't know what you're eating and stuff like that, but if you went like the carnivore diet, like if you look it up, if you go that way, man, I just say, man, it's going to clean up a lot of the shit that you think is going wrong with you. I promise you, bro. Like, for me, anyway. My opinion is that if you try it out, just research it, right? Just, carnivore diet. And then, like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm just saying it would clear up a lot of the thing. I had anxiety, same way. I don't have it anymore. It doesn't affect me. Like, I don't know. It's like something inside, like, that I used to feel like this nervousness. It's gone. Like, completely. So I don't know, bro. Like I can't. I wish you well. Like I want you to get better, but like I've been telling people about this, like high fat, high protein. Get away from the seed oils. Seed oils are freaking horrendous for your body, and just low carb and then high fat, high protein, bro. And then you'll start seeing the difference. Like it's like an overhaul on a vehicle. Like your body feels like I'm saying, bro. Like I don't know, like what else
because that's what it actually is, Miggy. It actually is an overhaul.
Yeah,
I've talked about it before. There's a process in the body. It's called autophagy. Your body rebuilds itself constantly.
Yep.
But if you don't have the necessary components to rebuild your parts of your body, then your body won't do it. And you basically have old, crusty cells in there. Eating protein, meat, causes something called muscle protein synthesis. So but proteins, every cell in your body is a protein. Like, it's not like, it's just going to muscle. It goes to every part of your body. As soon as you eat anything with protein in it, within 45 minutes, your body starts muscle protein synthesis and starts rebuilding your body. Right? Yep. Obviously, it's a constant process. You got to eat meat all the time. It isn't like I eat a freaking hamburger and I'm healed. It ain't like that, obviously.
I like that. Yeah.
And does it not go into that state when you fast? Like when you've stopped eating for a period of time?
Fasting causes autophagy.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, eating. Okay, so yeah,
but it's good. But fasting is good because it'll break down like all the Put it this way: you have your body parts. You have cells and different tissues in your body, and some of them are older than the other. They weren't all created on the same day. And your body tries to get rid of the old ones because they'll be damaged or something will be wrong with them because over time they degrade from cellular processes. So your body will try to get rid of the junk, right? Tries to clean everything out, but it has to build a new one to replace it. Otherwise, we'd be a bunch of shrinking people. So. But if it doesn't have the protein available to replace it, it'll just leave those basically damaged, broken, old cells around until they die or they're too damaged to function, and then your immune system will then freaking get rid of them through. So that's a different process. So
it doesn't matter how much you could fast, and it also causes that, and you could exercise that could help. But
fasting will clean you out. Fasting will clean you out. Like you can get back to like a base state from like the build from. So fasting isn't bad for you, but it doesn't do everything that they say it does. I mean, it does stuff, but it's not a miracle either.
You to put the right things back in, and so that's what I'm saying. The high fat, high protein will then start giving you the building blocks to go back to where you should be. You're gonna feel like 20 years younger, man. I promise you. Like that's what I feel like. Mental clarity, do everything, but I can't. I wish people could just take the leap of faith and look into it. Just research it. Like if when you do, like shit.
Also, a lot of people do fasting wrong. So like your liver stores enough glucogen in it so you can last for like 5 days on that. You don't go in ketosis for like 5 days, so you have to like basically not eat for 5 days for it to actually have the effect, the benefits of fasting. You have to go into full fast, dude.
Well, Miggy, I'm not really into eating meat, to be honest. Like all the commercial stuff that I can get in stores, like local supermarkets and shit, it's all the cheapest, nastiest stuff you can get, and I don't think it's good for you at all, man. I stopped eating meat for 2 years.
Other forms of protein than meat, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But listen, like what I'm trying to... The thing about... Okay, so beef is kind of excellent.
There's a lot of milk, bro.
Yeah, beef is excellent, but what I'm saying is like... There's things that you got to watch out for, but bro, I don't know how to put this, man. Like, if you're too scared of everything, you're just gonna wither and die. Like, you have to actually like look into whatever you can, a local source or whatever, dude. Like, because you still need that protein coming in. Like, that's.
I think another part of the equation here is Mayhem is cutting out a lot of junk that would put his body under strain and stress, which causes it to try to heal that instead of getting back into a healthy state. So by limiting yourself to a narrow, healthy diet, or that's why some people who go vegetarian with a very selective diet can show positive results. Just like Mickey explains, some people who go into pure meat show positive results. It's when you're adding all these other things that are actually damaging your health, you're not going to get to a healthy state.
That's why I say I don't know what you're eating, Spake, but like if you look into this, you'll see the benefits of it. Like you can actually reap benefits because you change your diet. It's like mind, body, and spirit. It'll change you from the inside out. So you're gonna feel the difference, and it'll like anxiety and shit like that will go away. Like, I'm telling you, bro, like it's...
The past few weeks, man, like I've not ate a lot because I've been under a bit of strain because the shit has been going down. I've barely ate anything. Even now, like I had some fucking, what you would call potato chips and fucking chocolate, but that's really what I've ate all day, man. And I'm not hungry. I've barely ate any of them. And I'm still not hungry.
Your body's struggling to get the good stuff, and the only thing around you is the bad stuff, the seed oils, oh my God. Yeah,
your body uses protein so bad you can probably just like strap a steak to your body and it'll just like absorb
it. Yeah, no, like bro, like I'm
you like fish?
Yeah, like
fish is good.
Just start mowing fish. Though fish is mad expensive. Just fucking get. I mean, I'll eat tuna fish out of the can. Yeah, go fishing. There you go.
Well, when I stopped eating meat previously, I was pescatarian for a couple of years, just over 2 years. But then I just kind of, I don't know if it was laziness, just to go back to eating burgers and just shit like that. And every time I eat a burger, and I've been eating meat again for about a year, but every time I eat a burger or sausages or whatever, I'm kind of not really enjoying it. I'm just eating it just to put something in my stomach.
Yeah, I'd say cut out, because the burger involves like a lot of other shit. Like it involves ketchup, it involves bread, it involves like other shit that your body doesn't need. And if you're not giving it what it needs, it's gonna it's gonna struggle. So if you,
let me ask him a question. if you had to eat any meat and you could not season it or do anything to it, what would you eat?
Bacon.
Bacon. That's seasoned with like a pound of salt. What are you talking about?
No, without me putting. I thought you meant without me putting anything on it.
No, I mean without you personally. No, without anybody. Like you just cut it off the fucking animal. Turkey, chicken, never tried. Beef, fish, pork.
Probably fish. I would say if I had to eat anything, that would be fish.
Yeah, go with the fish, dude. Fish is super good for you too.
Oh yeah, salmon. Do you guys have salmon over there, Spake?
You know what you should go at least start small. Do you get can you get like herring? You know what herring is?
Like smoked fish, yeah, but you get that stuff, man. Yeah? Like yellow, it's like yellow. It's been dyed.
Yeah, I get it. When I get it in, I buy these things they're called Louisiana fish steaks. So they're herring. They're in a can, but they're in hot sauce. So they're sliced like steaks. So they're sliced along the herring, the short way, the girth way. So like there's about 27 grams of protein. But the great thing about them, as long as you don't overdo it, there's a lot of omega-3 fatty acids in it. There's a super duper amount, way more than tuna fish, way more than just about anything. So you also need fat in your diet because that's very important for your brain to work properly.
Yeah.
Fat is important for your brain, like super important. Your brain is basically a big thing of fat.
Yep. Buttery egg.
A lot of hemp seeds as well. I used to get organic hemp seeds, and I know they've got a lot of like omegas and magnesium. It's got loads of stuff in hemp.
Yeah, you can eat just nuts too, man. So nuts have fat and protein. So you could eat just like walnuts, peanut. I wouldn't recommend peanuts. I mean, peanuts aren't that bad. But peanuts raw are poison, but whatever.
There is a problem with eating seeds without crushing them first, because you do not have the digestive system to digest that, and so it can get lodged in your intestines and prevent you from absorbing nutrients.
Correct.
Yeah, unless you got some crazy grinding teeth, man.
Yeah, so that's why I think, I guess any type of animal product would probably be the better way to go. And also,
it's more bang for the buck too, man. Like you have to eat a lot of fucking nuts to equal like a half pound of meat.
Yeah, it's good for extra bit of nutrients to eat a little bit of nuts on the side and stuff like that. But it's not
chicken eggs are a superfood. I'm telling you right now, chicken eggs. So if you try to make sure you get them yolks, not cooked.
Eggs are great.
Sunny side eggs, perfect. Right, a little bit of butter in there. Put some butter to get your fats in there. But definitely, if you want to eat, eggs and bacon, and only use the animal fat of the bacon, and cook the eggs in that, and eat it that way. So you don't have to add like the seed oils, canola or corn or anything like that. That's freaking poison, man.
I always cut the fat off. Any kind of meat I eat, if it's got fat on it, I always cut it off.
Oh shit, dude! No, that's what your body needs, bro. It needs that.
Well, what's your body type? Like, what's your body fat percentage, you think?
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm about 13 stone, 6 foot, so I'm like quite skinny.
Oh, then you're fucking. You eat the fat, dude. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I even put a bit of kitchen roll. Like if I'm making greasy stuff like sausages and bacon, I'd prefer to put it onto a bit of kitchen roll to absorb the grease off it, because I don't like grease or fat.
Yeah, sausages are barely meat. You want to you want to try to get better meat. There's also differences in how good the meat itself is. Like you can get meat that was raised on just corn or whatever and injected with a bunch of shit, and it gets real bad. So you preferably want to find a butcher or some place where you can get good meat.
That's why I'm a sausage, man. If you read the ingredients on sausage and hot dogs, if you read the fat, and if you read the calories, and if the fat, dude, literally, like a hot dog is 110 calories and 100 calories from fat. Basically, you're eating a big thing of fat. You think you're eating meat, but it's not meat. It's fat.
Yeah.
Seasoned fat.
I'm always bro. Like shit. Do you know the standard diet that they give us, the food pyramid and shit? Like all of that shit
inverted.
It's bought and paid for, bro. Like, and a lot of stuff they tell you, the sensational ideas of like what it is to be fit and healthy and stuff, it's all backwards, man. So no wonder why you're kind of apprehensive when it comes to like, well, I don't know, I should stay away from this, but I'll eat my bag of chips and chocolate. Like, you know what I mean? They've turned our minds into giving ourselves the bad shit. So that's all we're stuffing ourselves with is all the carbs, all the bad stuff, the seed oils, and we don't ever think about it because we're like, well, they have a beat on like what's really going on. But what I'm telling you right here, man, is the proof is in the pudding. When I changed everything because I was like, I got a different mentality now. Now it seems like the healthy way to eat is like flat Earth. The truth is like what's being suppressed. Like when you hear about like what Indio and me and like everybody like Drace, we're talking about the reality of your body, interacting with the foods you eat. And if you look at like mainstream, you're gonna be the way you are right now, like totally like looking for an answer when the answer is always right there, but you don't want to take it because they've pushed this agenda on you that makes you scared of the world around you. So now you're just like, well, shit, if I eat anything, it's all poison. Like, it's not. That's this mentality that you have right now because you're like that's how they put you in fear so that you won't stray away from the putting your stuff, all that bad stuff that you don't need. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. They tell you that red meat causes colon cancer and like all this shit. Like, it's all like this, man. There's no peer-reviewed paper. Tell them, where is that information? Who's done it? Where are the studies on this? They don't have anything to back it up. It's all just like globe earth propaganda. It's the same thing. There's no studies to back up any of the shit that they say that they push onto the American people or people of the world even.
Yeah, didn't Oprah get sued for that? Oprah got sued back in the 90s for saying something against beef, and the Cattle Ranchers Association sued her and won.
It's also a really horrible cycle because you might be able to digest and feel healthy when you're young, some of this bad stuff, but as you get older, and the damage builds up, you no longer will be able to get nutrients from that, and you will start to feel sicker and sicker, and you will start to develop more and more issues. It's just, you can see it everywhere.
And it's like you take a look at the old people, right? Because they're really freaking old. Well, how did they get that? Well, they didn't grow up in the processed foods generation like we did. We got we're in the middle of that. The generation right above us were the ones that that's where they initiated the processed foods, kind of like the companies and all that.
It started my generation.
They
went from cooking food from scratch to cooking food out of a box. Now it's not even. Now it's not even the box. Now it's the microwave. Now it's everything is already like prepackaged to completely.
I wish I could be that want to eat at the restaurants, because the restaurants, everything's saturated in seed oil. Everything you eat, it's all seed oil shit. So you're like, this industrial lubricant that you're ingesting is tearing your body to shreds, man. It's like a toxin. You just keep ingesting it, and you don't have nothing to combat it because you think, well, shit, these oils that they cook with is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. But they're the main causes of like all these diseases. Like, freaking, they didn't have all these diseases they had back then. All these like restless leg syndrome and like freaking, like everybody's got like weird shit going on in their body. It's like, why? They didn't, like, people weren't suffering stuff.
Yeah, you can see the rise of cancer with the change in diet. You can even, my grandmother is far healthier than my mother, because my mother took the advice of the government and the modern eating system.
It sucks, man, because just like flat Earth, this information has been suppressed and then reversed. It's actually reversed to where eating this way, like if you look at the like healthy foods totem pole, meat and eggs are way at the freaking bottom, and what's at the top is like shredded wheat and shit. Like all this, like, it's ridiculous, man. And there's nothing to combat that except for us actually saying, well, if they have any information that this shit that they're putting on their little list is at the bottom, why would they do that? Like, what's fueling these companies' agendas? And so it's the same like flat Earth. You got to do the research, man, because if not, you're gonna be in the dark about all of it.
based on what I've seen of what they present as their arguments, it's all emotional appeals. It's like, look at these animals. Oh no, like you wouldn't want to eat this kind of looking animal. That's all they do. There's nothing else.
I was having
I should also say this: the number one Moore was correcting me. Oprah won that one.
No doubt, man. Money.
Okay. Anyway, so okay, stress, but like mental stress meaning elevated cortisol levels, fucked up hormone profiles. Long-term stress is what causes the number one killer, right? Coronary heart disease, cancer, all these other ailments. But that underlying stress is a side effect of improper diet, lack of exercise, not having the tools that would like mitigate your body's response to stress. Right.
But India, what about the stress that these animals in the abattoirs, as well as their life up until the point that they're put to death in these abattoirs, they're flooding their system with cortisol and whatever other fear hormones and chemicals that's flooding through the meat while they're waiting to die. They get killed, they get chopped up, and as far as I see it, that's getting transferred into us if we eat that shit.
I mean, then go start a farm. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, like serious, like. You have in real life, with grown-ups, there's no great choice. There's always you always have a choice between two bad choices, right? You have a bad choice: kill some furries, or fucking die from seed oils. I mean, pick your, you can live longer doing one versus the other. And one is better for your health versus the other. It's not perfect, but you have to take what you can get. Your only other option is start a farm, go fishing yourself. I mean, and then you'll be complaining about the fucking polluted ocean and that you caught a bottle cap or a milk jug or a tire or something.
Yeah, you're gonna be afraid of
the fucking
other assholes in the world. Though, you got to get over it. There's other assholes in the world that ruin shit.
Yeah, man, but I mean, what the fuck do you eat? Like, the fish is supposed to have mercury in it. The animals are tortured before they die. All the fruit's fucking sprayed with fucking chemicals.
Come into your house and smash your television set.
TV's even worse for you than me.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. The paranoia is what they want to foster, Spake. That's exactly the way they want you.
Bro, I mean, I'm not paranoid about it, but I'm just aware of it.
How do you know there's mercury in fish, then?
I don't know. So they say.
Yeah, exactly.
They also tell us there's a fucking spinning globe and we're monkeys, but...
Exactly. Yeah, true enough.
Yeah.
So I think if you just eat dirt and maybe leaves or grass, then maybe you'll be all right. But I suppose dogs piss on the grass.
You can't digest the grass or the dirt, so it's not going to help you. You need something that you can survive on.
Plus, dogs piss on the grass, so that's that out of the window.
Yeah, you can just argue that everything's going from the top down.
Hey, there's a freaking gray lining in every cloud.
The best choice is just move out of the city, and you'll be able to buy a cheaper house because.
You can get farmers markets, and you can get decent organic, grass-fed beef if you go to the markets. It's a bit more expensive, but when you get the vegetables that it's heirloom variety, there's none of that genetically modified shit. You do pay through the nose for it, but at least
it's more expensive in town. If you live outside the big cities near farms, you can get to know the farmers. You can help them out because they always need more hands, and you can get a bunch of meat that's well cared for, that hasn't been tortured all its life and injected with some nonsense.
Do you have any local butcheries, butcher shops? Do you got any those still exist where you live?
Sorry, I had to disconnect there for the noise.
Are there any butcher shops where you live, an actual local butcher?
Well, I've just moved to a new place and I'm in the city, so I'm going to be able to find stuff. I will find stuff. But see, the place I moved into, there's no kitchen facilities, so I'm going to have to buy a little like, I don't know, some kind of little slow cooker or fucking George Foreman or some shit like that. But again, if I get a George Foreman, that's limiting me to bacon and sausages and burgers and shit like that again. So, like, I'm gonna have to try and investigate and see what I can do, man.
You don't like chicken?
I
mean, you could just go the fucked up route. You could just go start taking protein powder. I mean, you could just do that.
So just eat
seriously, it is very underestimated. The recommended daily allowance of protein is like 5 times too low. It's not like a little bit too low. It's like 5 times too low.
Yeah, I don't eat much protein. Like, even when I'm like eating well, I wouldn't say that I eat very much protein at all.
Do you like milk?
Not really, man. I mean, I have it in tea or coffee, but I don't drink it much.
How about almond milk or fucking any of that shit? Not that I don't drink that.
Nah,
there's got to be a protein source you like. I mean, they make other proteins. What's those plant proteins? They make like a pea protein and a casein protein.
Bro, you get that hemp milk, but it's absolutely fucking disgusting, man. Honestly.
How about oat milk? Have you tried oat milk?
No, I've tried almond milk before.
Yeah, almond milk's pretty good, but that's a nut. So you could try oat milk. Some people tolerate that well. It tastes good.
Try it, man.
But I like the hemp milk. I like all those different ones. I drink regular milk mostly.
Yeah, what I've noticed in this life, Spake, is that you got to fight like hell, man. Because everything that we have is a struggle. Our health is a struggle. Our intelligence is a struggle. Our spirituality is a struggle. Everything's a freaking struggle. We get fed these agendas, bro, and it's like all we got is each other. We don't got these freaking companies and shit that are like, these guys are pushing out their agendas. All we got is like information we can gather from each other. That's it. Like we're the.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I've not been in for a couple of weeks because of all the shit that's been going down. I'm not really going to go into it. But since I came in here a couple of hours, I feel better than what I did. Like, I was just sitting depressed out of my mind. This fucking pain in the chest was torturing me mentally and physically. But I've kind of forgot a little bit about it because I've came in and had a talk.
Yeah, get your ass in here, man.
It's stress, man. You're fucking stressed to all fuck, dude.
Man, I lost fucking £3,300 on 2 fake tenancies, bro. I fucking got robbed, man. My fucking door got kicked in. Luckily, they never got me. They never got my iPad because I had it in my bag. But I've been through fucking heavy stress this past couple of weeks, man. But at least I'm sorted now. I'm clean, dry. I'm in a fucking perfect little spot. So, yeah, I'm sorted, man. Thank God.
Let's reboot, Let's start from square one and let's try to figure out what's going on, man, because maybe that old way wasn't working. Maybe you got to try a new way, bro. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I've tried, man. I've tried my damnedest, and at least it came to fruition. I've lost most of the money that I had. I'm like down to literally fucking next to nothing. But yeah, hopefully I'm sorted now. Touch wood.
I can relate.
Yeah, it's also much harder to feel good when you're actually malnourished and very deficient in the nutrients that you need. I had that happen to me because I as I grew up, I always used to cut off all the fat and I was always very low in fat percentage. So like I'm very cut and lean, but
even since I was a kid, I've always cut fat off stuff. I've always been very slim build, so
and that eventually led me down the road of just losing weight, and with more stress, it just got worse, and it's getting better now that I'm trying to add the fat and cut out the excess sugar and bread, and I'm feeling better and better with each passing day.
I need to eat bread. Any food that I have, I need to have rolls or bread with it. I just cannot eat food without putting it on some kind of bread.
Bread's made with a bunch of shit you don't even want to know. Dude, look at the ingredients. It's like a laundry list of shit that's inside of
I mean, I always try and buy like the brown stuff, or I try like the seeded stuff, or like what the stuff that's claimed to be better for you. But I know it's obviously not. It's obviously got fucking toxic shit in it. But
Well, there's also the problems of we all have parasites and all that kind of stuff, and sugar is one of the things they eat, and so bread, for instance, starch in bread, when it breaks down, it just breaks down into more sugar in the body. So the cravings we have for those things are not ours, is my view on that. I think they come from the parasites.
100%. I agree. That was a kind of look into what Jemsy used to tell me before about parasites. And he's very knowledgeable about this topic. And it's like a cleansing that your body goes through with these parasites that we're feeding off of this and making you feel like shit. And turning it around, then you starve them out and you kill it, they die out, and you no longer feel the way you do, then you look at the world differently, bro.
It's just easier to deal with everything. It's like they muddy your connection to your creator, your creative spirit. And I've seen under microscopes, there's this whole group of dentists that are fighting against all these parasites because they're like, the parasites are the cause of tooth decay. And so all of this removing teeth is just harming the patients, and we don't want to do that. And so a lot of them are trying to figure out how to deal with that. And in the process, they show images of these parasites, and they're very creepy. They like mass together and rhythmically pulse. So who knows what they're doing? And the worst thing is they get into your bloodstream, they get into your brain, they get everywhere. That's correct, Breathe. They are pooping inside us, which makes our bodies toxic, which makes it even harder to heal and feel good. One of the easiest ways is just starving them out, because they eat that sugar content. So if you cut that out and replace it with fat, all of a sudden, because your brain runs on fat, and you can substitute it with a little bit of sugar, but it's less efficient and it's worse for you. It's basically a toxin. And then it's important to get enough sleep, because the only time your brain can clean out and repair itself is when you're sleeping.
I've had pains like this in my chest previously and they've went away, but this is like 2 weeks now, and it's fucking, when I thought I was fucking having some kind of heart attack or something, I went to the A&E and they found nothing, and I'm in more stress with this pain now than what I was when I got an ambulance. So fuck knows, man. I don't think it's muscular, because it feels inside, it feels internal.
Well, there's something we cannot mention here that could be a factor.
The Mexican beer germ?
Yeah, and how people can transmit the protein.
Yep, I'm having the morning bacon and eggs right now.
I was making my breakfast too, Sonny.
Yeah, I use the bread to soak up oil, then I throw it away.
But regardless, the best option is just to try to be as healthy as possible, eat as naturally as possible without as many extra bits that are not normal to your diet. People used to live without most of the horrible diseases we have on normal food.
What's that old Viking diet, Drace?
It's just you take a lamb, you cut off you kill it, you cut off a leg, you stick it over fire, you roast it a little bit, you got food.
And people live to be super old doing that, huh?
Yeah, they could jump their own height in full armor, and if you stabbed them with a spear, they would just crawl up the spear and kill you.
Damn! But what about bugs? I thought bugs were good for you. That's what Carl Schwab told me.
Well, I haven't heard. Show me the historical reference of a culture that ate only bugs, and tell me how they did.
I don't know. They don't have bones.
Yeah, but there's some country, Europe or wherever, where they look like kebab sticks, but it's all full of crickets or some kind of bugs, man. I've seen it. I don't know which country it is or what the fuck kind of bugs it is, but they definitely eat it as some kind of delicacy someplace.
Hey,
a lot of cultures eat bugs. Africans eat bugs. They eat bugs in Asia. Don't fucking just eat anything there, dude.
The Wichita grubs, like the Aborigines, I know they eat them. It's like a big bag of pus.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that some of them supplement their diet with that kind of stuff, but I don't think anybody uses that as the primary source of nutrients.
Hey, Pure Water Health, you're banned.
Yeah, guess who's trying to get in here? We're talking about consuming things. Pea drinker trying to get in here.
Guy.
He's obsessed with this place, man.
Get the fuck out of here!
I don't know what his problem is. I've spoke to that pea drinker multiple times, and he's just fucking insane.
He's LARPing.
I think he believes some of the shit that he says, man.
Oh no, he's LARPing. He said he's the only. He said he's right now. He's in the Garden of Eden, dude.
He thinks he can live forever because of whatever the fuck piss and whatever else he says that he eats, man. He was trying to tell me about it the last time I spoke to him, but he's convinced he's going.
Well, maybe you're not allowed to kill the animals in the Garden of Eden, so he has to drink his own piss. I don't know.
Haram! I am. That's right, haram. Haram.
He said he's the only mediator for God on earth. That's what he also said that.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's a LARP.
All right, that's more narcissistic supply than he needs for the next 5 years. So.
Hey AI, been doing your teeth lately?
By what?
Your teeth. I'm just kidding.
My teeth?
Yeah, remember I accused you of using a drill or something, and you said, no, I'm doing my teeth.
Oh. Oh, man, I took the wrong exit. Now I got to turn around. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, shit. He was playing good cop this morning with Brandon. Brandon says we both have a belief. Him and us.
Yo, MJ is back in the server.
Wrong.
That's the same MJ.
Yeah, it is.
This motherfucker. He's in a white name.
Yeah, so Brandon's respawned yesterday with an image of the curvature of the Earth and was showing it to AI, and then
he's still on that. Jesus Christ, respawn.
yeah. And I was telling him, provide evidence that you've measured the curvature of the Earth or that it has been done. And he was struggling. He's like, no, we both believe that the Earth is what we say. No, it's not a belief. We don't say belief. You have a belief. We don't. Yes, you do. You have a belief. So do I. No. You're just wrong, dude.
Okay, so I want to bring up something Sonny brought up. That when you're on the ocean, you have a 360-degree view. And it's flat all the way around.
Yep.
Now let's say I'm Superman. And I just fly straight up. So that 360-degree view circle, when does that start curving down in my vision? That would be never. Eventually, you on a ball, you'd get high enough where you start to see the whole ball, right? You see a circle around you where your vision goes past the edges of the ball, but it would never curve down like it does in the photographs. Never. Never, never, never.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Check that meme out that I posted. Explains everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Absolutely.
Including the meaning of life.
Guy? I remember this guy when I first joined the server, Caddy. The horizon cannot be curved on a globe.
There's rumors that he passed away, but I don't know. Maybe he just went away. Who knows?
Gotcha.
He was a Glober too.
Yeah, when he was here, man.
Caddy was a Glober. He, she, I don't know. Like, I never really figured out the gender thing with Caddy. Rumor was it was a man dressed as a woman or something. Never talked on the mic. But, yeah, Caddy was a Glober, but by the end, he was smashing Globers.
Nice. That's why it's good to have them around.
Is that Catty, did you say, Indio?
Yeah, Caddy, yeah.
I wonder where he is, man.
Yeah.
I know
Vermont,
he was
right?
actually
from Vermont.
I'm not sure where he was from. But I think he was really old. I think he might have passed away because I know he never had good health and he was quite old.
He was really great at memes and stuff too, wasn't he?
I like the way he shut down people like stupid Glober arguments. Because I think he was a Glober himself.
Yeah, it's like you're embarrassing our side.
I would correct him all the time, man. It's hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's good to have one or two of them around that hold new people accountable. I saw a curve in an airplane. No, you didn't. Yeah. And they don't have to hear that from a flat earther. They can hear from someone who's on their side. So it is helpful to have a couple of those people around.
Yeah. I love using Glober hostile witnesses against them.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
There's like 3 tiers of arguments, and they're like level of, I don't know. You got the Eratosthenes level. Then you got the, like, a little bit higher, I see curve from an airplane level. And then you got the freaking geodetic surveying level. Right? So there's like this level of art. I think the low tier would be like, gravity pulls everything to the center. Explain gravity. Those clowns, right? At least they have an excuse. They're like in high school and junior college or whatever, but it's the upper level people that annoy me more.
Yeah.
I can deal with like just being ignorant, but I can't deal with like just nonsense. I saw a curve from a plane. Goddamn lying. You know you're lying. I know you're lying. We all know you're lying.
So, Indio, you believe the word of an entomologist?
The problem is Indio. Oh, sorry.
Would you take the word of an? Never mind.
What's the I was gonna say I was gonna call him needle dick bug fucker, but whatever.
You did. You just did.
The problem is, Indio, they might believe it that they saw this curve from the airplane because when they were exposed to the flat Earth, they're like, no, it's a globe. I was on the airplane and I looked out, and then in their minds, they curve the horizon without thinking with their belief. It's called wishful thinking.
It'll be a window, too. The window makes it also.
I don't even know. I never.
If you put your face out to the window, like very close, like within 6 inches, and like look out the edge of the window with your peripheral vision, you might get some distortion. But like, you have to be like looking at the glass from like an angle. You're not going to see curvature looking straight out the window.
Hell no.
I've come to the conclusion that these people are mentally ill. It's the only thing I can think of that covers it. They're mentally ill.
And we're the unpaid psychiatrists.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, but there's pictures of the plane on the ground where the edges are curved in the window.
Right.
Yeah.
Depending on which window you're using.
Did you mean
when they look back, their brain is looking for a curve, and so from a certain angle, it looked a little bit curved, and their brain bends that even more to fit with what they believe they should have seen from that height, even though it shouldn't have curved at all at that height.
Yes, but there's also the ancillary effect of distortion that all lenses have. Now, if you go and you research these alleged no distortion lenses that these Globers claim to send to high altitude, and you look at the type of distortion these alleged no distortion lenses have, when you actually look at the sources that know what they're talking about, they'll explain the distortion that it increases the y-axis variation as you go away from the center towards the periphery. Now, if you imagine two color fields, right, and you imagine a line across, and you start to increase the distance between those lines as you go towards the edges of the frame, you're going to end up with what appears to be a curve in one of those color fields. So, for example, if you had the black of space and the blue of the horizon, since it's the only positive color, is going to look like it's curved. It explains it exactly in the literature on the way these lenses function and the distortion they have.
Yeah, you're always going to have some level of dispersion of the colors. It's unavoidable.
So this is like 2 minutes of the guy arguing the point, real quick.
Plumb line straight or curved? Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
I love that part.
All I know is I'm sure glad that all you crazy flat earthers are not as crazy.
If you're gonna keep talking over me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Yes.
Did your mother have children that lived?
No.
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry?
As soon as you start talking about...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you won? That's amazing, heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
No, we're crazy.
I know.
They think we're crazy, so we're never done. We're never done because we're crazy flat earthers. We have no chance.
Gotcha, bitch.
It's ridiculous.
So I'm going to read something from I just saw in lobby. This is some train wreck shit, dude.
All right.
If the Earth was flat, you would not be able to go around the world in a straight line. Here's a little experiment for you. Step 1, go to the equator and stand on it. Step 2, look either perfectly east or perfectly west so that the equator is now a straight line in front of you. Step 3, going forward in a straight line. In reality, of course, the equator is a straight line, and walking in that straight line will take you on the equator, but for the sake of your guys' fictional curved equator, just keep going straight line and ignore the equator from now on. Step 4, at some point, you will be back at the exact position you started on. Of course, in practice, it's hard to pull off, especially since this would take multiple days, even if you use the sphere, because the only planes people like you guys are able to afford are slow as heck. The reason this works... it's not done, man. It's not done.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It just gets worse. Maybe I should skip this paragraph. No, the reason this works is because the Earth is a globe. On a flat Earth, if you walk in straight one direction, you eventually not be on the equator anymore, because the equator would have to be curved on a flat Earth. And yes, it's curved in 3D on a globe too, because obviously it goes around the Earth, but it's a straight line on a 2D map. The flat Earth equator isn't even flat on a map. On the flat Earth, you eventually reach ice wall or whatever it is, off the edge. Additionally, to stay on top of the equator on a flat Earth, your plane would have to fly in a slight tilt to the left if you're going east, and right if you're going west. That's obviously not what you're doing. You're flying in a straight line, and at some point you reach the destination you started off at. This is the exactly. This is the worst part. This is undeniable proof the Earth is a globe, and I will treat any statement similar to that experiment is stupid or the experiment is impossible as your ignorance against basic facts and logic.
Basic facts. What?
So, real quick, the premise of his assertion there is appealing to a premise that has not yet been completed. So it's appeal ex ante to the future. So something that occurs in the future can't be present proof of anything.
Besides, the pilots adjust their heading, trying to maintain this supposed straight line based on the compass, and they are constantly adjusting it so that they follow their flight path.
So he eventually... Did he quit? No, he's still around. I thought he quit. He said he was leaving. Anyway, this is what...
Lilo Stitch, they're gone.
Are they?
Yeah.
What a wuss. This is his parting gift. I'm done wasting my time with you guys. I joined this server to make fun of you, but this is actually making me depressed because you intentionally misinterpret any criticism because you are morons. Goodbye. Stay in your idiotic flat earth bubble and see how it serves you in your life.
All righty then.
Where's the sad music?
Aww. Your widow feelings.
I wish he was still around because, dude, you just wasted our time. We didn't waste your time. You wasted our time.
Dude, not to be dissuaded or supplanted by the all-time great. If you drew a triangle on a ball.
Oh my God, don't resurrect that AI. Oh God, I don't do that anymore. Freaking idiots, man. You know how long we it was like, what, a couple of months, 6 months or so we're dealing with that shit? Like, God.
Yeah.
Hey, Pure Water Health, you're gone again. Every time you come in here, you're being banned. So, ban on site. Bye.
Oh, he's already on the usual suspect list. It should be preemptively banned once identified.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah. Change your name.
It's not as bad.
Conor McGregor, get the fuck out of here.
It's not as bad as the guy who said that he couldn't define the Earth at whatever shape, a square or a circle. Now that shit was funny. You guys remember that conversation?
He couldn't define it. What?
You're
dude, why ask him,
bro?
Yeah, all I asked him was, what is the layout of the entire Earth? It's a circle. And then he proceeds to say it's actually a square, and that you can draw a circle. It was, dude, he was just all over the place. Dude, it was crazy.
Circles and
Surprised he
squares
didn't say a
mutually
blade
exclusive.
spheroid.
Yeah.
I mean, I would rather someone say that than it's a circle square. No, square circle. Like, dude, this isn't boxing.
I'm just imagining a fucking box that has rounded edges.
You remember the name of that guy? Was that Sticky Moss? No, it wasn't Sticky
No.
Moss.
Wasn't that the Rebel Abalone guy?
Was it him?
I thought so. Yeah.
Oh shit!
He said
dude.
that squares and circles aren't mutually exclusive.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the guy we said was big fucker.
Yeah.
So that means I got to go forward into that clip that I just got from last night and then clip that shit out. Who got him on the point? You did, didn't you, Heretic? Once again.
I think so. That time.
It was glorious, dude. Just like hearing the freaking springs and gears just popping out of his head when it was. He didn't know what to say anymore. It was so make up your mind. What is it? A square or a circle? Well, it's a square with a circle inside of it. Like,
well, the habitable part is a circle.
It's a Vitruvian man.
Hey, yeah, exactly. That's basically what he was trying to say.
So you have a circle and you have a square, but he's saying that they're one thing.
I think obviously B was like, well, so what shape is that?
Sounds like two different shapes.
oh, you got to play the kindergarten. Oh, I think I know where it is.
Dude, they can't figure out what flat even means. Yeah.
What's their excuse when they try to explain the gyroscope? Like when you spin it up and on the flat ground before you take off, and then as you head, let's say you had 5,000 miles, by then the gyroscope should be like flipping off of its, like it would be like upside down. It wouldn't work. What's their excuse? I mean, how do they explain that? I mean, what do
Just
they
make shit up?
I mean, what do they say? They reset it, they respin it, they land every 100 miles and respin it and go back up, land.
Well, it just wouldn't work if it was a flat Earth.
Oh no, I'll tell you. They say that they have pendulous vanes, which means there's little openings on the bottom of the housing of the gyroscope, and those openings are closed by brackets, basically, that hang on the outside. And so when the gyroscope tilts, those brackets lean to the side, going away from the opening, and so now air can enter the gyroscope even though it shouldn't have any reason to go in there. And then they imagine there's this force pushing it back, making it adjust to gravity.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, we got Flat Earth Rabbi in here. I don't think I've spoken to you, Flat Earth Rabbi. Are you, or have I?
Well, if he's a real rabbi, man, maybe he's got some real info.
Well, he's got something in Deuteronomy, and it's about me. It says, if you see your fellow's ox or sheep straying, do not ignore it. You must take it back to your fellow. Deuteronomy 22:1. I don't know.
Is he in the room now?
Yeah, he's in here right now. Sure. That's why I mentioned.
Oh, I see him.
You know how we do. Flat Earth Rabbi, are you there? Hello.
Say hi to us, Rabbi. If nothing else, just say hi. Introduce yourself. You come to visit in the room. Be polite and say hi. My name's Rabbi. How are you guys doing? I mean, that's what normal people do.
You got to get them to. You got to bait them out. You got to say something, bait them out.
I am. I'm throwing fish. I'm throwing the hooks out now, but he's not biting.
You got to try different bait.
We have a bearded dog.
I got one. Praise be Allah.
Uh-oh.
Praise the Allah.
I see them dukes coming up. Put up your dukes. At any rate, or meanwhile, back at the ranch, we had a pretty good conversation last night with Brandon, respawning again, talking about this image. I put the image up for you guys who weren't here. Let's have a look. All right, look at live stream voice text. That's what Brandon came in with. That image right there.
But
Wait,
it says
what-
GoPro camera. What do you mean no distortion lens?
It's a problem, isn't it?
This piece of shit.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm also looking at it and like that's all we get to see is just Lake Erie. That's it.
Eureka. You found the globe. Found the curvature.
Depth.
What thing are you measuring?
Yeah.
Whatever you measure.
I know,
Whatever
but
what are you measuring?
It doesn't matter what I measure. It's whatever I measure.
Okay, well, let's say.
Oh, yes, it does. What do you
Hold on. Let's say you, Brandon. Let's say you
Why
measure
does
a
it
table.
matter?
Hold on. Let's say you measure a table. Is the table the measurement?
No.
No. Okay. The measurement is a thing we did.
That we apply to the tables.
Yeah, we applied to it.
QE had me rolling. Whatever you measure.
Yo, Brandon was giving me some shit, man, because I was, the way I do my inflections, like when I was like, let me act like the scientist, and I always do that shit. He's like, why you making fun of me? I'm like, bro, that's how I talk. I make like, if I'm talking about a scientist, I act like, the snobby guy, well, we measure the curvature of the earth. And so like, I do that part, and he's like, well, you're making fun of me. I was like, bro, I'm not doing that shit. And so now this was a direct mimic of him. He wouldn't say shit. That's a double standard, Brandon.
No, I can't stop yelling because that's how I talk.
I'll have a Samuel Jackson too. Dude, I'm saving that shit. When he comes back in, because he owes me. He left. He was chuckling when he was telling me, we both have a belief. I was like, no, we don't, Brandon. You're just wrong. No, you believe the earth is flat. I believe it's a globe.
There's only truth.
And AI was playing the good cop. Now let's let's try to hear him. I was like, no, he's gonna answer. I was pissed, dude. I'm not. And now he left the chat. I was like, oh, you little shit, dude. When you come back in here, guess what? So you ain't getting away. So I'm just putting it out there, guys. This clip right here, you should put it out there so they play it when he comes back. And now a message from our sponsor. If you guys are feeling kind of down and you need a pick-me-up, try Bear Pelagic Coffee. What's up, bro? He joined the chat. I gave you a shout out. Eric, let me unmute you, bro.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I thought I'd join just so we could make sure that there's a cripple making fun of another cripple.
No.
That.
I need a pick me up. Talk about a pick me up. Somebody give me a pick me up.
How's it taste, motherfucker?
How's it taste, motherfucker?
That's how Latsy Klein is probably going to get some coffee today. Says flat earth dude. So they'll be hopefully they'll have some good reviews.
We help each other out. So yeah, if anybody
coffee will work. That'll work. I'll have a cup.
I have your link in my description of my videos. So just let you know. Stuff's good.
That's cool. I appreciate that.
What kind of coffee is it, dude?
Dude, I got all.
We've got a toilet that you use.
Oh, he says he's got all kinds of leaves.
What's that? I got
Colombian. You got Colombian?
I got a Colombian pink bourbon right now that's just off the chain. It's fermented.
That's exactly what you are.
Who's disconnecting him? Kick someone's ass.
Yeah, man.
There's a soundbite being played when he's disconnected too. It's weird.
Is it your internet, man, doing that shit?
I had to reset my my app. It was kicking me, and then it hasn't kicked me since I reset my app.
Well, it's weird because when he would leave, there was a soundbite like chugga coffee or some shit.
What are you talking? Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, okay. I don't see the little. You could see like all the people that were in the. I don't know.
To be honest, I think Discord's having issues
it's all right.
because
I can still see
everybody's
it.
broken up for me.
That's cool.
Yeah, I had to update my app today, and I was having issues yesterday. Anyway, we can hear you, Bear Pelagic. Go ahead, brother.
That's cool, man. Then Latter-day Saints, man. He started all this crap, man. Dude, you know I've been listening to you guys for like freaking 4 years, man. I've been in the YouTube chat for a long time. I just never knew how to work. I just never knew how to work Discord.
Latter-day started a lot. Yeah,
that networking is going to help you kind of like increase your sales. And I'm putting the link in my videos and such. It's in the description of my video. Well, it started to be. I got to do a little bit of work to put it in all of them, but
I'm so busy. I don't know if my crippled ass can keep up with it.
Don't worry about it. But check it out, man.
And
like,
then you go to the gallery and you make yourself
see, there
a
it is
cup of
again.
coffee.
Wow, yeah, I see now. As soon as I pressed the play button, it kicked him out.
Oh,
that's weird. Sorry about that.
How does that work? What's going on?
But why only him? I won't do it while he's here.
Well, shit. That threw my.
God, Miggy, is this the image that Brandon posted?
Yeah.
You gotta be fucking shitting me.
Nope. That's what he came in with.
And the left part is the image compressed, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, Brandon.
I know.
You're talking about the kid with the speech impediment, right?
Bro, hang on a second, Mary, please. I know a lot of people. A lot of people like to be sheltered when they use that. They play that card, but it doesn't work in here because if you come in here
it doesn't.
and you're rash
And that's why I came in because if he comes in and I'll tear his little ass up.
Yeah,
he can't say shit to me.
That don't sound right.
Exactly. No, what I'm saying is that's what we stand for. If you come in here and have the conversation,
Jeez, man.
Yeah, listen. If you come in here and have the conversation, and you want to stand up and you're arguing, then we're gonna treat you like everybody else. Like there's no special treatment just because of any.
Did you just say if I want to stand up? Was that freaking mocking me?
Huh? No, man. Anyway, but that's the thing though. When people come in here, they play the victim card and it's sympathy because they're starting to lose an argument. Oh, you're making fun of me. Oh, you're just saying this because no, shut up, dude. No, I'm not. We're not gonna do that here. You're not gonna get away. Play the victim card with that shit.
Was it like a month ago he was acting like he's a flat earther? Like, am I not right?
I don't think so.
I thought he was. I thought he was a flat.
I thought he was a flat earther. He'd be in here talking for like hours, like he's like with us.
I mean, he doesn't. He knows what this room is about, so he doesn't really. He'll run interference a little bit, when it's convenient for him. When there's more of the Globers in here, but as far as like when he knows he's the only one, he'll just kind of be like a little lamb, just kind of quiet in the corner. Every now and again, he'll pipe up. But like, last night there was a lady named Fresco, and she was like, "Well, I just want to hear any Glober," because she believes the Earth's a globe, right? But she was like, "I just want to hear if anybody would stand up for the globe." And so of course, here comes Brandon, right, Brandon? So
you're not talking about that girl that sounds like a freaking chick from a dang.
Yeah, Sympathy ain't easy. So like basically, you know that once he heard that he's coming in there because I made the off call. Hell, bro. That's weird.
Sorry about that.
By the way, the math in this little image is wrong.
What is that?
Well, because he's using this whole circumference of the Earth, but Jesus Christ.
I don't know, dude. I think that anybody that's been in here and who's really looked into it, and there's still a globe, I think they're just lying. There's just no freaking way in hell you can sit there and just you can see too far. It's that simple. Like it's just Once you've looked into the black swan, you've looked into this, there's just no freaking way, man. Like if you've really, really looked into it, like into like the moon landing, all that crap, and then you still like act like, oh yeah, it's still a ball. Like there's no effing way, dude. You're lying.
They're the ones peddling it. Then at that point, they're the ones trying to peddle the globe onto others. I was in Earth Awakenings, and I remember this one guy. His name Matthew Learns. I remember seeing him like a few weeks ago on Nathan. Nathan's channel.
No,
and Nathan fucking destroyed his ass. He's some professor at a college. And Nathan basically destroyed his ass, and then he keeps fucking peddling it.
Dude, they regularly freaking ruin that guy here on the regular.
Yeah, he's spent years here getting wrecked every day.
Is he like an FBI agent? Like what?
It's weird. Some of them actually like act like they're getting paid for this, but like I don't think they are. I think they're just obsessed.
That's weird.
I know it would be more normal to get paid as like a freaking undercover agent than it does.
Dude, they're probably students looking at him like, are you retarded?
Well, Indio, how much do they have to pay you to go hang out with at Gems all day, every day? You know, I'm not doing that for free. Hell no.
Hell no.
You gotta be a special kind of person to do that.
Dude, it'd be cool
for years.
We need one of. If anybody's got like a niece or a nephew that could go to his class, oh my gosh, that would be great, wouldn't it? Go in with a freaking little GoPro, watch this teaches stupid nonsense.
Yeah, that's him.
It would piss me off though. That's what it'd be like. Oh my gosh, you're literally lying to children, and he knows. That's the kind of guy that knows. He knows, and he's just freaking keeping up the nonsense because of his job and because, you know, I'm sure he goes and talks to his other buddies. Oh yeah, man, I go in and destroy those flat Earth guys all the time.
That's what he tells his wife.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, Matthew's an interesting character.
Yeah, I mean, Central, we put the heat on him last time he was here. I think Central's.
I always thought though that I think it came from Glad Flow, but he gave the best like breakdown on what his possible motive was. I don't know if you remember, but
it's funny. Like a couple guys in here, they'll go on with him for like an hour, and then QE will come in and be like, "Shut the fuck!" Ban him in like freaking 3 fucking seconds. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
it's like they're feeding off of our our wanting to, butt heads, debate them.
Well, right, and that's the thing, man. You don't have anybody in here who's got the balls to do anything. So then here comes Matthews, gimping in. He's not. So everybody's like, yeah, they're like on him like freaking like fresh meat, and then if people want to play around with it like a friggin' dog with a bone for a little while, and then here comes QE. He ain't taking any kind of shit, and he's gone in like seconds. It's hilarious, dude.
Bans him?
Just been erased.
All right, so OB, you were going to say Glad had a good read on the situation. What was the read?
Yeah, so it was essentially that Matthew would come in to demonstrate that it's okay to concede to flat earthers, because essentially he's demonstrating that nothing changes in the world if you do, so don't be scared to, And I thought that was a pretty good, kind of observation. Because that Matthew is always polite, always kept it civil. Never really ad-homed, anything like that. Didn't use them tactics. But he did concede to plenty enough.
He did one night. I don't know if it was Sunny or if it was Flat Earth Dude. It was somebody that he got.
He did once with me. He did once with Mayhem. When he gets really annoyed, he breaks character and his mask drops. But
he was like one night
because he works as a teacher.
I forget what it was, but
Bear, hold up, man. You can't. I know you're just in here, but you need to control your mic a bit. Trace is trying to speak.
But because he works as a teacher, he's used to like getting back into character and like putting back on the mask and being reserved. So it's hard to get him to drop the mask.
Oh, I know what he said. He said, "Did you tell that to all your friends that or something?" Like he came in with a little jab at whoever it was given, and that one he's like, "Did you tell that to all your friends at dinner last night?" Or something like that.
I always like Matthew saying that flat earthers won't exist. Like after 10 years, you fall out of it. Arbitrary.
He reminds me a little bit of. He reminds me a little bit of arguing with ChatGPT. It attempts to be polite and nice, but then it uses sophistry to argue, and I have to correct it, and then it'd be like, yeah, you're right. I am wrong. It's just a belief.
Well, I'm just remembering Central. You remember that night? He came in after Nathan gave him a good thrashing, and he tried to come here to kind of soothe himself. And he didn't get that soothing he was looking for because we put the grill on too. We put the heat on him quick.
He was just talking about, right? Like that comment he made?
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta give him a little bit of props that he comes in. Nobody else even freaking comes in. Like, I mean, you do have to give him a little bit of credit, but I don't know. He's just like, I think he's a straight up liar. Hate to say it.
I do agree with you though, Bear.
Did he eventually get banned for?
Oh, Helio got him. If you piss Helio off, you know you done fucked up.
Jesus, man, he must have been going fucking hard to piss Helio off.
That's what I'm saying. But no, I do agree with you though, Bear. Go ahead, Trace.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say I agree with you that he knows what he's getting into when he comes here. So I do give him that, give him some credit there because you have to be a little bit ignorant to wander onto a highway as a pedestrian. Okay, so you're gonna get run the fuck over. But go ahead, Drace.
he comes in all nice and stuff, and he did that years ago here, and I would say he was more calm and more quicker to say, yeah, I just believe it. But towards the end, when he eventually started going to Nathan's and stuff, that was because it was not working anymore here. We had gone over it too many times with him, and so when he would try to respawn, we would just be like, no, Matthew, you should know better. Stop acting a fool. And he would be like,
think about the people that have came in and argued it. Like I'm talking like Red's rhetoric or freaking what's that other douche? I forget his name.
Mick West.
Yeah, anybody, all them. Even there was a guy named Grimm that used to come in Nathan's show, like back when I used to watch it, like way back when it first started. And that was back before Nathan. That was back when Nathan would let baltards talk. Now he doesn't even take any shit over there. But he like this guy named Grimm. Grimm came in there and he would go on, and Nathan would let him sound smart for a couple hours, and then he eventually he's gone. He's nowhere to be found. Like I don't even think I don't know anybody who's even lasted or even been around. You know, they just get destroyed and then they're gone.
But Matthew, he perseveres.
I think Matthew was only just allowed to be around because he just basically became a training dummy for newbie fly earthers.
Oh my gosh!
A lot of people earned their tag off on Matthew.
Like the sparring dummy, the thing that gets its ass beat. That's hilarious, dude.
Exactly that. Yeah.
He's like that thing with the sticks on it, the Jackie Chan freaking kung fu's. Oh, Lord. Well, you guys, I'm gonna man. I gotta go frickin' fill some orders. It was good to frickin' hear from y'all.
All right, Paraplegic, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, man. You have a good day, all right?
Ditto.
Yeah, bro.
No, it's funny actually that he came in. He's like, all right, they can't criticize you. We've already got one cripple on your side. But no, honestly though, Brandon's been a good sport, and I didn't play that clip to kind of just make fun of him out of the blue. I've let him know that how much I like his company a little bit. I appreciate his quirkiness. And so when I played that clip, QE was giving him, I always like when people get around with QE. It kind of shows their nature. And I think Brandon did a good job with QE, even though QE was giving him a little bit of a hard time. Whatever you measure.
Yeah.
Had me laughing. So I laughed probably like 10 minutes crying. But he took it well. I just want to say that, like, he was a good sport about it. So, I kind of give him some credit, and shout out to
he'll use that card. You put him in a corner, he'll pull that card out.
What, the victim card?
Yeah. A very, very, very big victim card, yeah.
I was going to say, OB, I was just
last night.
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, on you go, bro.
No, go ahead. I was just typing something out. Go ahead.
So yeah, last night when Miggy and AI were speaking to him, and he posted that image, ridiculous fucking image. He tried to. He told AI just completely destroyed him. Explained everything about the lenses to him, and he tried to just conclude the conversation by saying. Okay, I agree to. Let's just agree to disagree. You believe and I believe, and that's that. It was super weaselly, man. You had absolutely nowhere to go. Only two choices were be a weasel or concede. And what he picked. So
we know what he went with. Yep. Hey, man. Well, he just reminded me of this girl. That was on one of these podcasts, these like kind of dating shows or whatever. Same type of mindset. You put them in a corner, and they only kind of resort back to the, oh well, you have your opinion, and I have my opinion. And one thing I learned when I got to this forum is that this is something I never heard growing up. This isn't a disagree or agree type of thing, and in some areas that's true. Especially when it comes to the gas pressure argument. It's not just agree or disagree. It's demonstration versus lack of demonstration. So I agree that there are some things that aren't just, we can agree to disagree. No. It's not about that. It's we can demonstrate our claim and you can't. Sometimes. So
well, they just use it as a get out of jail free card, in their mind. It's so fucking slimy though, man.
How do they get out of the gas pressure argument?
They don't. They generally spiral. And then
here we go. I was trying to find the clip because this whole you have belief and I have my belief.
Not a fucking religion. Truth is truth. What you see around you, if you see a tree, it's a tree. If it's an oak tree, it's an oak tree.
Let's just agree, bearded.
Here we go. So this is the girl I was talking about. There's a certain mind virus that seems to be well spread, and a lot of people have it. And when you put them into a corner, they kind of revert back to this old programming of like Obi pointed out. Well, you have your opinion, I have mine. Here's the clip of this chick.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off. And I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's
opinion is. That's my opinion. Is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro.
Masters agree.
Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron?
This is what.
If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
that is objectively wrong.
Best
My
friend.
opinion is
Yeah, go ahead.
incorrect.
That's the
best right there. Go, girl. I can't believe that we're even having this conversation.
Oh fuck! Who's the simp saying "Go girl"?
Never
Man?
said the sky was green.
I gave an example. She said that.
No, he was trolling. He was trolling.
Oh, good. That fucking.
But no,
Is there a more fucking just stupid line than that? Like, I don't think an opinion can be wrong.
Is this not the same mindset that these Globers have? It's like it's exactly.
Of course. Yeah, man. Yeah. But that's not even on this topic. We know the Globers act like that out of pure existential desperation. You know. That's all. What's the topic they're discussing in there? Some meaningless social bullshit.
Well, no, dude, it kept going back. Because this is what she kept doing is she kept reverting back to, well, he would say the fact, and then she goes, well, you have your opinions and I have my opinions. That was like every argument that was what she would revert back to. And
You're right. That's the 21st century mind virus right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and this is what I'm guessing. This is what Brandon did when he said, "Well, you have your beliefs, I have my beliefs." It's like, no, not everything's like that, dude. I'm presenting to you facts. You can't just turn around and say, "Well, that's a belief," and that just exposed her here in this clip when she said, "Well, he presented with my opinion is the sky is green." That's false. She's like, "Well, no, it's not false. It's your opinion." Like, dude, are you serious?
These people don't know what objective reality is, man.
And what's even worse, dude, is this chick. And I don't mean to just grill on her or whatever, but I'm really pointing towards more of the mind virus, not this individual.
Oh shit, fresh and fit, man. I just thought, yeah, man, you're not gonna get too much quality material out of that shit.
Well, it depends. It's curious to see who goes on. But this girl claims she had multiple master's degrees and whatnot. That's why at the end of the clip they're like, "Master's degree, bro, master's degree." Yeah, that's what they were That's what they were saying at the end. They're like, "Yeah, master's degree. She's got a master's degree." That she was the one that was talking the most, and I have all these degrees and blah blah blah, and it was just a nightmare the whole night. Well, that fact is just your opinion. I kept thinking of how Glober-minded she was, and how we deal with people who are like, well, I don't know, maybe I'm on Discord, there's a chance I might not be, this type of thing.
It just goes to show that mass degrees, you can just buy your way to get a piece of paper. They have this piece of paper like, hey, I'm a good slave.
Yeah,
hire me. I'm a good slave.
I don't think an opinion can be wrong. Like, no, she's just saying, like, because I have an opinion, therefore it can't be wrong. Like, no, you can have an opinion and it can also be wrong. And you can have an opinion and it can be correct. So, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. I'm glad that on this side of the fence we've realized there are some things we can know and be certain about. We don't have to be 99% on things. Obviously, there's lots of unknowns.
I'm wondering when it was in history that this became a debate on whether we could know certain things or not.
Well, here's what it is, bro.
As I was just saying, it's a mind virus that was implanted at some point.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However,
it's ego. That's what it is.
Don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
I feel like that's part of the new virus. Is like, well, science doesn't really prove anything.
It's definitely ego. They're clinging to their ego. They can't be wrong, or they can't be open-minded. They're always right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's a big aspect.
I call it the crabs in a bucket mentality, Dora. Is we have climbed out of the bucket to some degree. We're making our way out. And they're like, no, well, you guys can't be the ones that have figured it out. We've got all the experts. They would have figured it out first. So come back down in this bucket.
I said that. I said that last night,
These so-called experts are in the fucking bucket.
Yeah.
They're at the bottom of the fucking bucket, bro.
Yeah, you're right. They are in the bucket.
They sunk way down.
we're like, no, we're good. We're gonna stay out of the bucket. You guys can have that. But yeah, they don't. Go ahead.
No, you go, man.
Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna kind of just keep riffing, just like I don't know. It's just
Well,
the
yeah,
mentality.
I said something along the similar lines like the other night or something. I was like, I think the deal with most Globers is they're just really fucking pissed off that flat earthers figured it out before them.
Yeah.
And they don't want to make that the reality. They don't want.
Why can't they make the change though? I feel
make
like
that
would-
real in their minds? So they just double down on the globe, and that's how they just become zealots and anti-flats. You know.
You become free though to their programming. Like you stop watching like mainstream media. You would recognize that the celestial bodies aren't. They're lights in the sky. They're not planets. Not spheres.
Yeah, but remember, because they're stuck in that materialistic ego paradigm, all of life is just about winning and losing to them. So we won, they lost. They don't want to accept it and come over here, you know. Even though we don't care about it like that. It's not about winning or losing. It's about getting down to the truth, getting down to business, you know. You know, clearing the table, you know. From all the just mayhem in the world, information.
yeah, I know.
But for them, it's fucking ego, it's competition. It's like, I gotta be right, I gotta win. You know, I'm a winner. Meanwhile, they're the biggest fucking losers in reality.
You're the last winner. It's like they get a medal for fucking being last. It's like that kind of. It's like I don't say it's my generation, but I'd say it's like the generation below me that has to be a winner, even though they're last place. You have to get something.
It probably wouldn't be so bad if they weren't so gassed up by the media to think that they were superior. You know, they're trying to tell you that flat earthers are the bottom of the barrel of society, and you know they're dangerous, and it's they're dumb and all this stuff. So you see how they approach you. How many times has someone basically assumed that you've never even heard of the globe before?
Imagine if we flip that perspective of mindset. Imagine they said that people that believe in unicorns or know that unicorns are real are dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is, flat Earth isn't a unicorn. It's something you can test. You can find out for yourself.
Yeah.
I know. It's weird.
That should be another red flag. I mean, you basically just pointed out to me that another reason why it's like they don't have any evidence at all. The only thing they can resort to is these tactics. Oh, well, it's dangerous to think that. Well, what's the correct thing to think that? Yeah.
Like what? I'm going to have a different opinion, or what? What is dangerous to the establishment that's already been established? It's saying that you can't question this fact. The fact that you can't question things should be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I question that? Why is it being ridiculed? If it's easily dismissible, then why is it still being perpetuated?
And propagandized as well, like you said. If it was something silly like unicorns, people we make shows and it's treated very lightly. So if flat Earth is something silly like that, why is it danger to society, and we don't have time to think about the flat Earth. It's like, dude, what the?
I feel like I know why they try to say that shit. Like, they don't want you to. I feel like find out that the sun in the sky. They want you to believe that it's a nuclear explosion that will blind you. They always tell you that. They say, oh yeah, you'll go blind if you stare at the sun.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So, I just recently started doing sun gazing.
Hell yeah! All right.
Fucking, it feels almost kind of like a psychedelic trip, but without even
I know. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
but that's what's so interesting, man. Is it's like
it helps. Like I got great sleep. Like I fucking. I feel like it's like the primal source in the universe for like intelligence. Like, and if you don't, and you're constantly in the shade, not being exposed to sun, you're not going to be intelligent.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna play a small, like a 1-minute clip because it just goes to show, man, it's crazy.
Or just being a critical thinker. That's what what I'm trying to say is that you can be intelligent, sure, but I'm talking about critical thinking and wisdom.
Yeah. Well, that's a big one. You pointed out alone. It would be common sense that, oh, well, you can't look at the sun; you'll go blind. It's like, well, dude, even that's not even true. You know,
I got pointed to a paper of how staring at the sun makes you go blind or whatnot, and they did studies or whatnot. And immediately in the title, it says something about nuclear fusion, about the sun, or something about nuclear. It's like, how do you know what it is? What's going on? You don't know what's going on over there. How do you know how far away it is? How do you know that it's a nuclear fusion? It doesn't fucking look like it's like a explosion when I look up at the sun.
That ties exactly into this clip I'm going to play right here.
Nothing is what it appears to be. Surely you've noticed that. That's A, right? A is nothing is what it appears to be. Well, therefore, complex, difficult, tricky, and mercurial things are even less likely to be what they claim to be than other forms of reality. So, confronted with the endless whispered rumors and doctored photographs and breathless testimony from the denizens of trailer courts and so forth and so on, what is one to make of all that? Well, I think the message is return to basics. The information matrix has become compromised. The data stream is now suspect. Return to first principles. What are first principles? That's what the 20th century is trying to figure out. Yes, what are first principles? I'd like to suggest to you that a place to begin is the body.
I agree. If you know yourself...
He said, endless rumors, whispered testimony, breathless testimony. That's exactly what... Oh, you'll go blind if you look at the sun. That's exactly what that is. He said doctored photographs. What does that sound like? It's Photoshop, but it has to be. Yeah, I mean, dude, this guy was on point. This is back in the, I don't know.
You think he knew about flat Earth?
I don't know, because it seemed like they were pretty interested in, the millions of years and evolution and space and stuff like that. They were pretty wrapped
you
up
never
in
figured
that.
out.
Part of me thought
Terrence
maybe they were like a part of a I don't know, like a psyop or some shit. At least Terrence McKenna.
I know. I've considered that after the fact, but there's still some gems nonetheless. I mean, I was listening to this clip; it was much longer, but once he started talking about, millions of years, we know. I'm like, all right, I gotta cut this off here because I don't know if we're, if I'm with that.
They sprinkle in truth, and then they go like they painted truth and sprinkle in lies. And they get away with those lies.
I think he really believed that, though. I think they believed in the outer space and stuff like that, though. But I don't know. I don't want to get too far off topic. But that's basically what you were talking about. There's a lot of breathless testimony and whispered rumors, such as, you can't look at the sun. You'll go deaf. You'll 100% go blind. I've done some sun gazing. I'm not blind. I got great vision. 2020.
You'll go deaf.
Yeah.
Your balls will shrink.
Don't create a new rumor, CB.
So yeah, it's good to test things and not just like auto believe what whoever says.
That's the same shit when I was going through when I was I switched my diet up. Before I would eat like a fuck ton of meat, thinking meat does the body good, milk does the body good. Then I went vegan. We went plant-based, then vegan. But it's like, oh, you need meat for your protein for your muscles. You can't get protein from plants. But where the fuck does protein come from originally? Or amino acids, the building blocks. All amino acids come from plants.
Yeah, but does your stomach have the ability to break it down in a plant form as efficiently as a meat form?
Yeah, it's much more bioavailable.
So here we go. You want to start a war?
I can go down this. I can debate this. This is my playing field. This is my playing field. We are anatomically herbivorous.
Let's not go too deep into that because everybody has their own little thing. What works for them. It's always end up into a debate of how you should.
I guess.
In objective reality, how many essential amino acids are there?
Well, here we go. Orion wants to beat it. Wants to do this.
I'm pretty sure it's 21.
Let's not go too deep into this topic because it doesn't go anywhere.
That's 12.
Wait, then what was the 20? Where did I get that from?
Well, there's more than one in existence, but there's 12 essential ones.
Oh, I thought you were talking all of them.
I think there's hundreds actually.
Hey, just do whatever works for you, man. If you like eating vegan, if that's good for you, whatever, do it. If you eat meat only, do that. Right. We don't need to have this one thing applies for everybody type of deal. So there's different things.
I would disagree on the we'll let one person do it or one person, although because in the end there is a victim. A person shares sentience, same as you as me.
Guess what? I don't know when this occurred where what people eat has to be pushed on everybody else, but it's stupid.
I'm not going to recommend somebody go eat Doritos.
You can eat anything. I don't give a fuck if you want to snort crack or eat heroin. I don't give a shit about that. It's just we claim to be moral beings. We adhere to this moral system. But we're hypocrites.
You know what?
So the subject before it devolves any further.
Yeah, the scripture itself says the scripture itself says the plants and animals are here for us. So I don't know where you're getting your little moral thing from.
Jesus, this got heated faster than a religious debate.
I don't know. I would apply morals to the plants and stuff like that. It was probably but whatever.
We could do that too. So let's change the topic.
Yeah, let's talk about just interesting plants we find. Something funny? I was at the store in a greenhouse with my friend the other day, and he selected a plant, to have for my apartment because he's got a cat and I've got a cat now, and cats like rubbing their face against plants. It was so funny. He found a bush. I got to go look up the name of it again, but I swear it looks exactly like crabgrass, but it doesn't prick your fingers when you touch it like crabgrass. And it's actually delicate to the touch, it doesn't hurt your hand at all. But I swear it's a bush, and it looks exactly like crabgrass. It's kind of weird.
What's crabgrass?
It's a grass that grows in various areas, on the Pacific coast, the Oregon coast, and it grows amongst regular grass, and it's a real nuisance. So you'll be walking barefoot on regular grass and feeling fine, and then you step on crabgrass, and it just makes your feet hurt. It doesn't really draw blood, but it's just painful to walk. It's like walking over a cactus, pretty much.
It might be a spider plant.
I just looked it up. I think I've seen that. I've definitely seen that. It feels like it sticks almost, kind of.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So are the leaves long or short?
That's just it. There's no leaves here. I'll post a picture of it. It's called a Monterey cypress or gold crest.
Howdy, y'all.
Welcome back, sir. I want to play a quick clip. Just a recommendation for folks out there because you've always got to keep your ears to the ground. It's up to you to capture these moments. There's messages about this stuff out there everywhere. It's in the news, it's in memes, it's in music. But if it goes by, it's up to you to catch it. So just
Hey, CB, before you play that clip, dude, like that last video that I put on my channel, it's featuring you in there too. Me and you speaking to Rebel. Me and him at the very beginning, and then you jump in towards the end. So,
I'll check that out.
Yeah.
It's only like 14 seconds here.
Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like, fuck it, it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you. You pray for me, I pray for you. They say the world 360, but what if it's flat?
They say the world 360, but what if it's flat? Yeah, so it's in the music. It's everywhere, folks. And I don't know. It's like up to us to catch this stuff and make content out of it. Otherwise,
in our field, it's by the seat of your pants. Leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Wait, is that Michio Taki or what's his fucking name?
Michio Kaku.
Kaku.
Yeah.
We're not. Basically, I want to say, all I'm saying is that we're not the only ones that know that the Earth is flat. All right. And some people just aren't as vocal about it as we are. We just don't care about what kind of negative repercussions to our image or whatever that might come from being a flat earther. But I'm sure there's plenty of artists.
Joke? It's like if you want a career change, just say you're a flat earther.
If you're working for a big company, yeah, I'm a flat earther.
It's what they do when they try to provide evidence for the Earth being a globe. Look at live stream voice text.
Oh, that's some curvature.
Hell yeah! Right? I mean, right?
Stupid. Look at that hill of water.
Isn't our
it's like they're outside the firmament. How the fuck? What's that blue and black? There's no star, or is it because you're on the side? Are the stars only visible if you look up, like kind of directly up, like just stars like a chandelier? Is that why you can't see stars on the side of it in this picture?
Yeah. There's no
you can
stars.
see stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Polka dots.
And
what the hell did he just say?
You can see the zodiacal light.
It sounds like
Did he just fucking say the zodiacal light?
It seems like he just made up that word on the spot, right? You know, zodiacal sounds like a pretty cool word to use right now.
Yeah.
It's like somebody playing Scrabble with you, like, dude, I don't think that's a word, man. You're like, oh yeah, put it down. The hell are you talking about? Zodiacal Z? Like, you start spelling it. You're like, you shithead.
It is in my brain.
Zodiacal light. Let's look this up.
Look at bearded.
I mean, zodiac, right? The zodiac. So he's just he's combining them all together and calling them zodiacal lights.
With your powers combined.
Imagine if they made that term up once he fucking said that. shit, fuck. Let's create a definition for it.
Zodiacal man to the rescue.
That whole clip is cringe. Hey, God,
does anybody else feel that fucking Don Pettit probably has like astronaut bed sheets and shit still?
Brother, you need to close that mic.
Mute up, brother.
Sounds like you're in the bathroom, bro.
Who? Me?
No. I'm just
God rocking.
What?
Right.
Just go on mute.
Yeah, just go on mute, bro.
Thank you.
I could have sworn I heard a toot, man. I'm like,
okay, we're just getting a lot of feedback is all.
Yeah, I'm betting Don Pettit still has like astronaut bed sheets and like a little fucking twinkle little star, like night light, you know, and shit like that.
Just mute my ass whenever I have feedback. Just mute me. Just do it.
Pettit. No, probably a pedophile.
I don't get upset. I never get upset. So yeah, just mute my dumb ass. Seriously, just mute my dumb ass.
Yo, we're cool, man. We're cool.
This is what you really want to do? Hey, bro, you
Anyway, we're live, ladies and gentlemen.
He probably likes little boys.
Man. Like, seriously.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moon.
I used to be obsessed with that video where he has the water And he's in quote unquote space with that fucking little rod, and he'd like shoot fucking air into it.
I like the condescending way he said what he just said right now. But you could see planets, you could see moon, like he's
like talking to children in like first grade.
You can see the stars.
It's not a black void.
And B is for banana. Like, what the hell, bro?
He's trying to recall what the fuck's in a solar system while he's saying it, you know?
Yeah, he's like,
doesn't even know.
Quasars and black holes and like.
And then you can
Fuck
see
is he talking about?
The zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Whoa, the other guy in the background. Whoa.
Yeah,
he's
all-
like
that we're getting heavy now, boys. Like shit's getting all the
I never hear Globers addressing Don Pettit's stupidity.
No, dude, he goes under the bus with the rest of them.
Yeah, we need to pull that shit up next Glober we get. Really get their opinion on it. I want to see how they gymnastics.
Get a leak on that. Then
there's one part of that where they do that other dude's like, "Ooh, that's a good word."
Morvis. That's exactly. I was gonna say this. Is the other guy was almost more retarded than Don Pettit. He was like the gas Magellan, Magellan, and Don Pettit corrects him. He goes, "Yeah, the Magellanic clouds," and he goes, "Oh yeah, I meant to say Magellanic. I just meant to say." Dude, the other guy is more dumb than Don. Let me get the longer clip.
Dude, you know he was stumbling around like he's
like
just
a couple Sesame Street characters is what they reminded me of, or something like that.
Hey, it's for astronaut. And we got moon and a star and like
and he said polka dot.
Yeah, there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Polka dot.
That's the fucking term he used.
This guy's 66 years old. Like, come on, dude. Hold on, let me just play this to the
dots.
You can't.
Who do you think you're talking to?
See planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you
Magellan.
can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
You're gonna respond by correcting him and say Magellanic and then say zodiacal light. And if you're really good, we can have a corn dog afterwards. Like,
yeah.
That's kind of the vibe. Deep throat that corn dog.
Oh my.
It's like little IQ counter above his head, man, goes up 5 points for a second and plummets when he says zodiacal.
Brother, we're gonna do that to the Globers that come in.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Both of them. Their target audience was children. 100%.
Oh, he contradicted us. It's it's a black, but it's not black. Like
that's some type of shit that your 8th grade science teacher would show on YouTube after in a class.
You know, like they're talking to the and we got a moon and right next to the moon there's a star and you're like, so stupid, bro. Like,
I know, right? And like, these are NASA. This is NASA. Who are they addressing?
How much money are we paying them a day?
The
$70
moon
million now?
Star zodiacal lights. Like, these are grown men, dude.
They're
talking to other grown men that way. Like,
no, they're talking to
other. Other fool talk about Magellan is like, wrong.
Yeah, I know. Did you hear what I meant? He was like, well, the Magellan, I meant to say that. Like, shut up. You didn't know. Shut up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
He got cut off. He was saying, oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't want to. And then he gets cut off. Like, didn't want to what? Didn't want to say the right word the first time.
Wait a minute.
Like, you know who Magellan is, right? Like,
I want to call them out on the. Aren't those zodiacal lights? Aren't those just the constellations that are in the zodiac?
Yeah.
What the hell? Why didn't you just say that?
You can't talk zodiac though. It's a devil.
That's not as cool.
Yeah, you guys ever seen the show, the movie Elf? when he says like Francisco, that's a fun word to say. Like that's what this guy is like, zodiacal. Oh, I am going to use that today somewhere. I don't know where, but if I have an interview, I'm going to say it. Like it sounds like one of those words that you don't commonly hear, and when somebody says it, you're like, shit, that's pretty profound, dude. Like, how'd you come up with that?
I wonder if that was on the test for astronauts.
Right, zodiacal lights, A, B,
I know, right?
Like,
That really is the best part, that they have a fucking CGI backdrop of the ISS.
I know, right? Oh man.
But I know what the zodiacal lights are, but I don't know exactly what to do if we get a fucking leak on the ISS.
Well, then you just have a leak.
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Imagine if your mechanic said that shit to you. Fixing your car, you're like, well, dude, what happens if I get a leak? Like, what would I need to do? Well, you have a leak.
Like listen,
just keep filling up.
If this were on board a ship, like an organized ship, it'd be like you would go to the manual. It would tell you exactly what to do in case, like, he didn't do that.
That stuff would be burned into your mind, man.
Yeah, how could you?
It's like going skydiving and you don't have it burned into your mind how to pull your main parachute, your backup parachute.
Yeah,
how to strap yourself and all that.
What if I pull this ripcord and pots and pans come out? Like,
then pots and pans come out.
I'm gonna pull his ripcord and his wig is gonna fall out. So.
Freaking idiots, dude.
There you go, Sonny, getting in the spirit.
Freaking nodding.
Like, who is it that worked on subs? Will Be Flat, I think. Most of his career was on submarines. I bet he next time he's in, or next time we can speak to him, we ask him what's the protocol if there's, something happens to the sub, the structure of it. And he'll fucking be able to recite it like the back of his hand. Perfectly.
Check this
like
out.
the protocol.
Check this out. You know, if they have any sort of like leak in it, like in an airplane, like somebody got sucked through a freaking airplane window, bro.
Oh,
so
there was a woman. She blocked up with her ass. No?
If you get a leak in
with her ass, she died too. But like I'm saying though, if that's just 40,000 feet up, and the pressure differential should be even greater as farther you go up.
Yeah,
what do you think's gonna happen to them idiots in a tin can flying around having a leak?
That's ridiculous. So listen, the only reason that doesn't ever have a leak is because it never went to space. Got it, Glovers? Because anything that's out there traveling around, I don't care what it is going to loosen up, get leaks. So tell me, when did they do the maintenance on this ISS? All those joints where they fit things together? Please, give me a break.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck are Globers seeing when they're claiming they see the ISS in their telescope at night? Are those just bullshitters, or are those?
Bro, we can.
No, I mean it seems like
shit, man. There's technology floating above our head. That's for damn sure. But whatever that thing is, it's not what they're claiming it is. It's definitely not a tin can flying around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour in a decaying orbit of over 20 years, falling around the Earth and never hitting Earth. That's fucking dumb.
Are those satelloons, or are those like some like a technology that we're not allowed to use or even know about?
Like I said, we could be speculating all day on what they can be, but what it's definitely not is something hanging around in the second law of thermodynamics violation. 100%. That's not what it is. So whatever they else it can be, shit, it could be whatever. Fucking balloon.
Are UFOs real, or is that something they just bullshit?
Well, what
are you talking about? Space aliens coming from another planet?
No, just the craft itself. Just the craft. Like they're not able to go into space, but they have like some like form of technology. They're able to.
Fuck, dude, they stole shit from Tesla. Like, what do you think? Like,
I was gonna say, but the answer is exactly saying what Mayhem already said. There's tech in the sky, whatever. It's just not coming from any second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, bro.
So you can know that. You can check that off the list.
Check this out. If you were to be honest with yourself, is there things that the military has that you're not privy to? Just answer that question.
Oh, fuck yeah.
All right, then. Like,
That was pretty obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, it's obvious, bro. Like, I mean, we're not just gonna go into like, well, shit, man. Let's go figure out how their anti-gravity machines or whatever. Like, there's no need for that. It's just like we know there's technology that we're not privy to that they have. So that's pretty basic, like the understanding.
Yeah.
But it definitely is not what the fuck they're saying about some idiotic idea of a tin can flying around the earth at that rate of speed. That's just hell no.
All people got to do is turn on their critical thinking just a little bit to see something 250 miles away. Think about it. If it shows up at 250 miles away with that shape that's recognizable, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit, bro.
You could see it would be like less than 1 pixel. It would be a tenth of a pixel or something.
Bro, a freaking car drives away from you and like within a couple miles, you can't see that shit.
A couple of blocks sometimes, you know?
Yeah, you can't see that
What
shit.
kind of telescopes are they using? Fucking
telescope. Yeah, listen.
Like what magnification? Are they just
doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I see a little dot moving.
But wait, that part doesn't even matter. That part about what telescope they're using doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter at all.
Don't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it with the naked eye.
That's what I heard too. Yeah.
But yeah, the claim is it takes 19 minutes to orbit the Earth, but I think there's footage from a flat earther fucking filming it in the sky for 7 minutes.
Yeah, so everything
slow as shit.
They must have sped up after that.
Everything
showed over for 7 minutes and then sped up.
So it's over one little portion of the Earth supposedly for almost half its orbit time.
Yeah, so check it out. Everything up there above us is all low Earth orbit. There's no and I don't mean orbit like around.
I was gonna say
anything. No, it's a circular orbit around us. Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily say circular, but I would say that it is flying above our heads or whatever.
Yeah, those things are flying above. Yeah, it could be going anywhere. So take that part out. But so it's all low Earth because there isn't anything getting out. You're going to be low Earth until you hit the barrier.
Well, I mean, it just isn't the story they claim it is. So we already can rule that out. So that narrative that's attached to it and freaking space aliens and shit, like vehicles and all that other shit. That you just got to think about it like critically. Is there machines and things that you're not privy to that the military has at their disposal, and if they need to, they'll use it or whatever?
And no doubt,
the answer is yes, of course.
They're probably 50 to 100 years ahead of what they've released, and I think they did release all of it. Like including going from the vacuum tube to the transistor, I think they released that.
You think they released a decent portion of their technology?
Who fuck knows?
No.
You know what I mean?
Maybe in a rudimentary form.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of technology we have uses Tesla's ideas. Almost all of it, actually. But they have things that are probably using Tesla's ideas to a degree that we couldn't even like fathom.
Anyway, but yeah, just look at the narrative, man. All the shit that they tell you throughout your growing life, like there's going to be so much things that can't be proven. And what we can know for sure, like I think flat earthers sound really idiotic too when they say, well, the satellites don't exist. Like, come on, bro. You already know airplanes are up in the sky, so why would another technology be able to be doing the same thing? Like, come on, dudes. Let's not get too kind of like conspiratorial where you just sound like batshit crazy on this side too.
Oh, I was gonna want to go down the rabbit hole. I wanted to go down the rabbit hole about interdimensional shit.
Oh my god, man!
No.
Well, beings be able to go somehow interdimensional.
You're like in the fourth dimension right now, bro. Like seriously, you gotta come back here, man. Back to life. Back to reality. Just saying, brother. Like, we gotta reel you back in. You can't. Yeah, how are you gonna prove that shit?
On a side note, it is just a bit of speculation here, if you guys don't mind. Does anybody else feel that there's fuck all going on at Area 51? Like that's just one big psyop complex. Like they're probably
going on.
All these armed guards cutting about, and what they're protecting is like a pedestal clown wig in the main warehouse or something.
Yeah,
aliens, bro.
Nah. Basically, I kind of come from the point of if the public know about it, it's not the real case. So the public know about Area 51. They know where it is. So that's definitely not where they're doing their any kind of technology advanced.
You think it's like an entrance to
I was just gonna say
Hollow
something
Earth?
stupid. I was gonna say something stupid, Bearded Dora. I was gonna be like, it's the main entrance to all the WalMarts that are being emptied out, and they're gonna connect them all to Area 51. So yeah, that's the main entrance to all that shit. They're connecting all the hollowed out WalMarts, and they're gonna
That's right.
throw all the
And all of their dumbs are attached.
So
the dump, or is it dumbs or dumps?
Dumb. Deep underground bunker.
Oh yeah. Is that where they harvest adrenochrome or some shit, or have farms?
More speculation. They probably do it underneath Disneyland, actually.
Yeah, I'm with that, Sonny.
CB's.
That's the most likely.
But they got FE documents in the bottom of the Vatican. We haven't checked that shit out, have we?
No, then next week we'll head down there, maybe.
No,
Isn't it 31 miles of library?
Yeah, but you know how I know that? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how I know that shit, man. This morning when I made my alphabet soup, they arranged in order, and it said, FE documents in the Vatican. In my alphabet
said
soup.
Vatican.
See, there you go.
It's confirmed.
We got to storm the Vatican.
The shit's in the alphabet soup. It's a prophecy.
It's in the bones.
Shit, we need documents to prove that the Earth is flat. I've been doing it wrong all this time. Been looking at the Earth.
But Miggy doesn't eat the carbs from the alphabets. He only eats the meat.
I didn't eat it. I was pouring it in there because everybody's talking about that.
If you look
at the alphabet, when you put the alphabet soup into the bowl, their letters are arranged, and then you can see that they spell something. So that's what you stare into the bowl, and then the letters just start forming. You know what I mean?
Dude, I feel ya. You're an oracle.
I'm serious, dude. Go and try it out. Pour the alphabet soup in the bowl, and then see the letters arranged. You're like, oh shit.
Now listen, that's how most Globers are pretty much going on something similar to that with the globe. Yeah, they arranged your alphabet soup this morning and said globe.
Yeah, they do that with the sky, Sonny. They just stare at the sky and they're like, well, what else? Rorschach blot. I'll just make up. It's a sphere.
You're like, dude, provide physics that the Earth is a globe. Well, all you gotta do is go outside and look up. And see what, dumbass? Like, what are we looking up
see
at?
what? Yeah.
It's written in the stars that the Earth is a globe.
It's written in the stars.
Yeah, that's why when you go to a road where only the traffic's coming from the left, that's why you only look right.
Just look up there.
Yeah, look to the right. Go ahead and walk. No problem. Nothing's coming from the left.
Yeah, what's really crazy is the really egotistical Globers that come in here and they're just like strutting their stuff. They're it's Earth's a globe. Eratosthenes. Come on, guys. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up, dude.
How did you know it's a globe? I asked my 8-ball.
He shook it and
Magic
then asked
8-ball.
again later. So I'll come back and tell you when I get the answer. Fucking assholes, man.
Freaking, they're asking the conch.
Hey, dude, I'm serious, man. These guys are all about belief. That's it. It's all about belief.
Well, it's because we were all indoctrinated. We go to school, we're told by the teacher what is what, and we believe it. Unless you're that person that questions their facts or their so-called facts.
The facts are we landed on the moon, we traveled to Mars, and we put a robot on Mars. We also have satellites in space. We done a lot of shit. What are you saying? We didn't do any of that? What's going on?
During the moon mission, we went right through the Van belt, but now it's difficult. We can't do it again. We can only go on low Earth orbit now.
The radiation belts were actually deflected by the tinfoil that was surrounding the lunar lander. That shit is like
we were
off of that shit.
We were able to make a phone call all the way to the moon back then with our 1969 phone technology. Pretty easy,
Bro, if only they hadn't said such out-of-pocket stuff, like maybe it would have been more convincing. I don't know, but no, they had to go the extra mile. We played golf. We drove a freaking car on the moon, and nobody
asked the question, CB. Nobody asked him the question like,
they had to sell it. It's Hollywood.
Nah, check it out, dude. Nobody asked him the question, dude. What the fuck is you doing on the moon playing golf, bro? You're supposed to be doing science and shit.
I know, right?
You're over here swinging ball. You're hitting balls, bro. Like, fuck, you can do that when you come back to Earth.
Samples back to Earth, and then have those samples be examined by museums, and it turns out it's actually petrified wood.
Didn't they say they snuck those golf clubs? They were like, no, we snuck them on there, man.
They snuck them bullshit. But look, man, they could have easily fake that shit, but like, you see the astronaut over there? He's actually getting some ground samples of the moon, and you see the idiot scooping shit into like a little beaker or some shit, and then you're like, oh man, this guy's they're doing some science, but they're hitting balls, bro, on the moon with the golf club, man, and everybody's like, oh yeah, they went to the moon, like, that's legit, and then you spend millions of dollars and death-defying feats that are like nobody's ever done before, and once you get to the moon, you play golf. I'm like,
you're treating, it's not a vacation, dude. What the hell? You're bringing your clubs with you on vacation? Like what?
They just had everything on that set, that Hollywood set. You know, oh yeah, give them some golf clubs. That's what the American public wants.
How big is the call on there? That looks like mockery. That looks like mockery to me. I'd say it's a troll.
Yeah.
The fucking, did you see the size of the module? Like, it's like big enough not even to fit like one person in.
Well, what I'm saying though,
with luggage.
Like, the 1969 viewer of that broadcast was there going like, man, these guys are doing science, and these idiots are hitting balls. So you're like, I don't know, whatever that swing, they're probably measuring the distance of the ball. It's all science, man. Like
they are obsessed with little boys' balls.
That shit. They're justifying that shit. It's like, bro, they're fooling your ass, man. How are you not like upset about this?
They love balls. Anything homosexual, bring it their way. Heterosexual shit, get that shit out of here.
No, but look, man, you're just like, okay, my tax dollars are going to the space program, and then like you see the people on the ground, like they're doing like this complicated math that takes up a whole chalkboard, and you're like, oh shit, man, it's gonna be death defying, to go up there. And then you get up there, and everybody's up there and shit, and then they're playing golf, bro. Doesn't that make anybody upset? Like, oh, these guys are they're trolling, bro. Like,
what? I paid money to go for you to play fucking golf.
Yeah, and then it's like the greatest thing that humans could ever have done, the greatest accomplishment, and they just stop and start hitting some balls. Like, wouldn't you say like every second that you're up there, you're gonna be doing science? Like and wherever the camera, you're not gonna waste that shit on you hitting balls, bro. You're gonna actually be like focused on doing science. Collect some samples. Put that shit through a litmus, test or some shit. Make it look like you're doing something. You know what I mean? Like, nobody asked the question.
Where did they claim they landed? Did they claim they landed on the back side of the moon, the side of the moon, the front side?
Yeah, the front, the middle, right in the center.
Oh, really? The bullseye.
Right in the middle. Yeah, right in the middle. Yep.
That's very appealing to the mind.
But I'm saying even today, like for the people that they're like, space lore fanboys or some shit, they're all about it. When you talk to them about anything in their precious space, they get all butthurt about it. Like you're speaking of something that's so highly regarded in their ideas.
Obi-Wan Kenobi's real. Okay, shut up. If space is real, fuck off.
Man. What you mean? There's no other intelligent life? So I just might as well take a shot.
I'm not gonna meet Jabba the Hutt ever.
Yeah, it's like you pop their bubble of like belief or some shit.
We joke about that, but that's how they really feel. That you take away space, you're taking away Star Wars, Star Trek, all the other shit. It's like that shit was fantasy to begin with, you fucking idiots.
You think that they would have that kind of, at least because it's like, it was a movie, right? Like it was an actual movie that was made and produced. Like,
but it was based on the travel of us traveling, leaving this planet to explore other planets.
Cutting about banging space aliens, these fucking nerds that can't even find a human woman.
Obvious, dude, if I was
living in their mom's
I'd give you some dap, bro. Thanks for that shit. That was awesome. Hell yeah.
Let's set more realistic expectations,
Well, let's just call it what it is, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, because all these guys do is it's a mental masturbation, talking about parsecs and freaking gravity wells and like wormholes and shit. Like, That shit doesn't
It
exist.
sounds like
bro.
sexual lingo of some dude's butthole.
Well, that's what, dude. Like, I'm not saying anything, but I mean, you're the one that said it. But I'm just saying it just got that sexual innuendos, like when they're saying this shit.
Oh my!
You know,
The sex sells. You know what they say.
it does, and even to the the fanboys who are like simps after the lore.
Right. Yeah.
You know
No, Kel. It's funny that you're onto this because I've been saying it for a while. Every rocket looks like a dick. They're always probing this.
Yep.
This thing exploded. That ejaculated here.
Yeah.
It's horny and it's gay. That's why when we say space is fake and gay, we're not. That's not a joke. It's serious. It's
I'm
gay.
telling you, and it's even apropos to say it's mental masturbation because that's all it is. When you start talking about this lore of the the Earth being a globe and all the trappings and shit, it's like you're really talking about just emptiness. It's lore. There's nothing exoplanets and all this bullshit. Like, what does that ever happen to be in reality? How long is it going to take for me to get to that exoplanet?
Why don't we get some shit here on Earth? Like economy, food, like just lower cost for everything, so people don't have to bust ass.
Reddit, why are you gonna have to do that when you can just go to another planet like a locust?
Oh, then it's start over like from sticks.
That's the point, bro. We're just like a one of those grasshopper locusts, just gonna go there, eat all that shit, consume all the resources, and leave that shit like a dust ball, and then you're gonna go to another planet and do the same thing.
And then when we can't, we'll kill ourselves.
Well,
it's like that mentality.
Life will persist, right? So you're gonna whatever reaches to the next planet, you hyper sleep.
We gotta get off this planet because oh shit, meteors comment. It's gonna hit us. Fuck, we're gonna die.
Well, don't worry. They've already created a craft called DART. It's taking care of that. So the defense is this rocket's gonna launch like these satellite probes once again probing. It's gonna like land on this rock, and once it does, it's gonna attach like thrusters that this satellite's gonna have, and it's gonna push it into a different trajectory, so it won't hit Earth. Don't worry about it. They thought about all that shit.
Hey, that's another one. Thrusters. These homos.
Oh,
I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, it's all.
Thruster. Yeah, it's like, dude, come on, man. This is so space sex. Literally, it's called space sex. What?
You can't make this shit up, dude. That's already out there, so.
Like, dude,
I feel like the controllers of our reality, they intentionally put this like sex stuff because they're so in that type of frequency.
It's a very low frequency. Yeah.
They're actually trolling the NASA fanboys. They're trolling.
Yeah. I agree with that.
It's with even buildings. I know, like there's like always those two buildings that they erect. What do they call the fellet?
Yeah, erect.
It's like the obelisk. I think it's the obelisks, and they usually have two of them.
They do that shit.
I know that with the White House, there's the Oval Office, and outside it is the obelisk. The obelisk would represent the phallic, the penis, and the Oval Office would represent the vagina.
Bro, look at the freaking like the Blue Origin rockets that launched. They're just like, oh man, oh my, like, like, dude, why are you gonna launch a rocket that looks like a wiener, bro? Like,
big old bulbous.
It's got a head on there.
Yeah.
Oh, they straight up had a design with balls and everything. The Blue Origin. It was put on Reddit, like as a fucking concept, and everyone was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Somebody must
just change it to just the shaft,
If yeah, go on, Sonny.
I was saying somebody must be in the background laughing their ass off.
Oh
yeah, for sure.
That politician meme, the politician's laughing, and then we told them so and so, and they're pissing them.
The people behind the politicians are laughing too.
How about Duper's Delight? Yeah, they love that shit. They love that these fanboys are like salivating over the next rocket launch, so that we could launch regular Joes into space, like Cody from Dude Perfect.
Yep, I was gonna bring that up.
They're salivating. They're salivating over the next regular person to go to space. Well, you see, it's not astronauts anymore, so you can't say it's the guys who have the right stuff because it's just regular people now going to space. And you're like, dude, shut up, bro. Like all this shit is it's a dog and pony show. It's just to get your mind to think that this shit is real, and they're gonna do it any way they can. I mean, the man has 58 million subscribers. The last time I checked, he probably got way more now. But that's it. Like it's just for people to look at that and be like, "Oh man, dude Perfect was
that's
just
a
doing
real
tricks
average
the
Joe,
other day, and now he's roaming around in space and shit." And he's also they asked him, bro. They asked him the question, man. They were just like, "So is the Earth flat?" "Oh no, it's not flat. We can confirm it's round." Bullshit is that, bro? Like you didn't have to say that. You just shut your trap and just like not say anything and come back and say, "You know what, it was a pretty good trip. We saw the Earth and it's all cool and everything." But you don't have to say, "Is the Earth flat?" Like that was an intentional jab.
What's that dude? What's his name? Dude Perfect. Dude Perfect to the VC check-in. You need to get in here immediately.
50.
They won't. They're pussies. They won't. They know they're wrong. They know it's flat. It's just an act. They're actors, and we're the audience.
Yeah, he's driving his douchebag Lambo right now, laughing on the radio, listening to freaking idiots like his shit. Like he's like, dude, you guys are dumbasses. Like,
thanks for the money.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank
That's
you.
what it is.
Fucking hell, bro.
Corny ass motherfuckers.
In the meantime, you got bobblehead idiot globers coming in this chat trying to provide evidence for some shit that science communicators say they don't even have evidence for. What's gravity? Well, you see, it's a torsion bar on a Cavendish experiment, and all you got to do is watch how the lead balls come together, and there's gravity. And then you ask a science communicator, "Hey, what's gravity?" "Gravity? What it is? We don't know." Yeah, assholes. Yeah, your normal bobberhead, like, idiot glober comes in here. They're all about it, man. They know what gravity is. "Oh, yeah, we know what gravity is." Bullshit.
I know, right? That grinds my gears a little bit. Why are you trench level goofballs trying to pretend like either you're above the experts or you're just going to throw them under the bus? How are you going to appeal to them in one breath and then chuck them under the bus in the next breath?
I love it. That's the part I enjoy.
Gravity, it's magic. It's magic in their paradigm. It works. Sprinkle a little gravity on it, boom, you got a globe. You got whatever you need. You need something to get done, you need an idea, gravity. That's the answer.
It's like
the god of all their millions of gaps.
Like duct tape does everything you need it to do, so does gravity.
You're right, there should be a god named Gravity.
They hold shit together, man. Just like duct tape.
Is duct tape gravity? It is.
It can be.
Duct tape's real and useful.
I know. I was going to say you might need another analogy because
gravity's not right. It's
duct tape actually holds some shit together.
When does gravity hold shit together?
Never.
Gravity, get your shit together.
Yeah, gravity's always losing its shit.
It's strong enough to hold all the oceans of the earth, but a tiny little butterfly can flutter away. Freaking idiots.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's like it takes common sense to realize that shit, but people don't, think about it. We're not. Something went fucking wrong. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Whether they're putting our goddamn water, fluoride, and shit.
I think it's a combination of
turn off our brain cells.
Yeah, listen, man, it's a combination of a lot of shit, right? So
chemtrails.
I don't know. Like what I'm saying though is that it's also self-delusion. Like in order for you to get into that state, you have to be cultivated for start a mind off really early when you don't know too many things. And then if you're in a schooling system where it's easy to indoctrinate young minds, then you can't get away from that because you've got to go to school, right? So you're learning your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Next thing you know, spinning globe is a part of your paradigm. And you grow up thinking that's the way life is, because you don't think about that. So when you come into it, you're just like, yeah, of course it sounds ridiculous for somebody to say the earth is flat. Like, why would I even think of it being that? So you don't question it. And that's why these Agent Smiths pop up whenever we talk. Well, you could talk about Bigfoot, UFOs, all that other conspiracy type bullshit, and everybody doesn't bat an eye. The moment you say the earth isn't what they thought it is, they lose their shit.
Yep.
And it's like, why, dude? Because you didn't lose your shit when you talked about
because some of them went to college. Like, I got a master's or a bachelor or a PhD, and I paid money, good money, to go there. And they would never lie. The people that wrote the curriculum for me to learn everything, lie.
Yo, you need to get that sound from oh my god, what's this black guy's name that he used to do like in the Manosphere that he died? Oh, God.
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels. He does. I got a PhD. Remember that?
I have that. Hold on one second.
He flashed. He's using credentials fallacy or appeal to authority fallacy.
God.
Yeah, appeal to credential.
Here you go, Kyle. I got it.
Okay, I'm a PhD.
You said I am a PhD?
Well, I didn't even know the context until I looked it up. There was a girl who was on there who appealed to that. I'm a PhD, and he just started using that as a sound clip from that point forward.
I'm a PhD.
And that's basically how the Globers act too. I'm a PhD.
Yeah, remember that?
You'll say what I want.
Remember the entomologist scientist that came in here?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you're talking to a scientist. Shut the fuck up, dude! Like bitch ass coming in here. I'm an entomologist scientist. It's a good thing I came in here. Like, you ain't gonna tell nobody.
You can
nothing,
label it whatever the fuck you want. Either you speak truth in what you are backing up with evidence, or you're just a shill or pseudoscientist scientist.
He ran me something hot, man, when I was listening to this dumbass when he was in here. You better believe, dude, I was like fuming, dude, because he coming in here and saying all that shit, like he's throwing his credentials around, like, oh, you guys ain't shit, and I'm the man. So let's just say that. Let me clear that up real quick at the very beginning of this convo. It's like, shut up, dude. That's why I asked him, what does your credentials have anything to do with the shape of the earth? That's what I thought, bitch. You know nothing. They got fuck all to do with anything of the shape of the earth. So, now go from there. Like where are you gonna?
I have a PhD, and my PhD says that water bends to its
exactly
to the exterior of a container.
That's the mentality behind these characters. They're just like, well, I know I'm a PhD. I got credentials here.
You see, this PhD it lets me be a child molester. Like I can walk up and I can do anything. My PhD, it's Superman.
No, it actually allows them to be a douche. And sir, that you can't be a douche. You have to qualify your douchebaggery. In here. So I don't know if the guy was an actual scientist or not. I really don't care. So,
yeah, you gotta laugh at them before using that fallacy, though. And then you gotta point it out to them, and if they still don't see it, then they're just blind and they choose not to see it. Like la 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 la. I don't hear you. It's like that childish game.
I actually prefer that they say that they are who they are with their credentials, because I'm gonna pin that to their chest when I roast their ass. And I will say it all the time. I will say it in front of, oh, so you're a scientist and you don't know jack shit. Nice. So I will do it. Everything that they claim they want to be, it's going to make them even look more foolish. So to me, I think it would be better if you just like a random Joe without saying all that. But they think that in some way, shape, and form, that's going to make everybody go like, oh shit, I'm intimidated now. I can't talk to this guy. Fuck off.
Oh, fuck. He's got papers, guys. He's got his papers. Everybody hit the deck. He's got the papers. He's got his shit figured out. He's on that special crack.
He was like, he started to get upset. He's like, well, you guys put it up on your server that you want us to come in here, and then every time somebody comes in here, you mute them. Oh, yeah, because you're a dumbass, dude. Like, you don't let nobody say shit. And you want to tell everybody, well, you're like amoebas on a beach ball.
What? The reason they can't, they got to play that victim card because they can't see themselves as being wrong or annoying. Like, I am always right. That's just so ego.
They're both.
If truth rings, truth has like a... It's like a sword. It cuts through things. So
I'm right.
Like at a certain point, you can't like deflect a fucking sword that's coming right for your throat. That's what truth does to people, and some people can't handle that. And like, no, I am this. I was told this. This is my identity. Can't.
What's up, AI? You were gonna say something?
I got a couple of clips for you, Mayhem. It's Sabine Hossenfelder, who is a PhD. She's talking basically about Einstein, and it's very clear that the mind virus that we're dealing with regularly is basically from that Einsteinian conception.
Yeah, what happens though is that it permeates because there's no buffer. Imagine if there isn't anything to stop that information from getting somebody to critically think about it before it actually becomes absorbed by the mind. I mean, it permeates, doesn't it?
We're gonna have a test tomorrow about gravity after I just taught you it. Yeah, study it real quick, bitch. Don't question it or anything. Just remember what's in that book. Repeat it, regurgitate it. Boom.
I
We
think
got you.
That's all that academia is built on, right? Memorization and regurgitation. That's it. Well, how did you do on the test? Did you memorize all that shit already? And it's like, when do you start critically thinking about that information to apply it to the real world where it makes a difference? Like, that's all this shit, like from whether it's space and all that. It's stupid though.
It's like a hustle. They're hustling as quickly as possible. As quickly as fucking possible, as much as they can shove shit in your head. And when you're growing up, you don't expect the world to be fucking ruthless.
Yeah,
like,
I want to play
people and things that have a thing out for you to not know stuff and not know anything, not have truth. Because what the class is saying is knowledge is power.
Yeah. So Max, are you there?
I just jumped in. What's good?
Hey, did you see the video, that recent one that I put up with Rebel?
Yeah, I watched it today.
And that shit wild? That shit's wild, huh? The guy
he was stuck, and he didn't get it. That the information that he's putting out affects the entire community because they're gonna glamp onto that and assign that to everybody.
Yep. And I've had these conversations before, but that one was a bit like kind of really well flushed out. So I wanted to put that up as a content for my channel. And I think that kind of explains. Like, I go over this a lot when I'm in here, but I think I'll just direct people to that video to show them like the disagreement with somebody else that has that idea that they.
Yeah, absolutely. He started to come apart and unravel at the end, and just started saying all sorts of just things that were wild.
Yeah, that he.
He was just assuming wild things and just saying wild things at the end. You had broken him down. He was broken.
Well, I mean, in this arena, people don't often think about that specific topic because we already think, like, if we're working with a map and a model, that's already a foregone conclusion. We don't need to think about that. But taking a second look and like analyzing it, like, how does that make any sense to anybody adhering to it? Like, where does this actually appear to be in reality the way the map looks like on the AE or Gleason's? And so anyway, I kind of exposed that kind of mindset into like, did you actually think about this, or you're taking this as a matter of fact? Because there was another flat earther who says, no, this is our world. Sun goes around in a circle just like this. The north is a central location in the middle of the earth. Like, all this shit is what people say here now. And they don't give it a second thought as to how they understand that to be true. And I'm actually posing it to like the people here. Did you guys verify that? Or are you saying that because there was another flat earther that you were initiated into this arena and you taking it as a foregone conclusion that it is that way? That's something to think about, because if that's the case, I would implore you to reconsider.
Maps aren't reality.
For sure.
Right? Maps can never be reality. Right? I would agree wholeheartedly. It tries to give you an outline or a description of where you're headed, or a diagram per one post would be that would be fallible. the coast, the tides are going to roll in. Where's the coastline at? What day did you measure it? And so, you can never have a map to produce reality, but what you can have a map is it's a tool. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, we do talk about that. Yep. So I'm gonna have to be splitting here pretty quick because it's almost getting to that.
Also, people get hung up on these maps. Everyone gets hung up on these maps sometimes and on these globes, and it's like, okay, well, if that helps you get sleep at night, go for it.
Yeah, before you have to split, Mayhem, can you listen to this 30-second clip and tell me what you think?
Right.
Oh, I didn't play.
About having trouble?
Yep, doesn't want to play it.
You have to clear it? Maybe clear it or something? Probably.
Oh, we'll figure something out. I posted it in the live stream a little bit above.
Hey, I can't find the video stream where the entomologist came in here, the scientist.
And if you follow this logic to its conclusion, then the outcome is that every moment could be now for someone. And that includes all moments in your past, and it also includes all moments in your future. So this impossibility to define one notion of now that we all agree on is called the relativity of simultaneity. And it's super important because it tells us that fundamentally this experience of now that we all share is meaningless.
What the hell did you just say?
They're trying to fucking kill God. They're basically trying to, hey, live in your past.
Purposeless zombies. That's what they are.
I think they want you to live in your head, dude. Like this. That's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that sounds like makes some sense. Like,
Yeah, some chick with a violin in the background, playing all eloquent in
Miggy,
English.
what are you looking for? Didn't you say you couldn't find a clip?
Oh, he just played it.
Oh,
he just
okay.
played it. Did you hear it, Indio?
Oh yeah. Simultaneity.
Yeah,
There you go.
She's basically saying that all moments of now exist in like all the past and the future, all that are happening right now, and so your grandma is still alive, and nothing really matters.
Live in your head
That shit's
and daydream about
That's the Metallica
that
song,
one
isn't it?
that one fast car you got, the Lambo. All your
That's
dreams
Metallica
will come
song,
true.
and nothing else matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they get to the sports car in the alternative realities where they're like, oh, infinite realities. I exist somewhere else in my sport car.
Yeah. They don't want them figuring their shit on this reality.
Now, this
And then
shit
now-
right here is the brain in the jar type of people that come in here. Well, I don't know if I'm a brain in a jar sitting on someone's shelf or not. How can I know? I only know what's here, but it could be.
Yeah,
bro, I used to believe that. Bro, I used to believe that there was, if the universe was infinite, that meant that every single variation of every single thing is happening infinitely everywhere, like the monkeys and the typewriter shit. I used to listen to Brian Cox, and I would believe every single fucking word he said, man.
Yeah, that's we all.
If you listen to the first clip, she talks about how if you're holding your phone in front of you, you cannot know that the phone is in your hand. Because
Dude,
it's
that's
somewhere-
FTFE,
it's-
bro.
According to her, it's somewhere in the past.
What?
Oh my god, that sounds just like Fight the Flat Earth when he was saying, "Hold your hand out in front of you," and he was like, "Is that your hand?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." No, it's not. Like, what the hell, bro? FTFE said that.
You can't
shit.
see your hand. Refraction. Refraction, you can't see it. And now this lady is saying some other crazy shit. Whatever, man.
Yes. She's saying it's back in time because
Yeah, your
light
hands.
is traveling.
It's true. My hand's not really there. It's refracting.
It's refracting back in time. Like, put all that shit together, man. You'd be crazy.
I'd imagine that's the same psychology they use when they talk about that James Webb telescope. Yeah, we can see back in time. The same way I'm looking at my hand right now, right? Fuck out of it.
Max, they do say that shit. That the light you're seeing that's traveling from that star happens to be about 7 billion years old, and you're just like, damn, bro, them numbers though, like, what the fuck?
They be acting like.
How do you know?
They be acting like we don't see no aliens right now because we're actually looking way back into time, and we're just not technologically advanced back.
What
then.
technology are you using to look back in time?
Look at us. They just also see dinosaurs right now. They don't see us.
Oh my god! Yeah, I'm telling you, we were all drinking that Kool-Aid, man. I'm saying that's all of us. We see those shows, the Discovery Channel and shit, and we're just like awestruck. Like, dude, there's an hour, like, Discovery Channel like documentary. It's about the stars, bro, and they're talking some mad shit about how this stuff.
Or History Channel with the guys like it's aliens. Like, guy with wacky fucking hair.
Bro, there's even websites that, like, years ago that I remember finding out, like, if it was your birthday, you could find a star in the sky that the photons left the surface of that star when you were born, so you can look at it in the sky and literally you're looking back in time to when you were fucking born. That's fucking insane.
Wait. How do you figure that shit out, man? Who's the guy actually? Imagine the freaking nerd behind his desk going like, "Oh, and since you were born, this is the photons that came from this star." And you're like, "Fucking, how do you know that shit, bro?"
Oh, supposedly our sun's 8.5 minutes back in the past. So even if our sun like blew up, like we wouldn't see it for 8.5 minutes. Like I used to look at the Hubble Deep Field, like looking at the Hubble Deep Field, and you're literally looking billions of years back in the past.
Hey, do you guys know that the Hubble's not in commission anymore? It's the James Webb that is.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys knew that, but
so Hubble's not even getting used anymore.
No. Yeah, it's not. It's not.
I remember
it's a Webb, James Webb, some shit. James Webb.
I remember watching
both of them.
I remember watching a fucking. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how they want to build this giant observatory in Hawaii on like native tribal grounds. The last of their land, and they wanted to build a fucking giant observatory. Like, we need more observatory shit so we can see into space.
They want to teabag their site with their big old whatever they're gonna put their telescope or whatever. Just like teabagging the site. Like, hey, you don't mind, guys?
They're putting that shit on mainstream media to make everyone be like, dude, the natives suck. Fuck the natives. We gotta see more into space. We gotta have fucking. We gotta have it. You gotta see aliens, bro. Our planet is shit. They gotta save us.
Yeah, they're like, let's not build it over there. Let's build it right here where it's disturbing all these burial grounds. I think this is the right place to put this shit right here. Nowhere else on Earth, but right here. It's like freaking.
It was definitely a jab at like the people that like the last surviving of like wisdom. They probably knew they probably knew a flat Earth. They probably know shit about this reality more than they fucking do, and they want to stamp all over it.
Oh, gentlemen, it's been real.
So wait,
now
the Hubble telescope is in space, decommissioned, just floating around.
I heard that it's not used anymore. I think it's either fell to Earth or some shit, but I don't know. I want to check it out. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but do they not say that when it was like, I remember ages ago, they said once it was out of commission, they would just like tilt it into the Earth's atmosphere to burn it up. Supposedly what they've done with the Mir space station as well, and they're supposedly going to do it with the ISS. The ISS is going out of commission as well at some point. Supposedly that's what they're supposed to do, crack it into the atmosphere.
I don't know, Spake. That's what I heard, but like I could be wrong. But that's what I heard, Max. That it's decommissioned, it's not used. James Webb is with me.
Yeah, no, I believe that. You know, it's just like, but what are they going to do with it? They're just going to leave it floating around and crash into Tesla's car? I mean, what's going on?
It actually burns up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah,
but again, that's possibly going to leave more fucking space junk. If it fucking doesn't completely
that.
burn up.
Or that, yeah. Anyway, I gotta get going.
See you, man.
Yep.
All right, stay up.
Fuck. I've been trying to get a customer for ages, man. Nobody wants to come.
Seems like there's been a little bit of a spurt in the last 20 minutes or so. A bunch of people in the lobby. So if you guys want to cast your fishing rod out there, see if we can get some bites. There's a couple people that have been popping in and out.
That's what I've been trying, man.
Like
I see you in there. I see you in
sucker
there.
fish is all that's in there.
Yeah, this drawing he drew where the moon is way under the horizon. How does that make sense?
Well, that would also mean it's under his feet. So how is it over his head and under his feet at the same time?
Yeah, man. See, this is.
Well, you see,
we're supposed to be the ones with the crazy. Yeah, I did. I saw that. He said, well, I'll have to do a lot of mental legwork. Like, well, you, not me. Because I just see what I see. You're the one who has to do all this mental work to try to make it make sense. Unbelievable.
Anyone ever used Twitter Spaces? Because supposedly that's meant to be really fucking busy and full of flat earthers. It's like voice chat and Twitter.
There's a guy named 100 or 1,000 Crypto Keys that comes in, and I guess he hosts a Twitter Spaces for Flat Earth every now and again. I think on Fridays. I haven't been over there, but I do like that idea. I think Helio talked about maybe doing it in the past, but I do kind of like the idea. I don't really hang out on Twitter that much, but I do like that idea of the Spaces. I think it's pretty neat.
I've never tried that either, man. It may be a place
I think
that we
Discord tried to do something like that. They called it Stages, but
yeah,
I think it was only in beta for a little while.
So I mean, when I seen the stage getting used in modern day debate server, like it stops anybody just jumping in and speaking over. They have to press the button to put their hand up, and they get to talk. If they're not assholes, you can bring them up to the stage. But it's a good fucking feature.
I do like it. I don't know if. Yeah. Oh my god! I'm just reading the chat. He said, "Oh, the Greek astronomer found out it's not flat." No. I don't know if they're still gonna do the Stages feature. I think that
Roger said it was a bad idea because, like, did you say it was monitored or something, or that there's a different terms of service or something like that?
Okay.
I don't know. I'll ask Roger what that's about.
Shout out to Roger. I miss Roger. I haven't seen him in a while, but
yeah, if you're listening, Roger, man, shout out to you, man.
Hell yeah, you were around for my early days, holding it down, man. I haven't seen you in a while, but someone said you were here recently. So that's good.
Well, I mean, he's been posting in the mod chat, and I see him on Twitter, but he hasn't been like in BC. This idiot. You taking a picture of the moon saying, and he's like, I can't see the sun in the photo. No shit, because the sun is 180 degrees behind the camera. Fuck. What the fuck, dude?
Oh my god. You gotta love when they say proof for things that you just observe.
Gravity can be used to estimate its mass, and density can be used to extrapolate that mass into size. This guy's just saying nonsense.
Johannes, you got some background noise there, friend.
Get this dude in here. Get your ass. Get this guy in here.
Let me see you. I'm just gonna mute Johannes for now. Johannes, I'll send you a message, but you got some background noise.
Some mad arguing.
So he doesn't want to join the VC, rather chew broken glass.
Jeez, dude, they're so freaking fragile. Here they go, starting to spiral out.
Talking about lads.
Some chapping lobby.
They're so fragile, bro.
Why don't they join? They're willing to text you, but they won't talk. Is that them? Is that Curry?
Every time. Trying to bring all this smoke in the chat. Go and back it up. That other guy left.
He tried to post something in, I think the bot. He tried to
Yeah, he said F off. And then once the bot got him, he left.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Oh my, see, here we go. Spiral.
Oh, dude, garlic, the fuck. That's what he tried to post. By the way, did you know you are communicating here using satellites that are in orbit that exist around the Earth?
Shut your fucking mouth!
There are many videos of the Earth spinning. Dude, they're trying to convince themselves, not you. They don't even believe this stuff. They never even looked it up until now. That's the funny thing, you know? They have this worldview that they build on the fly. They didn't know what it was prior.
There are many videos of the Earth spinning that are made from orbit. You see it, for example, on the live stream that NASA is playing. So the ISS is standing still and the Earth is spinning underneath it. Day-night cycle exists since orbital movement of the Earth spinning and the Moon spinning around Earth. Fernandez Magellan sailed across the Earth, proving that it is round. I hope that clarifies a lot. I will defend my statement. Try me.
Yeah, what that means is I'm gonna die on this hill, even though this hill is not a hill. It's crumbling underneath my feet.
I don't get the instant spiral either. I'm gonna go to this flat Earth server, try to make a point, but once I realize how ineffective I am, and I don't want to engage anymore, I'm just gonna spiral out. I'm gonna go full retard mode. That'll be effective. Jeez.
Never go full retard.
You know, they're calling out that guy from that movie a while back because he was using the blackface. Which I thought was really funny.
That was Robert Downey Jr. that did that role.
From like, I don't know how old that movie is, like what, 10 years?
Tropic Thunder?
Yeah, isn't it like 10 years
Yeah,
old?
Tropic Thunder. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was 2012.
a little older than 10 years.
Yeah, 2012. Just graduated high school. The movie was fire, not gonna lie. I like that movie.
I'm a black guy doing it a black guy.
It had a lot of good memes. Booty sweat and all that stuff. That movie was crazy.
I thought it was a well done movie. And if they calling them out, people gotta, grow a thicker skin in this case. I don't think there was anything wrong about it. I thought she was hilarious.
What do you mean, you people?
Did I hear somebody say that there was video of a rotating globe?
What he said was, there are many videos of Earth spinning that are made from orbit. You can see an example on the live stream that NASA is playing. So the ISS is standing still.
I thought I heard you say
and
that.
And the Earth is spinning underneath it.
Okay.
These kids, man.
Oh, man. I guess they don't understand that space station isn't supposed to be geosynchronous. It's a beautiful Monday in this flat plane of existence. If there's anybody out there who doubts the flat plane of existence, who believes that they live on a globe in a heliocentric model, please come in and present your evidence to have a conversation. Show us what you got.
I mean, what if I go into some Globe Earth servers and I just put a wall of text that just spam?
I know, imagine that, right? Imagine
like damn, these flat earthers.
Imagine like flat earther after flat earther after flat earther going in Gem Panda server and acting like this.
I feel like, should we start doing that? Like, give them a taste of their own damn medicine. With any of these messages that they copy and paste, just every time they do it, just go over there and paste it and get banned for it. Okay, I don't even go over there anyway. But I might start doing some crazy stuff like that. Just give them a taste of their own damn medicine, man. This is crazy. I've been saying how I'm glad that we don't have to do stuff like that. But, damn, starting to think about it.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm going to do it right now.
I go to Gem Pandas when either when it's dead or when they put on the bot in here, the bot that just talks.
Wait, they play the live stream in their Discord?
You know the orange bot that just plays the recordings. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, if you can see the message log, you can just look in there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, dude, walls of text. And they're just ridiculous. I'm trying to pick which one I want to copy and paste. Should I go with the Allah, Quran stuff, or should I go with the free download, Minions, HD, free streaming, over and over and over? This is just how I'll copy and paste it in the chat, so I can see. This is just how poor and low effort these guys. Alright, this is what he posted in the chat. I'm going to delete it in a couple seconds, so take a look, but I'm just going to go post this in Gem Pandas. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, well, I probably won't do that, but alright, I'm deleting it. Stupid, though. You would think they would actually have something to put their hat on, something concrete. Nope, we got Minions streaming HD free Netflix login. Man. Stupid. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust, dude, literally. Y'all are pissing me off. I'm out. Jeez. Soft ass motherfuckers.
How's it going, everybody? What happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for? When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Dude, that's like 2 in the last 30 minutes. What's up, Mewtwo?
Yeah, I'm a pretty new flat earther. I've been, I woke up basically when I saw that Netflix documentary Behind the Curve. And yeah, it's been great. I've been just listening and watching for the last year, and I think it's come to the point where I realize we got to do something. We got to make something big happen here. And
like what?
Oh,
Well, we
yeah,
got to.
can
We have
talk
to
about
start.
that.
We have to start a. We have to start a campaign, right? We have to get a lot of people. And you know,
Like a
I
big
was
party?
thinking,
Like the
yeah.
flat party?
No,
Hold
go
on,
to
guys. Hold on, guys.
Flattoberfest.
Let him.
Go to
Let him say.
Flattoberfest in October. That's a big party. What I'm talking about is something that we can do as individuals, but united in this in one direction. Like we don't have to talk about a million different things on the internet. We just focus on one thing, make it happen. So what I was thinking is, we could, because guess who owns Twitter? Elon Musk. So we just go to Twitter. We focus on Twitter, and we just ambush Twitter every single day. You know, every single comment, to the point where the people on Twitter are going to know, okay, something's going on here. They were trying to reach out to us, all these flat earthers, right? Fly a plane from South America to Australia over the Antarctic. We know they can't do it, so let's force their hand and say, hey, look, Elon, you have all the money, you have all the resources, and we know the distance and everything. We calculated it. A flight from South America to Australia is about 21,000 kilometers. The longest flight ever done is about 19,000 kilometers. So right there, he'd be breaking a record. So that'd be one reason to do it. But a 747 can hold enough fuel in the cargo compartment to make this flight happen. They'll never do it. But again, if we get enough flat earthers focused on it and campaigning on it, and we can get everybody convinced to do this and
Get
just
everybody
ambush
wasting
Twitter.
their time, right? Yeah,
All right, hold on.
Yeah. Let's get
Dude,
everybody
come
wasting
on.
their time.
Right away.
Don't waste your time.
Just knocking it out.
Listen, you're not the first person to ever come in here with this same nonsense. It's nonsense. Tell me, just logically, explain it to me. How does it prove the Earth is flat or a globe?
Well, if it's
If what?
globe, you give it in a certain amount of time, right? Because there's distance and time. So you have a distance of whatever it is on the globe. So that's 21,000 kilometers. So you just factor that in there, and it's like, if you don't want to see it happen, you don't want to see it happen. But at the end of the day,
it doesn't prove anything. It's useless. That's why I don't care if it happens or not. It doesn't prove anything. It's a useless endeavor.
Well, bro, so
one distance versus another distance isn't going to prove. So the claim the Earth is a globe or flat is a geometric claim. Timing or measuring how long it or how far something is or how long it takes to get somewhere does not measure, the Earth. It's not a measurement of the surface of the Earth, whether it's curved or flat.
A lot of flat earthers would disagree with that.
It doesn't matter what they disagree with. And you're lying, and you're just full of shit. A lot of flat earthers would not disagree with that.
Well, okay, I just watched an interview with Dave, Flat Earth Dave, and
Stop lying.
Alex.
What did you?
Alex Jones. Alex the Shill Jones. Great, fantastic. Let's go with that.
Listen, dude, I've been wanting to say this.
Yeah, everybody's a shill, right? Everybody's a shill. Like
Alex Jones is.
Eric Dubay is a shill. Everybody's a shill. It's like
Alex Jones admitted he's a shill, dude.
Well, we know he's a shill, and he took the shill stance in the interview. The interview.
Show me what
he said in his divorce filings that Alex Jones is a character and that he's just an actor.
Right.
He said that. It's a sworn statement.
Right.
I'm going to go with a sworn statement. He can say anything. He could just be acting some more on YouTube.
So yeah.
Hey, Mewtwo.
Yeah.
Show me the video where you saw this guy, Flat Earth Dave, talking. I'll watch it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. While you pull that up, I just want to set the table for folks.
I don't think I can
think of somebody.
I'll post it. I
posted it. Yeah, I posted it.
Great. So what did he say in that video that you didn't like or that you?
They're like, well, because Alex Jones is right against flat Earth. He thinks it's stupid. So Dave was like, well, what? He asked them, what would you do? It's like, well, we could fly over Antarctica, right? And Dave Weiss said, I'll put 2 Bitcoin down for that. And Eddie Bravo said he'll put a Bitcoin down too to see that. And then Eddie Bravo just went off, said, it'll never fucking happen. It'll never happen. They can't do it. Can't be done.
Doesn't prove anything.
I was gonna say, what does it prove?
That's what you were
I
talking
don't think it
about.
proves something.
Jesus.
So the distance, you're going to have a difference in distance between.
How are you going to measure the distance?
Points. Time. You know the general. You know the general speed of the aircraft, right? It's not going to go 1,000,000 miles an hour.
No,
it's
you
not
don't.
Go,
actually, you don't.
It's not going to go. You know, you can take the average, and you can take an exaggerated average. You can take whatever you want to do.
You got airspeed and ground speed.
Yeah,
right.
You can go air speed and ground speed. You can add those two and go to the extreme, and either way, it's going to be a difference, right?
And then how do you know you're going straight? What's your reference?
Well, don't we have
reference?
There's this new spatial reference technology that come in iPhones, right? That gives you that special reference, right? Just in space. So you
mean
can
a MEMS accelerometer.
Yeah, that one, right?
Yeah, that it's not.
So you'll know if you're turning. You'll know if you're turning.
It's not that precise.
It's precise enough. I mean,
no,
you'll know if you're going. You'll know if you're going straight because the airplane will tell you, right? You'll have a video camera on that, on the controls of the airplane at all times, right? We're going to have specifications. We can come to a point where we all agree. I guarantee it.
No, we don't. Because
maybe not you.
Because it's illogical. That's why. That's why I asked you. I said, give me a statement, just as a matter of logic, how flying a plane from point A to point B can prove the Earth is flat or curved. You said some shit about distance. That would be an inference, right? The best you could do is infer something from that, but it's not proof of anything. It isn't going to prove the shape of the Earth. You could say, well, the gold prediction's this, and it's closer to the gold prediction than the flat Earth prediction. And we tried to control for as many variables as we possibly could, and maybe we did, maybe we didn't. We don't really know. Oh, yeah, fuck measuring the Earth, right? Because that's inaccessible.
Right. The globe claims to be accurate. So if it's not accurate to the nth degree, then we can go, well, you weren't accurate. And it was.
We already know
We don't need to do that by flying around, bro. We don't need to do that by flying up in the sky.
Yes, but if you could see it, if you could get them to do it, why wouldn't you try it? Like, why wouldn't you want to do it?
It's spending a lot of money to do something useless. We could spend that money and do something that's more definitive.
I'm doing stuff on my own that's way more important than that, like period poverty.
Okay.
Do you have?
You just literally
is that
ignored
in the back of your mind? Anything to do with period poverty or people that can't afford anything?
I'm not
tell that the Flatman can. Flatman Ken will let you know how much he cares about that type of stuff. But listen, man, I mean...
But you ignored what I said. We can take that money and do tests that are more definitive.
Like what?
Laser, radar, frickin' microwave, you name it, radio waves. We can measure the Earth, right? We can see if the surface is curving. We can just measure the Earth itself. We don't have to infer anything from anything else.
Yeah.
So say we take these 5 Bitcoin or whatever they want to put up, and instead we have a custom-made laser made.
Radio waves?
What? Pardon me? I didn't hear that. You broke up.
Oh, I just said for sure, yeah. We could do that. I'm just bringing to the table what I think would be a good idea. You guys can come up with whatever you want, and then we'll never get to a point because everybody thinks each thing's a waste of time, right?
No.
Can I just say this real quick?
A waste of time. That's what I think.
Listen.
Well, I know there's people smarter than me. You're probably smarter than me. So why don't you come up with the idea, and then we'll go with that and we'll put it on Twitter. How about that?
I have, but that technology is actually not accessible to normal people.
See, that's what I mean. Like, a plane is accessible. Why not just go with that?
To who?
Okay, so the same things that you need for the airplane, it's actually going to take more for that than to get what I need. So they make infrared. No, well, listen. They make infrared radio beacons. They make infrared beacons, but only government agencies in the military can purchase them. But they're super bright. They use them for the military, right? So like they want to be picked up somewhere, like in Afghanistan or whatever. They take one of these beacons, right? It's just a really bright infrared light, and it flashes. The enemy can't see it. You need infrared goggles. You need some sort of infrared, right? But someone flying a helicopter, right? They have their infrared goggles on. They can see the beacon. So now they know where to go pick the people up. But these devices are restricted sales. You could take one of these beacons, one of these infrared beacons, and put it very, very far away and use an infrared camera and see it, right? Now you can eliminate all other possibilities because it's not invisible light. It's an infrared. It's going to be very bright. Infrared barely refracts in the air. It also travels farther because it's not absorbed as quickly. It's in what's called the atmospheric window, right? So the air is more transparent to infrared of 1200 nanometer. It's almost 100% transparent. So that's something like 89% transparency through the air, right? So you take one of these beacons, stick it 300 miles away, and photograph it, measure it, stick it even further away. This is way more definitive than taking a plane. Maybe you're going in a direction, maybe you're not. Maybe there's a crosswind, maybe there's not. Maybe it's too complicated, and it doesn't prove anything in the end. Just as a matter of logic, it's not like my opinion or that the test is insufficient. Even if the test was done flawlessly without error, the conclusion will be based upon inferential inferences from a presupposition. The presupposition is flat Earth is this distance, globe is this distance. And then you're arbitrarily saying it matches this one, or it doesn't match that one. It doesn't prove either one's a globe. They could both be wrong. Because it's an inference. It's affirming the consequent. If P, then Q, Q therefore P. If flat Earth, I fly 10,000 miles from Australia to South America, and it's this distance. I flew 10,000 miles from South America to Australia, therefore the Earth is flat. It's a logical fallacy. It can't prove anything. That's the problem. And that's the problem with all these Antarctic expeditions and doing all this weird shit, because it doesn't fundamentally prove anything. There's only one way to prove a shape. And if you were a carpenter or ever built anything, you would know that there's only one way to prove the shape of something. You have to measure it directly.
Yeah, with sticks and shadows, and then and then
yeah. Well, I mean, seriously, if you were going to make a table, right? Like, how would you make a table? You'd get out a tape measure and you'd measure it, and then you would know that table is that figure. That's the figure of the table you made, and it wouldn't matter what anybody's theory was, what anybody's freaking lights above the table did, or anything anybody concoct in their head. The only way you could ever be proved wrong is someone else takes a tape measure and say, "Oh, I measured it. Your measurements are wrong."
What do you think about this before I forget what I'm talking about? Directional radio waves versus, there's omnidirectional, which is every direction, right? Or directional radio waves. So you have so you have directional radio waves. Is that something we could do?
Oh, yeah.
Even just prove the direction of a landmass?
Yeah, it's basically radar, man. So there's pencil radar beams which disprove the globe, man.
Well, that's what I wanted to do too.
The Sea Sparrow mark, or what is it? The Sea Sparrow. What is the version?
I would even be down to do that.
The Sea Sparrow missile has a 150 kilometer pencil beam. It's radar.
Because my theory is that they all point, if you're in North America, they're pointing north to go to Australia. That's my theory. And if you're in Australia, they're pointing north to get to North America.
Well, most people don't know we're using 3 different coordinate systems. So there's the latitude, longitude, north, south coordinate system. There's the compass directions, and then there's the sun directions. Those 3, contrary to popular belief, are not the same. So I can give you an example. So if you look on the equinox, the direction the sun rises, in the sun-based coordinate system, the sun always rises. That's actually the origin of coordinates. Where does the sun rise? On the equinox. We mark that as east. That's east. That's how we decide. That's east. But if you look at the coordinate system based upon the celestial sphere, North Pole, all that shit, or Polaris, the sun doesn't rise due east everywhere on Earth. So in Tierra del Fuego it rises at 91 degrees, and Greenland it rises at 87 degrees. So that's not the same east. And then if you take a magnetic compass, you have magnetic declination. So now east is not the same that way either. It's way more complicated than people think. Like this cartoon idea, this ninth grade, like what they teach you in school, yeah, it taught us in ninth grade, yeah, there's just one north, south, east, west. No, actually there isn't. There's north, south, east, west, depending on the application, depending on what you're doing. Right? If we're trying to figure out day-night cycles, all that crap, then we know where east is. If we're trying to figure out celestial navigation and all that crap, then we use the latitude and longitude. If we don't have those other factors, right? And all we got is a magnetic compass. Then we take up the magnetic declination map and figure out where we were and adjust the compass according to the magnetic declination, and then travel in those directions, north, south, east, west. So it's not as simple as people think. Like, that's why I asked you, like, if you fly across Antarctica, how are you going to tell where you are? How do you know you're going to go straight? Because if your compass won't work, can't frickin' use celestial navigation, that's not going to work. Can't use the sun, that's not going to work. So how do you know you're going straight? You're just lost.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you could just get lost out there, right? And they'd be like, "Oh, they never came back." I guess that solves that mystery.
I mean, they've surveyed Antarctica. The U.S. Navy surveyed, even though they only went over like a side of it, right? They only I guess if you're looking on the globe model top down, it would be the left-hand side. I mean, because like saying it's the southern part of Antarctica. That's like the entire edge of Antarctica, right, on the globe. Everywhere is south because they say everywhere is north. So it'd be the northern edge of Antarctica. Yeah, so we're on the South Pole. How do we get to McMurdo Station? You go north. Well, how do we get to anywhere else? We go north. No matter what, you're going north. North has no meaning. South has no meaning, right? So it's but we know if you take point is the Navy did all these surveys with airplanes, right? And these airplanes, they had a camera that pointed out the side toward the horizon, and they had a camera that pointed straight down. And you can actually go look at these photos. They're on the USGS website. And they took all these photographs, and the photographs, I went through about 1,000 of them, and you can't see anything. They're all white, completely white. From both views, looking down and looking sideways. That's all you see is just white, white, white. Every photograph looks like it was just like some overexposed image, like a white sheet of paper. But it's a negative, so you can see, like, it says, frame 139, right? And it'll have like other shit written on it because it's a scientific negative, right? So they each image has markings on it to indicate, like, so they can, reverse engineer like where they were when that picture was taken in case they took a picture of something interesting. But I don't think a pale white field is interesting. But it's like all the photographs, all the ones I looked at, and I looked at like 1,000, and there's something like 40-something thousand. But it's just a picture of nothing. So it's like there's no landmarks to use. There's like, how do you know you're going straight? How do you know you're going in any direction? Can't use GPS, right? There's no fucking polar GPS satellites, so it's just a problem. Like, you're going through like all these uncertainties, all these like things, like for what purpose? I don't understand the purpose, because in the end, like I said, as a matter of logic, it wouldn't prove anything. But it would be a gigantic expense, prove nothing. And what I'll tell you what would happen: both sides would declare victory, and we'd just be jerking off some more for another fucking 20 years.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's not going to prove anything, and yeah, everybody would claim victory.
Yeah.
But question, let me just ask you this, Indio. What do you think of Admiral Byrd's logs?
Admiral Byrd. I mean, there's some weird stuff with that. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff. The early Antarctic explorers. So the notes of like Amundsen, I'll get to Admiral Byrd, but Amundsen, in his notes, he wrote that they didn't see the sun the entire time that they were there, except for one day. But it was brightly lit up the entire time to the point it was driving his crew crazy. Because it's daytime all the time, right? But they didn't see the sun itself, but it was all lit up. Like super bright.
But they didn't see the sun.
Yeah, exactly. Which I thought was very strange. Because he like even talked about it like they were trying everything because their ship was frozen in, right? So they're trying everything to block all the light out to go to sleep. To like fucking put shit up in any freaking hole with light peeking out. Because they said it was like super bright to the point like they were going snowblind and going mental from just being like in this super. Have you ever seen THX 3118-1138?
No, but I do understand snow blindness.
Yeah, so
And,
it's
you know,
a
how that would
movie
drive you
in
insane,
prison, and like when they stick you in prison, the prison is just a giant white area that's so large that you can't see the door, right? Because it's all white. You can't see anything. There's no features, so you don't know what direction to go into. So it's kind of like that, right? There's no features. So we need, in order to navigate the world, we need landmarks, right? We just like. But Byrd did something where he said he went out. I guess he almost died. He like, I remember like what was it? He went out like he went out and like camped alone or something.
Yeah, he did 2 expeditions. One to the North Pole, which is where it got real weird. One to the South Pole, and when he flew over the South Pole, he claimed he saw a bunch of stuff which he reported on TV.
Yeah, on the radio too. Well, I don't know what he said. He did a weekly radio broadcast from, they called it Little America, their little encampment, and those were broadcast on CBS nationwide. The receiving station was in what's called Riverside, New York, which it's not called that anymore, but it used to be. It's on Long Island, I guess. It used to be. And I figured out like there was like a receiver, a radio antenna there, and that's where they picked it up, and then like CBS rebroadcast it nationwide. But that's a 9,600 mile radio transmission.
With the South, he said there was a tropical region and there was a bunch of resources untapped, and that's where we're going to be in the future. With the North, he said he eventually lost control of his airplane and it fell through an opening in the cloud cover. And there, some crazy story about like super advanced people stopping his plane and saving him.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I would have to see some documents on that one. I mean, I heard something, but I don't think it was attributed to Byrd when I heard that story.
I think it's this is the story of how I understand it. His nephew or either his nephew or his son had his diary and then published a book based upon his diary.
Yeah.
He inherited it after his death or whatever.
Yeah, that's the weirdest one. He didn't talk about that one on the TV. We just got that from the diary.
Because based on what Indio just said, there could be speculation. There could be things added to the book to embellish it, to make it a better read, make it sellable. If somebody else is taking your documents and then publishing them, for monetary gains. And of course, they're going to make embellishments. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I doubt it was like a documentary made for accuracy.
Yeah, not word for word. There most likely were interpretations applied to the text to make it interesting.
Well, let me ask, how is it classified? Is it classified as fiction or nonfiction?
Good question. I need to.
I mean, Admiral Byrd's Journey, there is some weird stuff with it. Like, some of it, like the reels, right? The black and white reels, those seem staged to me. They don't seem like organic. Seems like, okay, we're filming. Everybody act like you're doing something. Like that type of deal.
Well, I would have to attribute some level of psychosis to anybody being at sea for as long as they claim. To what degree, I don't really know. And to how it affects each individual, I'm not sure. But I would certainly suspect that there'd be psychosis on that boat.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate the extremely low humidity that's reported. I mean, extremely low.
Yeah.
But humidity is so low, I don't think I've probably ever experienced that low of humidity in my lifetime. Like that low. Like it's in the 20 to 30% range.
Yeah, combined with the cold, like the low humidity sucks the moisture out of your skin and then it freezes.
That must sound like fucking hell. I think that's worse than the desert.
I think the last person that reportedly died there, some 80-something-year-old guy. It was a couple years ago. And I think he died from dehydration. Because even in cold, even in super cold, when the humidity's that low, you will, desiccate, for lack of a better term. You're gonna evaporate, even if it's that cold. Right, so you need to keep intaking water. And then that's the problem. Like, okay, I'm in Antarctica. I got to intake, 1 gallon to 1.5 gallons a day. Hard to walk. I'm walking on ice all the time, so it takes even more effort. Sweating inside my freaking snowsuit. Where do I get this water that I have to drink all the time? I go to put it to my lips, right? And my freaking face freezes to the jug. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as a practical matter, like just doing things like. But all of it could be stories, right?
You could use a spacesuit.
Space is almost like literally what they say outer space is almost more hospitable than Antarctica. The only thing Antarctica's got going for it is air.
I was watching those ISS videos, and I was watching one where the guy was drowning in his spacesuit. I thought that was pretty
cool. Yeah, that's hilarious. Almost drowned in space.
Like, what happened? Like, he must have been sweating a lot.
There was an article where they said they found seaweed on the ISS.
Yep, on the outside of the ISS.
Bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Smoking them tweeds every day.
Was it not algae? They found algae on the windows.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. They got black mold in space.
That's hilarious.
How could there possibly be algae on the windows? What are they eating? How did they grow? That's the thing. Like, how did they grow? Where did they get the material to grow? Like you have to consume
from all the
something to grow.
Floating around.
Maybe they got into the chugga of coffee.
Well, they're always floating around drinks and food, so maybe they just got into the cracks, the nooks and crannies.
I know that place must be a mess.
Hair everywhere, freaking who knows what. Dust. I don't even know, man.
The funny thing is, if you try to like look up specs for the ISS, like, okay, how many cubic feet per second does they actually filter? Where do they get air from? Like, how is any of this stuff existing? They'll just list some random part with no specifications for it, nothing, right? Like, metamagical frickin' air filter. It filters all the air we needed to filter. Exactly.
It's top secret, dude. Of course they're not
Well, because we have really great engineering. Signed, Dad Pettit.
Well, now you got me thinking, dude, because if you look at parts for like a Lamborghini and you really look at the part numbers and stuff, it'll just be a Volkswagen part or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these parts are just like, well, let's just rebrand this Boeing part into a rocket part, and just call it something else. I don't know.
I mean, it always brings me back because this is going to bother me. If the ISS is in space, how did they pressurize it? How did they fill it with air? Right? They had to fill it with air somehow. Unless they sent it up already filled up. And that would be dangerous, right?
Yeah, it would probably collapse. It's not structurally sound to be evacuated on the ground.
I mean, like, you gotta think, because they put it up in pieces from the space shuttle, right? So when they open up those doors, we have a rapid decompression, right? So the peak force is going to depend. So it's force over time. So you have an impulse of foot-pounds per square inch. So like right when you open up the doors, you're going to have the maximum amount of force exerted on whatever part that is. If they sent it up pressurized, okay. So let's say they didn't send it up pressurized and they put it together like an erector set. Okay, so where'd they get the air from to fill it? It's 300 feet long or something, right? It's got a gigantic volume of air. I don't remember them sending up giant air tanks.
It's only got 1/10 of an inch of an aluminum on the inside, basically. That's the thickness of their walls. It's not gonna be able to be evacuated under our pressure conditions. It's just gonna collapse together.
Dude, like, listen, even if space was real, I wouldn't be going to space. Oh, it's got
Hell no.
This is thicker steel, and it cannot handle it.
Yeah. That's probably like a quarter inch steel.
What the hell happened to that?
Air pressure.
Oh.
If you're a glober, the weight of the atmosphere crushed it to the ground.
No, we just live under really great pressure, but because the pressure is equalized on the inside and the outside, it doesn't feel like anything. But when you evacuate a container like this, all of a sudden the pressure just has no resistance on the inside, so it just collapses. They like to try to minimize our pressure by saying like, "Oh, it's just 1 atmosphere," or it's just 14.7 psi. Like that's not a lot of pressure, but when you think about it in attopascals compared to 0 pressure, there's a lot of pressure differential that you can have there.
Well, so here's the funny thing. I don't remember who brought this up the other day. Maybe it was Heretic. I don't remember. But like, they're like, oh, it's only 15 pounds per square inch. That's nothing. It's 15 pounds. Well, then why is it so hard to go from like, -6 torr to -9 torr? Right? That's only a couple millionths of a pound of pressure per square inch. Why is it so hard?
It should be super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, barely. I right? Because now we're talking about like millions of a pound of pressure, right? So to go from one exponent to the next exponent is only a 10 times. It's a 10 times difference, but the pressure is already so low at that. It's like if you use the absolute values, it's like, oh, this is only 0.001 pounds of pressure per square inch. Why is it so? Why does that matter? Why is it so hard to go from 0.001 to 0.0001? It's only
Orders of magnitude.
one millionth of a pound of pressure.
Orders of magnitude.
Yeah, I understand that, but Globers don't get it. Well, they try to use the absolute value, right? The absolute value of the pressure, as opposed to like the pressure differential. And where do they even get like 15 psi type stuff, pounds per square inch? Like, how's that even measured?
I don't remember.
I thought it was a barometer.
Oh, so what is it? The weight of the mercury or something?
It's just a convention.
Well, it'll be an estimate, won't it? Because you can't have zero pressure, so.
They must have went into space and then built a barometer, then picked that barometer and it to Earth, and then went to 15.
It's a spaceometer. Paul, come in. What's the reading on your spaceometer? Nominal. Yeah, I should, like, man, I could make like a NASA. Really got to get into the film business, man. I want to make so many different movies. I want to make a NASA parody.
Is there a way you could check pressure or vacuum with a spring in a tube? Some way to make the tube and then the spring work together to show you a measurable change in that pressure or vacuum or whatever?
Yeah, you probably could. I mean, what they probably do is like how far you can push up mercury, and then doing the equation of how much force that takes, and it's equivalent to X amount of foot-pounds per square inch. They probably do something like that. They're making, but is it actually equivalent? Like, is that a justifiable like equivalence? Because, like I said, the difference between, you know, one millionth of a pound per square inch and, you know, one billionth of a pound per square inch, you know, the difference is like billions of pounds of pressure per square inch, but it's freaking exponentially harder to go from one to the other. You know, I think maybe it's just still kind of mysterious, you know, because you got relative pressure, absolute pressure, and then the units that's in is like an equivalent to pounds per square inch. Like they equivocate it to a force. But, you know, maybe that's not a good analogy.
To go from a half a pound to a pound is 100% more.
Yeah, but it's only half a pound according to the Globers. Half a pound is light. Carry around half a pound all day. I ate a half a pounder for frickin' lunch.
Yeah, that's because we're powerful living under all this pressure.
I think a half a pound is what those science grade vacuum, those science fair grade vacuums get. People are popping soda cans in those vacuums.
Yeah, and outer space is something like, you know, millions, billions of less pressure. Why is that a parallelogram?
I'm still stuck on this airplane ride. What map do you think best suits the flat Earth model?
What map? We don't have our own map.
What model?
I know. What map though? What map would be?
Oh,
closest?
a map? A map?
Yeah.
I mean,
would it be the Mercator projection? Would it be the Gleason map? Would it be?
Well,
I know Google Maps is kind of fire.
Yeah,
yeah, it works, eh?
I'm kind of that's kind of what it is. Like it works. Like I'm kind of utilitarian. Like what works, I'll use that. I'm agnostic about whether it has any ultimate reality to it, because long distances we don't use maps. So I'll give you an example. Like if you were like at sea and you got lost, you wouldn't whip out a globe, would you?
You'd be fucked.
You'd be so dead. Yeah, well, maybe it's if it's like airtight, right? You could use it as a life preserver when your fucking ship sinks and you're sitting there floating on a globe, waiting for a ship to rescue you. See, that can go in my parody too.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, dude lost at sea, floating on a globe. Help!
I got lost.
I got lost. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna even if you had a so-called flat Earth map of the whole Earth, there'll be no practical use for it. Really, it's not like you're gonna be able to navigate anywhere with it. You're gonna have to make a smaller representation, and you're gonna have that. I mean, I'm old school, man. I remember when they used to make road atlases. They had one road atlas, like one page for every state, and then a page for every metro area of the state. So if it was in New York State, they'd have New York State. New York State might have been in two parts because there's lots of roads. Depends on the state, right? So some states had like multiple pages for the state. Other states didn't. So, but that's for the roads, right? And like if you look at the map, it'll have like the exits and like an estimate of how far they are apart and the scale. And like you use it, it's not like you can draw accurate conclusions about like how far two places are together or are apart from each other from the map, and then drive in a car and verify it. There's too many variables. Like, and even if it's wrong, so what? Right? Maybe you're going uphill. Maybe you're going downhill. Maybe this particular route has lots of curves in it. It says 10 miles apart, but it's a really curvy road, and you went 20 miles. You're not going to call the USGS and be like, fix your fucking maps. You know what I mean? Like,
at the end of the day, the map is not the terrain. Miles. Okay.
Yeah.
In the same way that a menu is not the meal. You don't sit down at a restaurant and start eating the menu that they hand you. That's just well, that's just a representation. You can take a menu and represent those different meals in any different way you want to. I posted in the chat a bunch of different maps. So no one knows the true layout of the entire Earth. So no, there's not one true map of the Earth. There's many different ways to represent it, but just understand that the map is not the terrain, just like a menu is not the meal. I can't hand you a Hot Wheels and you can't drive that around. That's just a representation of something in reality. So, we don't have a representation or a model. We don't need that. We have the keys to the vehicle. We don't need a Hot Wheels, a little toy of the Earth. We've got the real deal thing outside.
That's right. So the Globers do pretend that they have this model figured out, and so we know that they can go north to get to Australia because they do.
North
but
from
can
where?
they go? From anywhere, from New York, you can cross over, go. I guess you'd be going to The West Coast? I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. You can go north from California.
And get to Australia? Has anyone ever done that, or is that speculative?
They do it all the time.
No, we don't know that the Earth map. We don't know that the Earth map is correct because they have the planes follow paths that are given to them. The pilots don't just joyride; they have to follow a designated path.
Right.
And we don't know where that path is going in the real world.
Right. So if you could take a plane and put it along a long straight stretch, you know it's straight, you know the distance, and you're able to verify the controls without the GPS system and all that shit. And he's flying it manually, and you can verify. Okay, if he's not touching the throttle, if he's not touching the yoke, if he's not doing this, if he's not doing that, then you'll know he's flying straight and true.
No,
then
that never happened.
No, because there's
That never
crosswinds and downdrafts, and then on another thing
Turbulence.
is there's ISO, what do they call it? ISO bars. So planes actually don't fly like straight. Like when they're flying at altitude, when they fly at an altitude, that altitude is based upon the pressure, but the pressure isn't like on a straight line, and it's also not curved. It's actually going up and down and up and down. Like it's a bunch of waves in the atmosphere, in the air.
Yep.
So the plane is flying up and down these waves. And here's the funny thing. The smaller these waves are, the longer distance he's going to record flying, but his ground distance is going to be a lot shorter.
That's true.
So you should check out Flat Earth Banjo's.
I definitely do.
Did you see his debate? Did you see his debate that he had with like some pilot? It's like
no.
It was supposed to be like 45 minutes long. It ended up being like 3 hours, dude. It's crazy. I'll post it in the chat. But he goes through all this stuff, man. Like every possible aspect of flying, piloting, navigation. I swear to God, they went through every bit of it.
Yeah, because if you don't get the right conditions too, like say you're going off of landmarks, and say you're able to see a mountain in the distance, and you flew towards that mountain. Well, you got that first checkpoint, pretty accurate, but the next one might not be so great if you don't have a landmark or something to go off of on the ground,
also,
right?
You got to think about. They think they're going at a certain speed, but if the wind is going with them or against them, that's gonna change their overall speed.
Yep. Yeah. And you can't trust the ground explorer or what do you call it? An expedition. You couldn't trust a ground expedition because they would likely die to the elements, because we were just talking about that earlier.
That's why you need that's why this is a later problem. First, we need to get the public on board so that we can get together and create a well-funded, well-organized exploration mission for the public, by the public. But that's like way in the future after people get.
Damn, I wanted to do it now.
Yeah.
Damn
I get you, but we need.
I can't wait. I need closure before I die, dude. I need closure so fucking bad.
You don't.
Damn it! I thought that's what the government was.
But people. Ah, fuck! You broke my rhythm.
Sorry.
Here, Jace, try to riff off what I say here, because I've been trying to say this. You do not need to go out. The lightened guru in the jungle, he's not seeking you out to try and enlighten you. So you don't need to go out into the world and try to rah and wake people up. If they want to learn something, they'll find their way here or somewhere like you did. So I just don't think you need to have this attitude of like, it's not on your shoulders to wake up the world. Okay.
I don't want to wake up the world. I want closure. I want closure.
You want to know
for myself.
You want to know.
I want to know.
Yeah, bro. I feel it's my duty. I feel like it is a duty I've got. Somebody took the time to tell me, even though I laughed, I thought it was bullshit. But because that guy took that time to tell me, I feel I've got to tell other people. That's what I constantly do.
Yeah. What I wanted to say earlier is we can't just go willy-nilly we need to focus on what we can prove right now, right here, what everybody can prove to themselves. And that's that the globe doesn't exist. It's just a figment of our imagination. It's in our brains. It's not out there in reality. And when people can get to terms with that, we can actually start thinking about exploration. But that, I understand wanting to know the unknown, but you might like just, depending on what your religious system is, you might just be able to come back and see it. So who knows? And if it goes fast, maybe you're lucky, and as you're old, you get to see some of the things you wanted to see. But that depends on how well we do, really.
Bro, don't set the goalpost too far away. You don't have to go to Antarctica or the South or the sky to get your closure. Okay, I feel like I got my closure when I went to San Diego, when I was able to go to the coast, because I live in the Midwest. But you don't have to go that far. I usually say you don't have to go anywhere, but you don't have to go to the extremities of the earth to get your closure that you're looking for. You can do that here on Earth, somewhere in you know,
in
a livable
is
reality.
An airplane really a measuring instrument? Like, it's like, can you pick a worse one?
So I do understand about the exploration part. I mean, and I'm one of these guys who, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So I don't necessarily believe that you have to get everybody on board with the idea that the world is not a globe in order to stimulate the environment to a condition where exploration again is possible.
I'm
People
not
are
saying
curious.
everyone.
No, I'm not saying anyone. I'm saying people are curious and they do want to, have the, ability to travel where they want. And, there are people who have resources now, more people than before, who want to get in their boat and travel without any questions. And, if there's an imaginary parallel line that no one can cross, maybe we could push that boundary if people really are curious just about what's out there, not even about, finding an answer to, whether or not the earth is one shape or another, just on the fact that people like to explore. Somehow or another, they took this away from the children. They took it away from us. They took it away from our parents' generation, basically. And they said, we discovered everything. There's no need for anybody to explore anything else. I think if we could somehow break that barrier down, we might be able to push the exploration part a little easier without, having anything to do with the shape of the earth.
That's what I was saying. We first need the people to get on board. And I'm talking about enough people with enough finances so that we can organize and create a mission to explore something that you want to explore that doesn't lead to death. Because if people just willy-nilly take a boat and just try to explore the Antarctic, you're not in a good position. You need to
you're breaking laws. Agree.
Yeah. First, we need to get those laws looked at. Secondly, we need to plan out how we're going to survive there. And third, we need to send all that information back so that everybody else knows what's going on and you can't just be made to disappear.
Of course, I'm not that far ahead. I'm not there yet with the planning stages. I'm just thinking of how you can, just stimulate the idea that we should be allowed to explore. Where did this go wrong? Where, we're stuck here. We have to ask for passports for everywhere we want to go. Yada yada yada. You got to comply with this and that. I mean, to some degree, as a free person, who's supposed to be given these liberties and whatever under God, we should be able to go ahead and explore a little bit. When nobody's asking to go to a military base, we're asking to explore just to see what's out there. That's it.
Yeah, that's the point I'm getting to is the right to explore and get out there. And it is going to take a mass number of people to do it. You can't do it alone. You can't live out there alone. There's some expeditions where they lost hundreds of dogs, sled dogs, and they took 300, 400 dogs with them. So, yeah. And if you're not allowed to take motorized equipment or fuel or whatever, then you need dogs, and you need to know how to run them. And
well, dogs are also
dogs are not allowed either.
So. Yeah, they're controlled by the government too.
No,
yeah, all this craziness, all that craziness, right? We that's the craziness we got to try to deal with. Why can't we?
No, it's real. It's real.
Yeah, we know it's real, but that's what Drace has been saying. We need to get a critical mass of minds behind this so that we can repeal these policies and treaties and laws, and we can take as much as whatever we need. No restriction.
The only premise would be that we are free citizens who want to explore where we live. There would not be, any one way or one idea or any. No, there would be no premises. That's it. You can't come at it with any premise or any bias. It has to be open and free for all. Period. Then that's where I'm trying to get to. And yes,
like a
Grace is 100%
national
correct.
park.
Mm-hmm. So when it said that it's going to take a lot to be able to affect that sort of change, that's 100% correct what Drace was talking about. That it's going to take like-minded people to get out this message to try to evoke this change. How it's done, I don't know. Do I feel an onus to do it? Not really. But I do want to wake people up. I like to give information. And I am definitely down with any cause that's going to liberate us, period.
Yeah, and I think that's going to help get us there. Like, every seed you plant, once it germinates and grows, you got another truther, and he ain't going back. And it keeps on growing and growing, and there's no stopping it. All they can do is delay it and slow it down. And that's what we get with the censorship. If they outright shut us down here, then all of a sudden we would just start using other platforms, going out, doing it more publicly, and that's not good for them.
Yeah, sometimes I think about setting up a table out here just to see what would happen.
Yeah, I plan to do that as well. So I'm just double daring them. Eventually, they're gonna get enough of us, and then shadow banning only works so much. We still grow regardless. Because we can also, outside of the shadow banning, try to get people to come to the platform.
What the platform has done was enlightened us to let us know that there are more of us out there and that we're not alone in our thoughts. When we reject the narrative and we want to know more information than they're telling us, when we put the information that you give us to the test and it fails and we ask questions and you don't have any answers. So
I just want to know what's true. I think this is what we just want to know what's the truth.
Hey, get in line.
You're telling me. I just wish that like schools and everybody were on the same page and everybody could just tell it like it is. But we live in a fucked up world where they just want to use us.
I was say, yeah, not this one, not in this lifetime at least. That it is a nice ideal, but it's more like it's on you to figure it out because they're not going to tell you. Some guy was in here earlier, like, well, I'll believe it when the mainstream says it. They're not going to say it. Like the mainstream's not going to. Who was this guy last night? I think.
Yeah, I think it was Adam.
It's
Adam 1 2 3 4.
Oh fuck! That's so dumb.
Yeah, safe and effective. Yeah. It's like up to you to figure it out. Yeah, go ahead, Trace.
Okay.
I have him loaded in the background. I was gonna take some clips from that conversation because he was one crazy cat.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that he'd go with what the experts said about a table in front of him being different than what he directly measured. He's like, oh, no, I'll go with what they said, even though I could, directly test it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. He literally said he would be terrified of that happening, and he would consider himself to be crazy, and he wouldn't even test it or anything. He would just believe them.
What about the table?
Bro was just trolling, straight trolling. Had to be.
Sounds like it.
Might have been.
I thought he said he'd be traumatized.
Yeah, he said terrified and traumatized and all sorts of weird stuff. I'm gonna clip it in a little bit. He said a bunch of interesting things and funny things because he, like, I would be like, frame it in a not a good light, and he's like, yeah, I agree with that. And I'm like, okay.
It just goes to show how much they don't listen to what's being said to them.
Yeah, it's just funny.
What were you saying though, Kiefer? You want to know? You were saying something about like you want to know more or something like that?
Wants to know the truth.
The truth. Yeah, the deeper I've gotten into this, the more I realize it's like the more you realize there's stuff that you don't know. I think Meebus has some good quotes on that. But
the more you know you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've just kind of you start to realize that there are some unknowns. There's things that, maybe I'll never know. All right, well, then I'll stop giving so much brain power to trying to figure that out then. Maybe apply it somewhere else.
I mean, that's the standard of life. That's the obvious conclusion.
Yeah, things
It's
like
pure.
my name. I can't remember my name. What do I do?
Boomer moment.
You said there are things that we'll just never know. Yeah, there's a lot of things none of us will ever know. That's too bad. That the information is hidden, is false. It's all the above. Anything but correct. Anything but available. All that kind of stuff.
You just cross everything in the sky off the list. The sun, the moon, the stars. Those are all unknown. Cross them all off the list.
Yep.
Do you think any sane person could understand and know everything?
No.
This is what I mean. I think we're supposed to be comfortable knowing that we don't know, but because we've all been through this indoctrination and we're constantly surrounded by a culture that claims we can know everything, just give it enough time. That's built up this idea, and in our minds that makes us uncomfortable when we are confronted with the fact that we'll never know everything.
Well, the problem is they give you information that's false, and then they claim that you do that you do know. You do know. Here's your answer, and it's not right.
Yeah.
When they give you lies for answers, what do?
I'd prefer not to know than fucking be stuck in the religion, man.
But I mean, many people have such a problem with taking a position unknown. This is what Miggy's going on about lately with the map stuff. You know, that even flat earthers can't stand in a position of unknown. They have to assert that they have this idea of what's happening at the outer regions of this world potentially.
Right.
So even flat earthers still struggle with this.
No, it's the AE map.
This is what I say all the time. I mean, this is the nature of man. We want to know. And in light of knowing, we will go ahead and construct a story that is more palatable than not knowing. And that seems to be the nature of man. And the beauty of not knowing is that every day is a life lesson. Every day is something to learn, right? I mean, if you're an inquisitive, curious person, that brings joy to you every day that you get to ask questions that get answered, that you get to go out there and explore new things. So I mean, you can look at it like, well, I need to know everything. And I guess if you live long enough, like someone said, and I don't think any of us will, you may know everything. But that doesn't happen. There's expiration dates here.
They just come right out and ban anybody from visiting the southern region of the Earth, the Antarctic Treaty. So how do you know anything about Antarctica? How do you know anything? Period. You don't.
I agree with you on that.
I don't think any amount of time is going to allow them to know things that are unknowable, like like how do the natural laws actually work? They can just describe them. They can't actually give you any reasonable reason why they always happen.
Here's a question. If you think that we're going to figure everything out in an amount of time, just ask you this. What decided existence would exist?
Yeah.
It's just a proposition. There's no way to know either.
It can't even be logically reconciled.
I mean, I may agree to that. But again, it's just a proposition. There's no way to know either.
Yeah. Is there life after death? Or are we done?
When you come back, let me know.
I will.
Yeah, it's like we don't have that knowledge until we go through it, and we were born here with no knowledge of what happened before or where we came from. Like we have to learn that as we go, and a lot of that comes with connotations and cultural things.
Jace,
considering nobody recollects when they came here, we don't know what we actually knew back then because we can't remember any of it. The information may be there. I have no idea.
There's no doubt, man. I've told you about it before when I astroplaned above my body when I had that near-death experience. And I saw light, mate. The stereotypical tunnel of light, like what you see on TV. And it was fucking dragging me towards it, physically. But mentally, I knew. I was shouting on top of my voice, I'm too young to die, I don't want to die. And then the next minute, I was back above my body looking down. So I'm fucking 100% sure there's definitely something after this.
Yeah, you have had the experience, so you have the knowledge. A lot of people haven't had it, So for them, it's something that's completely unknowable. You have a hint that there is something more to look into here, where you still don't know exactly what's going to happen after you go into the light or anything like that, because you haven't gone through that yet.
Thought, like, after it happened, I knew that there was something else. I mean, that might make some people turn religious, but it made me start digging and trying to find out what reality was all about. But there's definitely life after this, man. I've got no doubt.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
Bro, when I think about it, even now, it was back when I was 25, and I'm 43 now, and I can remember it. I can see exactly what happened, because it might have been a hallucination, it might have been something created by my mind, but it's a real memory in my head.
I always say you don't build a big amusement park for one go around.
Damn.
I'm just kind of confused why doctors are saying that we're aging backwards now. Like, where did this come from?
What was that?
I never heard that.
Oh yeah, you should look it up, man.
Benjamin Button?
And real weird out here.
So what happens to babies who are aging backwards, who just get born? Do they just turn into a fetus and then disappear?
I ask the government, man.
Clump of cells, sir. Clump of cells.
Big crunch. I used to believe in the big crunch. That's what they say, that eventually the universe is going to stop expanding and it's going to start contracting.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that too, Spake.
Yeah,
me too.
I used to believe that shit, man.
I thought it was like a
There was a
heartbeat.
Futurama episode where they did that, man. They kept like going forward in time.
Oh yeah, the Big Bang's going to happen all over again, huh? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah. Yep.
All of a sudden now everything's going to all come together and smash together in the middle again and start everything all over again. Oh, how wonderful!
Yep.
Yeah, it's so hilarious.
Just how wonderful could that be? So stupid.
But it makes
Everything
sense.
is going to go back to nothing.
Back to a singularity.
Yeah, what if this time when they make us, we just turn out with a headless blob? Oh, look at the humans now. Headless blob of shit. Oops. Makes no sense.
How fellas.
So stupid. Pisses me off that people even think that life can be created through some collision of, inanimate or non-living elements, and all of a sudden
nothing creating nothing or something or whatever.
Yeah, it's just fucking stupid, man. It's almost like how insulting is that to your intelligence? I mean, it's not like we know everything, but we know that those sorts of things are just not possible. It's just
no. You need lizard people,
right?
Like let's be real.
Right, exactly. But that's one thing they're not going to be with us is real. So that's off the table.
Genital warts. It's crazy to me that rockets don't work in a vacuum. and people still believe all of it. It's just hive-minded individuals. You know what I mean?
I think they're lazy individuals too. They won't go and research it for themselves.
It's not hard to do research for yourself nowadays. I can go in my backyard without a computer. I don't even need a computer.
Have you done research that rockets don't work in a vacuum?
I could do that with a few simple parts, probably.
I've seen there was a guy with a vacuum chamber, and he was showing you like how gas, different material doesn't ignite in a gas or a vacuum chamber, and they also had a fan. He also had like a little rocket, you know, that obviously would be affected by the container of the vacuum before the, you know, the force exerted from the rocket itself.
Is that the one where it doesn't begin to move until the gases fill up behind it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. They debunked two things right there in that demonstration. The gas pressure
without a container.
Without a container, yeah.
As soon as you light a rocket in a vacuum, it actually voids it of being a vacuum.
Shot both feet, you know.
I remember they did this one where they were saying, because NASA was saying that the fuel that they used for the rockets was when ignited was not coloured, and then they did this demonstration in a lab, and it glowed red.
So red is no color?
Yeah. Because they were saying, I think it was to do with, when the lunar lander takes off and goes back to the orbiter. And they were saying, why is there no flames? It's just sparks. And they're saying, well, the fuel that we used was doesn't actually create color when ignited. And so they did this demonstration, and it glowed even more red than normal combustible gas.
Then what they say?
Hilarious.
Because of the oxygenated environment or some shit.
Hey, come up with some bullshit excuse.
Or did they do it in a vacuum chamber?
No, I can't remember exactly. I think they did it in both.
What I want to know is what's it pushing against to begin with.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
If they're in a vacuum or even a very low atmospheric pressure like they say the moon has, is it enough to even create lift or push against? I mean, I got my doubts about that. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just speculation, but you know,
because they say that they pump out oxygen at the same time as the combustible gas, and that actually lets them
have something to push against.
Yeah, or the ignition source. Not the ignition source, but because it needs oxygen to burn. So
right.
And so they pump out oxygen at the same time. That makes it be able to burn.
Well, I can understand it being able to burn, but I still want to know what's it pushing against.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know?
Reaction.
I mean, you gotta have something to push against. I mean, that's why rockets have such a hard time anyway, because the atmosphere is thin. It's not really that much to push against. That's why we're limited, and I think that's my opinion as to why we're limited on how high we can go and how far we can go and whatever else. Because once you get up so high, the atmosphere is so thin, there's nothing to push against. You're only dealing with your the energy that you created at a lower altitude and or your speed.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It's just really strange to me to think that they're pushing against a super low atmospheric pressure. And it just doesn't seem like to me that it would work very well. I mean, that's just my speculation.
And how do you maintain direction as well in such thin air?
Exactly. Yeah, you got to be able to adjust your direction. With your, if you got a flaps, what are they pushing against? I mean, how are you steering? I mean, how are you doing anything with no atmosphere?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes no sense.
Science. Gravity.
It's always fun theory crafting about fantasy mediums, isn't it?
It's always fun to be left in the dark. Yeah. With no answers. Yeah, that's a great time.
But you know that the fuckers at NASA are sitting about doing the same thing we're doing right now. Because they got to come up with excuses for the public, so...
Right.
Yeah, they're just getting paid for it.
Yeah, exactly. You got our fucking paychecks, man.
Yeah, fuck, when are they going to start paying us? Yeah, it's just, the whole thing is just so bizarre. It really is.
I was watching the Artemis crew do their presentation, and it looked like a yes man convention. Yeah, have you ever watched that movie where it's like, yes man, yes, yes, yes? They're all chanting like part of a cult, and the girl goes, the girl gets up there and starts chanting, and starts giving it, we're gonna make it, and we're gonna do all this, and we're gonna do so much awesome science, and then they never explain what that science is, or they ever show that science, but they're doing science and they're going to the moon, and
appeal ex ante.
Be connect.
CB, do you have the interview with Don Pettit where he's being interviewed about his role on the space station? And he says, he's like engineer guy and he does repairs. And then he's like, the interviewer asks him for more detail and he just fucking says the same bland shit.
No, I don't.
He's like, does the space station need repairs? And I do the repairs, and never any specifics,
Yeah.
No, the space station. No, I don't have that, but that sounds funny.
Yeah. And he talks about replacing O-rings. How the fuck do you replace an O-ring when it's under pressure?
Exactly. That is a very tricky question.
It's called real good engineering.
What happens when you have a leak?
Great observation, Timbo.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
Yeah. Well, then you have a leak. Or else, what do you think is going on here?
I'm sure there's some type of protocol that we have to go through, but at the moment, off the top of my head, I can't think of it.
The problem I didn't even think of one detail of it.
We used to. But we destroyed that technology.
And it's a painful process to build it down.
I couldn't get that one all the way on there.
We've all heard it so many times. It's so stupid.
I know. See, you already see. That's what's funny about Brock. You could finish the sentence because you already heard it so many times.
I know.
Yeah, they stick out like a sore thumb now.
It's more like a pain in the ass and a sore thumb, I guess, combined. But yeah.
Let's see if I can find this video.
Blind faith. That's what they want.
Let me know if you find it. We can play it in the bot or something.
I'm surprised you don't have him. That's fucking hilarious.
Just have blind faith. Trust them. They know what they're doing.
I'm not surprised that he would say something like that, though. Just general technical stuff.
Yeah, like changing toilet rolls and cleaning the toilet.
Chugga, 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 chugga. There's so many ridiculous things.
That you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug.
I think I had it bookmarked. It's gone.
Oh, did they scrub it?
It was like a comedy video, and it's had some sound bites like edited in. It was funny as shit, man. But yeah, it's gone. But this channel that does like these Don Pettit supercuts is still up, man.
There's a really good Instagram channel that does Don Pettit work. It's called Don Pettit in Space. Oh yeah, that's him.
That's the one, bro. Yeah.
Oh boy, what a hero!
Yeah, he's awesome. I've been following him on Instagram for a long time.
Yeah,
he's always posting pictures of Don with his didgeridoo and shit like that. It's funny.
Yeah, he's my astronaut hero.
66 years in space, folks. Or 66 years old or whatever.
Kid's 1 year younger than me. Hell, I'd be in charge. Fuck him.
Oh, you're 67?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. Respect. So you got Sunny beat?
I will be in a couple weeks. So
you got Sunny beat.
Yeah.
By a little bit. Okay.
Couple years.
But are you the oldest?
I don't think so. To be honest with you, I think there's a woman. I think this may be a little older, an older lady.
Oh, Ildiko.
Yeah.
So wait, are you the oldest? Are you the oldest? Male?
I don't know. Maybe.
Wait, how old is Jin?
He's younger than me. That's for sure.
Okay. He's in his
50s, I think.
50s. Hey, where they?
God Rocky is the patriarch of the server.
I was gonna say, wear that crown, King.
Yeah. All right. I'll be happy to. I'm glad to be here. I'll tell you that. That's all I can tell you.
Glad to have you.
I'd like to think I'm not your average boomer. Let's put it that way, because I've got friends of mine that I see and went to high school with or whatever, and I'll see them and I look at them and I think, what the fuck happened to you? You look like you went to World War III and lost.
Yeah.
They're all fat and just, wrinkled up and just, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I look pretty good for my age, and I feel pretty good. Even though I've had a few heart attacks, they got me fixed up with some stents, and I feel pretty good. I just guess I'm lucky. I don't really know what to say, but yeah, I don't feel so bad at 67. I don't feel, when I say I'm 67, I don't even know what to think about that, because I guess I know what 67 feels like because I'm almost there, but it's not a bad thing. Let's put it that way. I mean, I'm not hating it. Not having a hard time walking, or my brain still works pretty good. And I mean, at least I feel like it does. But yeah.
You sound like you still got that spunk in you.
Yeah, I feel like I do. Sure.
I don't mean to joke about any health stuff, but it's a bit funny to me when you get to that age where like having a heart attack's a casual occurrence. And you just kind of laugh about it.
I do 3 heart attacks in my day.
Put it on the list of achievements,
Yeah.
I've
actually had 5 heart attacks. So
damn.
God damn.
Yeah. A couple of real mild ones. Yeah. I had 2 before I had the big one. I knew when I had them. I remember having them, and I remember my chest hurting. And I went and I laid on the grass out one time out in the front yard, and all the neighbors come running out. Are you okay? Are you okay? We need to take you to the hospital. And I'm going, I don't think so. My chest kind of hurts, but I think I'm okay. It's starting to go away. And then the same thing happened. I was in the house one day, and I laid on my back, and my dog came over and put her head right on my chest. She literally laid her head right on my heart while I was laying on my back on the living room floor, and my chest was hurting, and it went away. And then it was about 6 months after that, I had the Widowmaker 100% blocked. I mean, it hurt, man. I was fucking just screaming, let's get to the hospital now, hurry. I know I'm having a heart attack. So we flew there, got there. And then the next day when I woke up in my hospital bed, the doctor came in and says, well, when we got in there looking around, we seen some scar tissue. You've had at least 2 heart attacks before now. And I said, yeah, I kind of remember having them, but I didn't think it was really any big deal. And so what I have to tell, my story at this point for all you younger gentlemen is, if you got a dull chest pain in your chest or on your left arm or up your neck or whatever, and you really think it's really not nothing to be worried about, yes, it is. Get your ass to the hospital and get some blood drawn to see if there's an enzyme that your heart produces called troponin. And if troponin is present,
baby, let's go. Like that.
if it's present in your blood, then your heart is under stress and it's having problems. So, yeah, I had 2 heart attacks, and they told me, yeah, we see scar tissue in there. You've had at least 2 before now. And I didn't think I had them. We didn't feel so bad that I was actually causing scar tissue on my heart. I mean, it hurt a little bit. I mean, it was like this dull pain, and I thought, I think I'll be all right. You know, it went away. But sure enough, it was a heart attack. And so I'm just telling all you guys, anybody listening to this, if you have a dull pain in your chest or in your left arm or whatever, don't fuck around. Get to the hospital and get some blood drawn, because you very well could be having a heart attack. Because I had to and completely ignored them. It wasn't that big a deal, but it turned out, luckily, they didn't do that much damage to my heart. And the big one I had, I got there within 5 minutes. They drew blood and they said, well, we don't see any troponin. And I said, well, you better draw blood again. And so they did. And they said, oh, shit, we see it now. Get him ready for surgery. So and next thing I knew, I was knocked out and woke up the next morning. But then the doctor also told me, he says, we have never seen that before, ever, where anyone showed up so fast that the troponin hadn't had time to show up in your blood yet. And I was under full cardiac arrest. And I mean, it was painful. I mean, I was gasping for air. It felt like a Charlie horse in my heart. Like you get in your calf or something in the middle of the night, you wake up like, fuck my leg. That's what my chest felt like. And so, yeah, I got there so quick. I mean, we jumped in the car and the hospital was only 5 minutes away. And then also the funny thing about that is they also told me, if you'd have been 5 minutes longer getting here, you probably wouldn't have made it. So, I mean, I feel extremely lucky for what happened. I must be blessed in some way, because, you know, to make it there that soon, like I did, and to survive the 100% block widowmaker, which is rare. Most people that have that usually die.
So do you keep aspirin in your cupboard now, just in case, or?
I'm on a blood thinner, and I take 1 baby aspirin every day. Yeah.
Did you change your diet, or do you smoke or whatever? Or?
Well, yeah, I've definitely changed my diet. I'm diabetic as well, so I do try to watch my diet. I try to eat healthy foods. I don't drink any soda pop at all. I drink.
There we go, God rocking.
Yeah. So I drink water, milk, coffee, maybe a little bit of tea every now and then.
There we go.
Juice, obviously fruit juices and stuff like that. So I don't drink. I haven't had a Coke. Well, let me put it this way. In 5 years, I've probably had 3 Cokes. In 5 years, 3 soda pops.
Okay. There you go.
So, and I generally, I just don't drink it at all anymore. I'm done with it.
That's the way right there, baby.
But you toke, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's good for you, so I don't drink it.
Hell no.
Well, they make everything like that so easy, right? They put it in every store. They put the newspaper up for free. You can have a newspaper and a pop, and they don't care.
Oh, you have deals like that over there.
I mean, some people drink it all day long, and they don't seem to have a problem with it. I don't know, but I'm not going there.
You see these people leaving the grocery store with the carts, and they got the pops stacked up on the sides of the cart, like loaded
up. And they weigh 400 pounds, yeah.
Crazy.
It's like the fucking panic buying, man. Like,
bro,
Mountain Dew.
I don't know, man. They drink. I don't know why they treat it like it is. I gotta have my soda per day. Like,
I don't drink any tap water at all.
There we go, God rocking.
Huh?
So there we go.
Yeah, tap water.
Distilled.
Yeah, the tap water where I live is terrible. There's a guy that did a thing on the internet. Some guy lives here in Ogden where I live, and he took a 55-gallon drum and distilled it, and then showed what was left over, and it was a half a gallon of this white milky junk that was in 55 gallons of water in the Ogden City water here.
Hell no!
Comes through my, it's
that's
at my tap
disgusting,
right
man.
now. A half a gallon of the most ugly, murkiest, gunkiest shit you've ever seen, but it was white. It wasn't black or brown. It was weird, white, cloudy white.
Ew.
Yeah. So if you drink 55-gallon drums or 55 gallons of water, I think you could drink that in probably 2 months easy.
55 gallons? Yeah, 2 months. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so every 2 months, I'm drinking a half a gallon of sludge.
Yeah, hell no.
Yeah,
no. Not doing that shit.
Someone asked earlier, like, what the fuck is going on? Is it in the water? Is it what? Well, there you go. There's your answer.
And there you go. Hey, Dogs Are Gods is in here like, no, the water is safe and effective. No, dude. No, it's not.
That guy, Dogs Are Gods, he thinks he knows everything about everything. I cannot stand to listen to that dude talk. I'm sorry.
I do every day. I do like a 4 liter, which I.
Yeah, you got the little countertop version,
which is a gallon.
The Berkey.
Sorry, I think something.
You got a distiller? Is that what you do?
The Berkey.
Do you distill it or do you use a reverse osmosis?
I distill.
Yeah, that's probably the best.
I have a little counter unit. Yeah, it does a gallon every 6 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
They're not that much money either because they're I think you can get one.
I got that one for like £140.
Yeah,
I don't know, that's $200.
So for $150, and you can save
worth it.
Drinking all that sludge. I mean, you see the shit that probably comes out of a gallon. It's probably what, a quarter of an inch in the bottom of the thing every time.
Ew.
Yeah.
It's fucked, man. I remember, like, when I was researching water before I got into distilling, there was a video of a guy demonstrating, what's in your tap water. And he had 3 big, like, glass jugs up on the shelf behind him. And each one kind of represented the amount of crap that was going into your body, depending on, like, you drink this much per day for a year. Look at all this crap that's in your body, all this like minerals, whatever, chemicals, and then the third one's like, here's what you get after 20 years of drinking this much per day. It's an entire jar full of just crap, and it's like, that's sitting in your joints, your veins, your arteries, everywhere in the body, and people are wondering why they're getting...
No wonder your kidneys fail and everything else, trying to filter all that shit out,
Yeah.
You should be thinking more about the water you drink, guys. We piss and shit in our water. So why would you not want the cleanest water possible?
Would you take water from a spring?
I think water from a spring would be fine, as long as you get it right when it comes out of the earth. But there are springs that, if they pass through certain parts of the earth, where you can get high concentrations of, different chemicals or elements like arsenic and various different things. So spring water, yes, but to have someone test it just to make sure. Spring water is probably okay for the most part, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a bunch of bullshit in it, because anytime the water passes through that much earth and through the rock and through the dirt, I mean, it's probably not like poisons like pesticides and stuff like that, but it's certainly probably minerals like metals and whatever else would be in the earth, that would, small particles of silicon, which is rock, small colloidal silver or colloidal, anything that's colloidal is what floats in water and you can't really see it. So there would be colloidal silver, colloidal iron, colloidal, iron is a bad thing too. If you drink too much iron, that's really bad for you. And so all that stuff is in the water. I mean, iron, you can get iron on almost every scoop of dirt. If you go get a shovel full of dirt and test it, there's going to be iron in it almost every time. And that's rust. Iron oxide is rust. And so that ain't no fucking good. That can't be any good for you, your system. It just can't be. And I know it's not, because you can read about iron oxide in your system, and it's not good for you. It's bad. I mean, so spring water, I don't know, but maybe some of them are good, but I would say have it tested, or just distill the shit. Period. Just distill your freaking water, or reverse osmosis. Either one of those two is probably good enough.
Yeah, I mean, for the folks worried about drinking distilled water, you can always add salts back in and things like this.
Oh, yeah, and that would be a good idea to get like Dead Sea salt or
Himalayan
salt. Yeah, just to sprinkle in there, just enough to get your minerals and vitamins that you probably do need. So yeah, obviously, if you distill it completely clean, you probably should add, some natural, salt, a little, just to sprinkle.
Bro, I haven't drank tap water in like 7+ years. So if this is new to you folks,
that's all I drink.
well, if this is new to you folks, man, you can get out there and try something, especially if you live in the States. If you live near a Whole Foods or something, man. So go ahead.
Fuck, imagine drinking tap water in New York or some shit.
Oh, no thanks.
Fuck, man. I worked down in London for a couple of years, like 10 years ago, and the saying down there was that the water's filtered through 7 people before it gets to your tap. It's the most rank, disgusting shit you could imagine. I can only imagine how bad it is in New York or something.
Oh, fuck. That's so sick.
Hell no.
I got a friend that keeps trying to sell me Kangen water. The machine.
Yeah, drink clean water for fuck's sake, guys. Get a distiller or get a reverse osmosis kit. They work pretty good too.
Well water, man. Well water.
If you live near a Whole Foods, I don't know about y'all, but the Whole Foods near me, every single one of them has a super high quality water machine in there.
Yeah.
You can go in there and fill up your water. Dude, I the ones nearby me, I guess I winked and smiled enough at the manager. They're like, dude, you don't have to pay for your water. So I just go there and get free water. It's awesome.
Oh,
so
nice. What,
I would
distilled?
recommend. They have like a hydrocarbon filtered high pH alkalized water. It's crazy, bro. It's like maxed out, best water you can buy around. I'm stoked. So I've been getting that water for free for like
that's awesome, man.
A long time.
How much can you go in and get at a time? Like what, a couple gallons or something?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, I got a couple gallon jars, so I'll just get a couple gallons at a time. Go back a couple times a week or whatever. So right up the streets.
You just imagine you rolling up in a pickup, man, with a massive fucking tank in the back.
5-gallon drum, yeah. Get 2 of these drums. Can I get 2 of these drums filled, please?
Yeah. I just keep it on the low. Just go every once in a while, fill up.
That's
But yeah,
why
no,
you
folks,
want to push the
definitely
nicety,
try this. Stop drinking out of the tap. If you can go to somewhere that has a water, I mean, even the local Kroger is my local grocery store, so they have a water machine too. So, if you don't have a machine or a way to do this, you can find a way. You don't have to drink that tap water.
Yeah,
I haven't done it in 7 years.
That's a good deal. That's good, man.
How often you been ill, CB?
Huh?
How often you been ill?
Oh,
flus.
Not that much. Not for real. I don't really, not that often.
I think I've had the flu. I've had the flu maybe once in the last maybe 5 or 6, 7 years, and I haven't really had any. I had one lung thing where I was coughing up some yellow type shit out of my lungs once about 6 years ago, maybe. I've been pretty healthy that way. I haven't been really sick at all. I don't know why. Hopefully it's because I'm doing the right thing. Hopefully trying to do the right thing with what I put in my body. But I think these ailments that people get, I'm not.
It's just toxic overload. You know what I mean? Fuck yeah.
I'm not gonna
say dude, all these antidepressants and stuff in people's medicines and medications getting in the water. No, I'm good. I don't want that either.
Yeah,
y'all can have that. Zoloft and Prozac in the water. Nope.
I know, huh?
It's just fucking shared insanity, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. When they say what's in the water, they're not joking. Like, come on, folks. You don't have to drink that. Don't have the Kool-Aid.
Have you guys spoken to Ghostbusters? New guy just joined.
Let me send him a message. He's on deafin at the moment.
He went in here to listen, but you can, hook him up, see what he got to say.
Welcome.
He's a Globe believer, so.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
No way.
Everybody get him.
They still fucking exist. 2023. Season 9.
Yeah. They're not that rare anymore.
Now you can actually make a pretty good filter on your own. You can get like about a 6-foot pipe, like a water main pipe that's made of plastic or whatever. It's about 8 inches around, and you can fill it with sand, silica sand. You rinse it real good, boiling water, and rinse it, and boil water and rinse it real good. Get all the dust and everything off of it, and then underneath that, pack about a foot of charcoal. And then you put and about 3 feet of sand, and then you just put a slow drip into the top of that, and it passes through the sand, and then it passes through about 8 or 10 inches of charcoal, and then comes out. You have to rinse the charcoal real good before you use it. Also, and then it comes out. That would probably be pretty safe water to drink.
Yeah, the charcoal.
Yeah, I've looked into it, and that would probably be pretty safe. I'm going to build one of those.
That's what the Berkey uses. My buddy bought a Berkey, had one on his counter. When you open up the top, it's got a huge carbon filter on one side, and then another carbon, like some other type of filter on the other. And then the water that I get inside the machine, it's got a huge, carbon filter as well. So something about that carbon, yeah, you're right.
Yep.
You can get big bags of activated carbon.
Yeah, activated charcoal.
Pretty cheap. You can fill
Yeah, I was buying that. I was buying that as well.
They do mining with carbon blocks. They're great big. They're like 2 foot by 3 foot by 4 foot, and then you pour water from you take ore and you crush it, and then you put it in a pond, and then you run the water through, and run through these blocks of. It's like a step. Goes into this block, fills up, goes into the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then after like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever, you take the very bottom block and then put another one at the top, and then you take that block and put it in a furnace, and then you put it up against a filter and you burn that carbon off, and you'll get gold and silver and whatever else, and it's their nanocarbon blocks, and they collect colloidal gold and silver and metals that you can't see in the water, and it's in there and you can't see it, but you run water through those blocks for like 2 months, and then you go burn that block off, you'll have a big chunk of gold and silver. There's miners that do that. There's a mine that used to be right here in Idaho, not far from me, that was burning one of those every week and getting, I can't remember how many ounces of gold a week out of doing that. They were crushing their gold and turning it into powder, and then putting it in this big pond and stirring it up, and then just run the water through these carbon blocks, and it would collect these little tiny nanoparticles of gold and silver, and they burn that carbon off, and there was a big old slab of fucking ore right there.
Wow.
It's a pretty cool way to mine.
Nice.
I think you could probably take one of those blocks, if you had those blocks and you had like the oil rigs. Let's say the oil rigs out there, like on the Black Swan. If you hung them off of that and let them dangle in the salt water and dangle in the sea for like a month, like at there's the Bering Sea up there by Alaska. There's people that dive and gold mine, do dredging off the bottom of the ocean, and they dredge the sand off the sand of the beach and would run it through dredges and get gold dust and whatever else. So there's a lot of gold in colloidal gold in the ocean. People just don't realize how much is there, because the rivers are constantly feeding the ocean, running off the mountains, collecting these real fine particles of ore, and it ends up in the ocean. And you can actually run the water through these carbon blocks and burn it off, and you can mine the seawater that way too. It's amazing. It's kind of new technology, but I'm surprised people haven't put these big platforms out in the ocean up by the Bering Sea up in Alaska, where there's a lot of gold in the ground or in the sea. Just dangling them in, let the river run through the block as it as it enters into the ocean. Just let it sit there and dangle in the flow of the water. And let it sit there for a month or two, and then go burn it off and see what you get. I'll bet money you get gold.
Yeah, that's cool.
You got a link to that process called Rockin'.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. There is. I haven't seen the link to it before. It was a few years ago. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Right. That's pretty wicked. I see Ghostbusters now back on Deafin. All right. Well, I was gonna say what's up, but just joined the server today. Let's see who checked him in.
You did, CB. You were in superposition. Live stream and VC check-in.
A friend of mine knows a guy.
Oh, Phantom got him.
There's a friend of mine that knows a guy that takes carpet strips about a foot and a half wide, and he spikes them down in the creeks in the fall, and spikes them to the bottom of the creek, and with stakes, and then after the spring runoff, he goes up and rolls them up, and then takes them home and turns them upside down and beats it out and beats the gold right out of the carpet rugs, pieces of carpet, big rolls of carpet that he puts in the bottom of the creeks, and it catches it just like a sluice box does. He actually makes, this guy I know said the guy makes, he gets several ounces every year doing that. Just going up and spiking some long strips of old carpet strips in the bottom of the creek when it's real low, and then letting the runoff run over it all spring, and then go up and roll them back up when the water's low again. Take them home and let them dry and stick them, and then take a mallet and beat the shit out of them, and it falls out on the ground.
I definitely thought about doing that because I live up here in Gold Country, so
that's good
ingenuity. I might try that.
Yeah, I've been meaning to give it a try myself. There's a lot of creeks that come off these mountains here where I live. You just nail them down up there in the fall and wait till midsummer, go back up, roll them up, bring them home and see what's in them. Worth a try.
So this it says it's live streaming. Is there a channel that it's live streaming to, or is it just says live streaming?
I'll post it for you.
Okay.
Good to have this link in your back pocket, just in case some Glober starts lying on the live stream. Always go back and call them out, hold them accountable, or make clips. It's a different things you can do with the live stream. So it is posted in the live stream voice text. So check there. Shout out to Helio Skeptic who runs the channel. And we just recently refreshed the live stream feed. My bad. But yeah, if you notice today, there should be a different format for the live stream. So if it does look different, we did edit that yesterday. So shout out to Helio. Shout
I'm
out to
not
Miggy.
sold on it, to be honest.
How dare you take it back right now?
No, I mean, you look at Miggy's setup. Nice and fancy and modern.
Hey, listen.
Helio's is just
right,
like
we're talking Helio Skeptic
cold,
here.
You know?
We got old and cold. We got to give him some credit, because he did this all on the fly. But hey, this is just a symbol, folks. This lets you know we are now in season 9.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
All right, so this marks official beginning. We're no longer in season 1, all right? We don't talk about the same old flight pass and all that stuff. We're on a different wave now, folks. All right. So if you don't know by now,
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say like 20 minutes ago. You guys must like being in this for so many years now, and Globers come in all fucking passionate with their zealot bullshit, and you just have this feeling of like it's like your child coming up and telling you about their first time they experienced something, you know, but it's nothing new to you, you know. And it's just, I don't know, dealing with these Globers, and they don't realize we've been sitting here for years, man, and they're like coming in here all fucking hot and heavy about the stuff, and we're just like an elders sitting with long beards, just waiting for them to show up so we can tell them what's right, you know. Just get that, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's just.
Well, that's true. That's kind of how I felt coming in here as a flat earther, a new one. I know that you guys know, and you've heard this argument before, and I know you guys know that new flat earthers are going to be passionate about, hey, let's fucking settle this once and for all, you know.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it's going to go. But I do think it's gaining more traction, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't as big as it is. You know, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's getting to a point where you're going to have some fucking say in the matter now. You're gonna have more people coming in, so you gotta get a fine point on it, and just attack that one point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not as hard as Nathan Oakley does on his 6 points or whatever, but
It's just the Globers come in, and we know it's so close to their heart. It's so important to them. But all I can do is sit here and listen to them and be saying, "Funky."
Cotton Rocket, take that, bro.
The funky tune, pretty good. Yeah. So we know it's so close to the heart. It's so important to them that it's a globe. It has to be a globe. And I'm just sitting here, and it's like, it's just a lie. It's just a lie, bro. That's all it is. It's just a lie. It's nothing more. Don't need to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah.
See it for what it is. Relearn what you have to. Move forward. But you kind of have to humor their passion in a sense.
Whose passion?
The Globers.
What passion?
Well, they're zealotness.
The zealots? Okay. I was gonna say, because seems like a large majority of them are like, man, why does it matter? Like, I don't understand, like, why you guys care so much, why it's flat, or why does it matter? Like, they don't have any passion at all. Those types of guys.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. But no, when you get them in a corner and start spiraling and short-circuiting, and they get really, really passionate with the stupidity.
Yeah.
That moment, this is so dear and close to their hearts. This deception. The false globe. And that's the bit where you just want to kind of, put your hand on the shoulder and be like, it's all right, bro. It's just a lie. That's all it is.
Yeah.
There's more to come. Don't worry. No shortage of lies in this world. But that's the thing, is like, we get all these really fucking socially naive people, like they've never experienced being lied to or being betrayed or anything like that in their life. Yeah, what's that Adam guy? He said, oh yeah, I'll believe it when the mainstream media tells me. What he's essentially saying is,
oh my God.
Oh yeah, I'll believe it when the person lying to me admits to their lie. It's like, how many times in your life, CB, has a liar admitted to their lying? And it's not
barely ever.
It's not just been a case where you've had to suss that they're a liar, probably, like a fucking pathological one. And you just cut them out your life,
Yeah.
It doesn't get resolved or closure where they come up and look, I told you this lie 7 years ago, and then I told you this one 4 years ago, and blah 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 blah. Blah. You know, you resolve it all, and there's a nice closure, and then you continue on. And I trust you again, bro. Nah, you realize they're liars and manipulators and all this, and you just say, get the fuck.
Yeah, well, no, what do they really do?
Yeah.
They double, triple, quadruple down. They don't really admit their fault.
When do liars ever admit to lying? So people that say, I fucking believe it when the liars tell me the truth. It's like, you're fucking lost.
Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, why would you do that? Yeah. No, honestly, I think I told them about the Santa Claus thing. They're not going to just come out next year and go, all right, folks, we're done with Santa Claus. You know, it was fun, but we're not going to do it anymore. That's never going to happen. It's going to happen every year. All the malls or all the radio commercials, all that stuff, where they're still going to do it. Same thing applies to the globe. They're going to keep, just like the old dusty ornaments in the basement, they're just going to hang them back up. Tradition at this point. So
maybe
it's up to you.
It's probably just laziness, because it's kind of like, I don't want to do the waking up. I want them to do the waking up for me.
Yeah.
Like, no, you have to fucking wake up.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that it's up to you to do the creeping down the stairs. That's what I had to do. I don't know about y'all, but there was one night I heard some paper crinkling, tape cracking, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? I start creeping down the stairs and I see some foolery going on. And that's when I realized, okay, all right, well, my parents did a really good job up to this point selling the idea that it was them, cookies, half eaten, milk, half drinking, all this stuff. I believed it. They did a good job, but I found them out. And so it's your responsibility. It's on your shoulders to understand it and creep down those stairs and learn the truth. He said, Adam, yesterday, he was like, well, I'm waiting for the TV to tell me. They ain't gonna tell you, bro. They didn't tell you Santa Claus wasn't real. You had to figure that out, or one of your older classmates or somebody had to come and tell you. And we're just the older big kids that found out Santa's not real. You can get mad at us all you want, but it's on you. You can believe in him still, but look, that's on you, man. But one day, maybe you'll creep down the stairs and learn on your own. That's your responsibility. So I think, who was it? Maybe it was Mewtwo. You were saying, like, man, we got to get out there and push the message. Well, that's fine. Maybe you can. There's certain people like Orion who's out there on the streets. He's talking to people. He's doing his thing. But I in my mind, my attitude is like, I always bring up the guru in the jungle. He's the enlightened guy. He's sitting there meditating, whatever, right? And then somebody approaches him. He's a guru. Enlighten me, please. Bring me enlightenment. That guru, he's not going out into the city to try to find people and get on a corner with a megaphone and start telling people to find enlightenment. First of all, that's probably not even the way to do it. If you really want to get true, good, genuine people to learn the message, that's not the way to do it, in my opinion. They've got to find you. You've got to suss them out. So that's kind of my attitude. It's like the right people will come. This is what the server's all about. We've built this place up so people can come, peek behind the curtain. Some people are willing to engage, some people aren't. And the ones that do, then there you go. Now you've got your chance to be that guru, if you will. But I don't go out into reality and bang on doors, knock on doors, and try to sell the idea that the earth is flat. I don't think that's necessary. Not saying that was your idea. But and some people are more inclined. Like I said, Orion, he's more inclined to be kind of out there giving out stickers and putting stuff on, corners or whatever. That's great. I don't knock that. But I definitely just take a more of that guru in the jungle approach. So just keep that in mind.
Too many people seeking gurus. That's the problem. Stand on your own 2 feet.
Yeah, I do like that. But so many people are so reliant on a daddy. They want daddy to tell them what to think, how to think. And so that's what I mean. They go to guru, enlighten me.
A guru is like a supplement. Give you a few shortcuts. But you're going to have to do the work.
That's the thing, Obi. That's the secret. The guru will teach you is that you'll realize. See, you go to him and say, Guru, teach me. And he'll eventually realize that it's not me, it's you. You, like the guru's not going to whip out a brochure and give you the secrets. It doesn't work like that. It's basically you already have every.
It can't.
You already have all the tools you need to figure it out.
Drace was saying just
clearing
earlier,
the way.
You experienced it, you have the knowledge. I didn't experience it, I don't have the knowledge. When he was speaking to Pano, I think, about the near-death experience. Same thing with this type of stuff, You gotta have the experiences, gain the knowledge, and then you'll get there. But I can't.
I like that.
I can't transfer it to you in one conversation. Or 10 even.
That. Yeah. I agree with that.
You got to go out there.
The analogy.
These Globers got to go out there and they've got to experience all the dirty little Glober tactics they do, all the ways they try to bring us down. They got to experience all these little nuances in the whole back and forth of these two paradigms clashing, That's what you need to experience and be aware of, because when you're aware of that stuff, it becomes blatantly clear which side is, again, trying to get down to business and be serious about things and go about it in a respectful manner towards each other, and which side's not interested in that stuff. Then you have to ask, why are they not interested in this stuff? Oh, could it be if they take the conversation seriously, it'll quickly be shown that their paradigm is false and doesn't exist, and we need to rework things. That's exactly why, Yeah, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do like that. And I was just thinking about how you said, like, you can't transfer your understanding to someone else. I agree with that. And just, I've always used the analogy of when you stumble across someone who maybe wanders into this forum, I look at them like a barn find. If you're familiar with cars, if you're into the car world, maybe there's an old guy that lives in your neighborhood that he's got an old Porsche sitting in his barn in the back, just collecting dust. Ain't nothing wrong with the Porsche, all right? It's got dust covered all over it. So I look at these folks that wander in here a bit like those barn find cars. They work fine under the surface, but you have to do a little bit of maintenance to sort of, restore the car. The windshield's covered in grime and dust and clutter. There's no product that you need to put on the windshield. You need to remove the dust and the grime and the clutter, and then the windshield will be clear again. Someone's mind works the same way. They've got a lot of dust and clutter that's blocking them from, quote unquote, seeing the truth, if you will. So if you, as the guru, you're not giving them the answers and stuff like that. You're just helping remove a little bit of dust here, a little bit of clutter there, a little bit of grime here. And then eventually that car will be restored and it'll be able to move on its own again. That's the kind of way I look at it. So the guru role is really, it's not like you have all the answers. You do a lot of, it's shamanic. It's a dutiful role. Honestly, it's not easy to do what we do here. We're not just giving out. It's like if it were as easy as just saying a certain phrase or giving someone the black swan, it's not like you can just punch in a cheat code and get the answer to someone. Like you said, OB, transferring your understanding to someone. It doesn't work that way. You have to sort of work a bit like a shaman. when someone rolls in here, you see, all right, well, this person's seems like they're going wrong in this area. Let me see if I can, fix this little issue that they're having and see if they'll, see if they can figure it out on their own. It does work a lot like that, like a shaman or a guru, where you're trying to, help someone's misunderstanding. You're not giving them answers. You're not giving them a brochure of, well, here's what you do. Here, watch these 5 videos. I never do that. I want to diagnose them as they come. I think Mimas does a good job of this as well. He'd probably say that he doesn't have a freaking bunch of pickup lines and stuff, a bunch of a portfolio, a playbook. He just kind of goes on the fly and works with the person as they come. And I think that's a good idea.
Mark of a true teacher,
Definitely. And so you got to be on your feet for sure. That's why it's why, like, when you're boxing, the reason why they jump and they bounce is you always got to be ready to move. You got to be ready to adapt. So you don't want to be rigid in what you do. I kind of make fun of Helio. Shout out to Helio. But sometimes when someone comes in and they're new, what's the question you'll hear from time to time? Hey, well, how did you find the server? Whatever.
How did you get here? Or something like that.
Yeah, what did you?
What brings you here to the server? Yeah. How did you find us? Or something. You directly ask them that. That's awesome.
Sometimes Helio sounds to me like he's speaking to himself.
Yeah, I do. Well, shout out to Helio, man. We love you, man. But I do agree with that.
Just call some people out on their shit, though, like directly. Like, well, why are you here exactly? What brings you here? And how did you get here specifically?
Hey, in a way, he's his own little
fall in the server.
His own little hut, all right? So, in his own way, that's his own.
He's awesome.
Shamanic
Donkey Kong made one of the funniest memes of the year, man, where it's fucking compared Helio to Sun Tzu. It's fucking hilarious.
That's great.
I'm surprised nobody else came up with
you got that?
Ah, shit, don't search Donkey Kong's messages. You find it.
All right.
I'll look for it. Let me. I'll find it.
I gotta be honest though. Why you guys look for that though? Like, dealing with a new person is extremely delicate. It really is. It's not easy. It's almost like when you meet a girl for the first time.
By the way,
what's the first thing you say? Do you have a? All right, I'll check it out. When you have like a girl that you deal with, say you meet a girl, right? You want to approach her. Is there a certain line you say every time to a girl? Probably not. Sorry, let me read this message here.
I didn't want to. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, but like I've talked about like the speed dating aspect. If someone new rolls in here, you should try different ways to approach someone. It's not going to be the same thing every time. Hey, so how did you find us? That might work well for someone, but not everyone. So if you're a guru in the jungle meditating and someone rolls up to you and they go, Guru, enlighten me. Think about your position. How would you approach that situation? You have to sort of deal with them as they come. Some people might be more inclined to one thing or another. But anyway, I do like the car analogy, though, where you're restoring something that already works. Their brain works fine. You don't need to be a scientist like they say. Oh, I'm not an expert. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. So your mind works just fine. I just need to remove some of this clutter. First of all, they think flat Earth goes in outer space, so they're trying to start the car like with the flat Earth in outer space, and no wonder it doesn't start. So when you sort of, here, let me fix some things here. Let me help you out and show you that the flat Earth doesn't go in outer space, and let's try another cosmology, and we'll start it up again. All right, great. Now we started it up. Now you realize that, it works fine. You just had the wrong idea or whatever. So a lot of troubleshooting on the fly when you're dealing with someone. It's an extremely delicate situation. It's too bad we don't have someone new to sort of prove that point, but
it's like they don't know their own cosmology, and they're just imagining some kind of weird version of yours, both of which they'll project onto you that you don't understand how things work. It's weird.
Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves for sure, is they try to sort of dictate what a flat Earth should or would or could be when they don't, like you said, AG, is they don't even know their own worldview.
Yeah, they'll be like, well, if this, then, and make up some shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, you have to be that shaman where you're sort of telling them to listen. Well, basically, you're doing the wax on, wax off. You're cleaning off their dirty, grimy surface and allowing them to shine again. You don't need to add anything to them. Well, here, I've got this answer number 1 and answer number 2. That's kind of my approach. I'll post it in the chat. I posted this many times before, but it's a Sanskrit expression called neti neti. And it means not this, not that, or neither this nor that. And I'll just read it out. It's found in the Upanishads, or the Advaita Gita. Advaita Gita. Constitutes an analytical meditation helping a person to understand the nature of the Brahman, which you could replace with flat Earth, by negating everything that is not Brahman, or in this context, not flat Earth. So I say that this is the attitude I take with new folks. So I notice that newbies want a new story, or a Santa 2.0. They want to be spoon-fed answers to questions like, what is the moon? What is the sun? What is flat Earth? And the answer I typically give them is along the lines of this neti-neti approach. Well, it's not a rock. Well, it's not a burning ball of gas. Well, it's not a ball floating in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Right?
It's not a hill of water.
Yeah, exactly. See, there you go. See, AG gets it. You don't have to. This is when you're dealing with their old car, this old Porsche. This is what I'm doing, is I'm cleaning the surface. Well, it's not that. I'm removing. I'm wiping. I'm clearing. That's what this neti approach is. You don't have to add anything. You know, some people are really quick to give them, well, hey, we got to give them a model. We need to give them a map. We need to give them answers. No, you don't. You need to remove the things that are gunking up their worldview, and then they'll be able to see on their own with their own eyes.
Why must anybody give anybody anything? Is this Halloween? They need to take the mask off. There's no trick-or-treat shit.
Yeah, well said. I've said it before, but it's like the clown at a birthday party blowing up figures with balloons, hot dogs, and freaking, who knows what. That's what you're doing when you're making claims about flat Earth. Well, it's a circle and it does this. You're blowing up cartoon balloons. These goofballs in the chat, these five goofies that come and go. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for you to say something goofy, blow up a balloon figure, so they can run off and tell their friends what you said or what you did. Your best bet is just not do stuff like that. You don't need to make claims. What is the moon? Well, I think it's the... You don't need to do that at all. Notice what I would say. Well, it's not a rock. It's not land. We didn't go there. It's not a place. All those are negating statements. You don't have to tell them what it is, because they don't know, you don't know, no one knows. So you don't need to be attempting to tell someone anything. So this is this neti approach. I posted in the chat. You're welcome to sort of Google that or whatever. It's a Sanskrit expression. Kind of got into this Hinduism type stuff a little bit before I got into flat Earth, but this is an approach that works really well here. So I'd recommend you try it. They get mad. Oh, well, you're just telling me what it's not. What is it? Well, it's just not what you think it is. That's all you need to know. All right. That's kind of the funny thing. That's all they need to know. Like AG said, it's not a hill of water.
Not a hill of water.
All right. So that's all they. That's what they think it is.
When you said that the first time that happened, I busted out laughing when I first heard that shit. Yeah, then the dude's arguing that it is a hill of water. Like, what the...
Well, dude. Well, okay. So last night we asked that Adam 1234 guy. You have a table in front of you. You have experts. Okay, so you have a table in front of you that you can directly measure that says one thing, and then you have experts that say another thing. Who are you going to go with? I genuinely thought he was going to say, well, of course, I'd just go with the direct measurements, what I can test in front of me. I was like banking on that. I was 100% sure. He took the bait and went with the other thing. All right, now with Bob, I asked him, I told him, it's not a hill of water. He takes the bait and goes, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh my goodness, folks. I honestly didn't think that he would fall for it. And he went right head first into it. Yeah, no, that is what it is. Hold on, let me play the longer version.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there? Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Dude, like, it's just
we get
obviously we don't think the water forms into a hill. They do. So don't. That's what he tried to do afterwards. Is like, oh, but what's a hill of water? The hill of water. Well, I never said anything about that. Hold on, I think I actually have that clip on my phone.
I don't know. What's Water Hill?
Is it Water Hill?
I don't know. What's Water Hill? There.
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, it's like, whoo! It's too good, man. It's too good.
I know the globalists are they're just flopping in the wind.
Well, that's what I love, man. We're at a point where they're not even... They don't like their own beliefs when you present it back to them. You believe in a water hill. Well, I don't like that you called it that. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. A lot of people buck up against that water hill thing. Oh, no, but you can't call it a hill. Yeah, but dude, you think it's curved water. You call it whatever you want. Same thing with the moving buildings thing. At first glance, they're like, oh, that's houses moving. What? But deep down, that's what they believe. For a moving, rotating surface, and everything on that surface is moving, rotating with that surface, buildings included. It's not that hard to figure out. But like when you present their belief back to them, hey, so you believe in moving buildings, right? What? No, that's stupid. Oh, I have screenshot after screenshot of people being like, no, that's not my house, you idiot.
Here's one for you. So the user, another member, said I looked old, stupid, and crazy. So like you're trying to make fun of my profile pic, right? And I'm like, that's me. That's my actual profile. That's a picture of me. And they're like, okay, still, you're old, stupid, and crazy. So I changed my profile pic to that those old guys laughing who are missing teeth. You know that meme.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Some old English guys who are just kind of like laughing hysterically.
Oh, those guys. Yeah.
So the moderator said I had to change my profile picture because it's trolling. I go, why? Why is it trolling? They said it's obvious trolling. I go, okay, how is it obvious? Just throw me a bone here, because I was told that I am old, stupid, and crazy. So I changed my profile picture to match what I think old, stupid, and crazy is. Because I don't think my profile picture matches that. So is that trolling? And they're like, yeah, you're warned. Second warning, verbal warning, muted for 24 hours. Wow. Like,
They're always beefing with you, dude. Grit. That's crazy, man.
yeah, I know. They just something. They just feel like they gotta win something.
Yeah, they got beat up. They've been beat up on the flat earth for so long, they just got to get one back somehow, some way, somewhere. Not here.
So in the mind of a globalist, calling somebody old, stupid, and crazy is not trolling. But if they then change their profile picture to what they think old, stupid, and crazy is, that's trolling.
That's how much they, like, y'all trying to flex over a profile picture? Come on, dog. Y'all have nothing. I mean, people were posting walls of text. Crit, what did you think about this idea? So, you know, people will join the lobby and post like a wall of text, just random Quran verses or something crazy, just totally out of the blue. Gets banned. Like, what do you think if I just go to Globe servers and I just post walls of text? What do you think how would they respond to that type of behavior? How would that reflect on the flag?
You wouldn't last 1 second.
So it's like, what's the point?
The Globe servers are so heavily moderated that it's like virtually everything you do is breaking some rule.
Yeah, I can only imagine the Karens of the Max Karens.
Yeah, my perfect example of this is I went to this Globe server. They invited me to, mind you. And they said the couple rules here, right? Agree to follow the rules and talk about flat Earth. One of the rules is you cannot mock anybody who died for science. And I'm like, sure, I was kind of an asshole, right? But another rule is you have to answer every question posed to you. Their first question was, what happened for the Challenger?
Oh my god.
I'm like, okay, how do I answer that within the rules? You know I'm a flat earther. You invited me here to talk about flat earth, and then you ask me about the Challenger. No matter what I say, my interpretation is you're going to say it breaks the rules.
Well, they didn't die. So.
Oh, yeah.
It's still retarded though. These people are fucking weirdos.
Yeah, it's like they need their echo chamber safe space for the globe to exist.
Of course
that should tell them something right there. That should be all the information they need to understand that they are not using some sort of science framework.
Any kind of rational framework. But I don't think platforms like that are worth your time, Crit.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's more of a guilty pleasure. I just...
That's fair enough. I'm sure there's some servers out there that might be okay, but when you go right in, it's just kind of just let's trap the flat earther mentality immediately. It's like, nah, I'm out. You guys can fucking believe in a globe for eternity for all I care.
Yeah, every so often you find a gem with some kind of okay people that are somewhat rational. Like they were just actually curious about flat Earth. They didn't know what it meant. They didn't really understand. They were kind of worried about going to flat Earth spaces or whatever. or they came here and that something happened where they asked like, hey, what about donut shaped, or is Australia real, or something goofy, right? They did something goofy.
Yeah.
But they're still curious. But yeah, because that's the first thing I ask them sometimes is, what is flat Earth? And if they can't answer that, yeah, it's like, what are you mad about? If you don't even know what it is, how can you disagree with it? You're telling me you don't know what flat Earth is. You have no idea.
What are you stealing?
No, I'm stealing that. That's a brilliant idea. Like, what is it? You don't know? So why are you mad? Like, what are you mad at if you don't know what it is? That's brilliant, honestly.
Yeah, like
I know what they're mad at, for the ones that are mad.
Like some of the millennials, I'll be like, hey, I use a QWERTY keyboard. And just say you're mad at that. You're mad because I use a QWERTY keyboard. And I ask you, well, why would you be mad at that? I go, I don't know. I guess I'm not mad at it.
Well, I'm mad because you said QWERTY.
Yeah.
What is that shit?
QWERTY, bro. It's QWERTY.
It's like the way the QWERTY. It's like the way, like there's a big debate in how keyboards would be laid out at one time. And, you had the different teams about how, like the layout that we use, they're generally standardized, kind of like won the argument or won the debate.
Yeah, that's the final rabbit hole. I'm not going down it yet.
Oh, yeah.
Pineapple. Oh, my God.
Or pineapple.
I just recently heard about that, actually. Oh, my.
There's another one, too. I just said I like pineapple on pizza. Are you okay with that? Like, oh, are you mongoloid?
Fine by me.
I'm pretty intolerant to wasting pineapple. Just kidding. I don't mind it. I can eat pineapple on pizza, but it's not my first choice.
It's not bad, actually. But no, Crit, I bet you've come across a couple people that maybe shot you a DM. They were like, hey, man, like, I really appreciate, you got me thinking about this, or I thought about something you said. Even if you get one message out of a year's worth of, being in servers or Discord like that, I don't know. That does feel kind of good. And I don't do it for that purpose. But I have had a few DMs in the past where people were like, hey, man, there was something you said that got me thinking, and I really appreciate that. That's cool. I appreciate the pat on the back.
Oh, yeah. It takes a lot of work and a lot of, like, humanization of the topic and stuff. And, it can be rough. And sometimes, like, you get, like, some of these really toxic trolls, and, they think they're going to troll you, and I'm like, how about this? Should you at least learn what flat Earth is, so then you can troll me about it? Because right now you can't troll me because you're not even over the target, homie.
I have the perfect analogy for what you're up to, Crit. You're like playing a game of Minesweeper with 1,000,000 squares, and there's only one free square.
Yeah, kind of, and you just never know what's going to happen next.
You gotta wade through so much shit to find the few that pay attention.
There's this one server I found where they came in kind of trolly about flat Earth, and once I started talking to them about it, and observations and how do you know things and epistemology, and now we hang out quite often. Every once in a while, you'll get somebody, like, there's like still about 10% of the server who like, why is Crit fucking here still? And then the admin's like, dude, chill out, okay? Like, what's wrong with you? Or they'll see when, like, certain mods are on that don't like me or whatever. They'll be like, Crit starting trouble in the VC, and they'll be like, Crit, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. The dude just started spurging out, and like, dude, stop spurging.
I bet there's been times where you've been saying nothing, man, and then make that accusation. Just to stir something up,
Oh, yeah.
People feel they feel so threatened, man, but just the presence of a flat earther that knows their stuff, you know. It's like they know any moment you could pluck one of their cult members, you know, and change them back to a regular fucking critical thinking person. Having you around on the server or any other flyer, it must feel like leaving a fox in the hen house, you know?
I kind of feel like this is like my landing pad. Like you go out there and you deal with crazy and a bunch of bat shit, and come back here and like everything makes sense again. The world is corrected.
It is exactly like that, yeah. It's like your fucking dimension hopping or something, you know, and you get back to the original dimension.
Until a visitor spirals in and out and reminds you.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Happy Monday afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Wave Mixer.
Hey, man.
So I saw that I saw Conspiracy Music Guru was logged in a while for today. Didn't look like he was saying anything, but I saw him logged in and probably listening in. That was kind of cool. I think
he's
2 o'clock hour California time.
Been in the last few days now, pretty consistently. Wonder if he's going to make a habit of it.
Well, that'd be nice.
Best music.
It was quite timing that he showed up, because the day before there was a bit of criticism towards him regarding that he'd stopped allowing us to play his music.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I was just in the live stream chat, and I had live stream muted, but Helio was just kind of on one of his kind of music ramblings. And I'm not sure if he spoke it by voice. Maybe brought up the fact, someone said, put this song on or something from Music Guru, and he said, no, we can't. He doesn't let us. So I don't know if he heard it by voice or he read the text chat that I was in, because it was Blue Jumper that said it, and I was like, oh shit, really? I didn't know that. I was a bit annoyed by it at the moment, but further thinking, he's contracted with iTunes and Spotify and all that, and it'll probably be a case of where, okay, we'll distribute your music, but can't be distributed anywhere else. So
yeah, now that you mentioned it, I do remember Helio talking about this.
Yeah, so then he turns up the next day, I guess. It was quite a coincidence, It's cool to have him around, though. It's cool to see him about.
The last couple of times he's dropped a new song, I've gone ahead and posted a link to it in here.
I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Not yet. Clear.
Was that Mickey's voice? That's awesome. But yeah, shout out to Conspiracy Music Guru. I think his name is Alex. My name's Alex, so shout out to all the Alexes out there.
So did any wigs get snatched today? I didn't hear of any, but I was on the phone most of the day. Didn't get to tune in much.
So it should have been quiet.
Yeah, it has been kind of quiet.
We're getting these instead of just getting a few low level Globers throughout the day, we get these one big intense idiot per day.
Yeah.
Seems to be the pattern the last couple
We
of
had a couple of people spiral out in the chat. That's about all I've seen today.
in lobby.
Yep. In the trenches, boys, in the trenches.
Oh yeah, while I was looking for that Helio meme thing, I saw that Donkey Kong's first words in the server were Minecraft. So, just so you know, he's come a long way.
So I'm happy to say that I can actually see some blue looking up today. There's a few clouds coming in. We're supposed to be getting rain out here in Southern California or some kind of moisture over the next couple of days. But looking up in between the clouds, I see blue, man. It's beautiful. It's been a while since I've seen it. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
I saw something here, Wave. I'm still waiting for some blue. It's been about 10 years.
Where are you located?
Hmm?
Where are you? What part of the world?
Scotland.
I'd love to go out. My last name is Irish, begins with MC. So, but I'd love to take a look at England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, just come all through that area. I've seen it all on the Game of Thrones, but that's not quite the same.
Yeah, that was all filmed in New Zealand, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, we just finished binge watching The House of Dragons.
Hell yes! That show was fire.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I was surprised they were able to kind of like claw it back after the train wreck ending of Game of Thrones.
If you haven't seen House of Dragons, go watch that. That was good.
So I wonder if they're going to have a season 2.
They need to hurry on up.
Oh yeah, you guys thought the House of Dragons was good? I haven't looked at it yet.
Oh boy, you need to go watch that.
Yeah, it's worth.
They put a lot of money.
Enjoy the universe.
They put a lot of money into productions as far as they've already got the castles that they can film at, which is cool. But just as far as the costuming and stuff is outrageous.
I don't even normally recommend shows like that for real, and especially live action. I'm watching that anime and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, but no, House of Dragons is very good. Someone recommended me both The Boys and House of Dragons at the same time. I watched them both, and they were both excellent. So I would recommend if you haven't seen them. They're fantastic.
What is The Boys about?
The Boys? So
oh shit! Here we go.
Superheroes, sort of. It's more like
realistic superheroes.
Yeah, realistic.
Realistic personalities of superheroes.
Yeah, instead of Superman being like total Chad, Giga Alpha, whatever. He's like he's got some stuff going on with him. It's like Superman. They call him Homelander, Wave Mixer. They call him Homelander. But the acting in that show was really, really good. I really liked it.
Oh yeah,
The Boys.
It's a great show, man. It's quite a telling show as well in the later seasons, especially the one.
Have you guys?
Hold on, Kel. The season with is it Storm Rider or whatever, the Nazi woman?
Storm Rider.
And they're like fighting for popularity, her and Homelander, and then you see how she hires a bunch of like fat nerds to just pop out hundreds of memes on Reddit and Twitter and shit. It's like that's how it just goes on in real life. That's how it goes.
No, dude, I'm glad you brought that up because we never talk about that. No one's ever talked about that here, but I've thought about that before. How they can just crank out memes and change public opinion like that.
Yeah,
the show is really good, man.
Is it like a gaming type show that gamers would be into, or?
No, it's more like superheroes, bro. It's like superheroes, but more like down to earth. They're more like you and me than, this perfect, archetype that, Superman is usually portrayed as. It's more like a freaking Superman that has some issues, all right? It's kind of funny.
If you've seen Watchmen.
So is this on Netflix? Netflix,
Amazon.
HBO, Prime Video, Amazon?
Amazon
Okay,
Prime Video.
Amazon Prime. Good, I got that.
Some of the boys.
Yeah, the boys.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, there's so many clips, audio clips we could probably get from there.
I know, I love it.
You need to pull all of Soldier Boy's lines, man. Don't be a pussy.
I've been trying to avoid television and the propaganda. The more I learn, the more I want to stay away from that. The more TV I watch, the more stuff I see. I say, "Oh, here it is, right here in front of my face," But my wife, a lot of she's very blue pill. Gets very upset when I even bring up the top of flat Earth. So one of the few things that we can do together is, watch a series. So we just finished, we saw Game of Thrones, a while back, and that ended. But we look for different Netflix series. There's one about Separated at Birth, I think it was called, about a couple of girls. One of them was deaf, and that was kind of an interesting show. But it's something for my wife and I to do together. We don't say weird. We sit there and both watch the same box. But to her, that's us spending quality time together. So whatever keeps the marriage happy.
Dude, I mean, I'm going to play this clip real quick. It's pretty short, but this scene had me literally bawling my eyes out. This is the whole Superman character. He's trying to find a place of ease, rest his head. I posted it in the chat one time. Globers needing somewhere comfortable to rest their head during coping hours. Oh, shoot.
I can't see any of the memes right now, but I can listen to a
Yeah, I'll play it. I'll play it.
Man, look at that blue sky. I'm not even sure I was still on Earth.
Change back. Change back. I'm sorry. I can only hold a shape for so long before it really hurts. Change the fuck back now, doppelganger.
He is not going to understand that without the video.
I know. It probably doesn't make any sense.
Dude, terrible.
It's so brilliant, dude. It's so funny. Like, the acting is so good. I love the acting in the show, man. They went hard for the acting. They did an amazing job.
It's good, but also bad. It's
change the fuck back.
It's so bad. There's so many scenes in it that are horrible, but the acting is really good.
Have you guys seen the cartoon?
You're about to get pulled up by AI, I bet.
Oh shit! Go ahead, go.
Have you guys seen Invincibles?
The movie?
No. It's a very dark superhero cartoon, and it's also
Indestructible?
No, it's not Indestructible. It's called
Invincible. Invincible. Yeah, not Invincible.
Invincible.
Because it was like one word. I know what you're talking about. I think he's got a blue suit.
I don't know. It's really good though.
I only know Incredible.
Send the screenshot. Send the screenshot, man. I'll look up what I'm talking about. I think we're talking about the same thing.
I'm on my phone. It's basically the wearing a yellow suit.
Well, yeah, yellow. It doesn't have like his other colors in it too, though. Yeah, it's got. I got you. Yeah, because his dad's like crazy as hell. Yeah.
Yeah, I recommend anyone who likes that kind of stuff. They should watch that. It's really good.
In a minute, people see why I said blue and you said yellow.
Something going.
We're both right.
Oh.
I remember there was a picture going around a few years ago. Some people would see it as blue, and other people would see it as yellow. Is that what you posted?
No, I do remember that though. We talked about that not too long ago on the live stream. We had like a
show that's kind of like The Boys, though.
Oh, really? I don't recognize this.
Sorry, CB. Yeah, it's got the same, a different way, and it's not. They don't cuss as much, but there is something. Yeah, it's more gratuitous violence. A lot of that too.
Okay. I thought that My Hero was a lot like The Boys, but just kind of like an anime version. Just
the kids' version.
Yeah, like yeah, that was really good. If anyone's out there that's into anime, My Hero Academia, woo boy.
And he was right. It's Invincible. He just threw me off when he said Invincibles, and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, and now I got to check the name of the thing.
Yeah, that's the one right there. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it's basically it's really dark. It's really realistic. It's like, you know, when a superhero does stuff, you know, shit happens.
Right.
Like it's not like, you know, Superman in the cartoons, he flies around and nobody dies. Yeah, here it's like crazy.
So there was a movie that Will Smith made a few years back about being a superhero. You remember that? Anybody remember the name of that movie?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
What was it called again?
Dude, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, what was it called?
I watched it in theaters. Damn.
Anyway, I think that was what you were talking about just now, about superheroes or things.
Hancock.
That was cool. It wasn't as cool as these recommendations that we're putting here out now. That was just kind of.
I actually remembered that. Yeah, it is Hancock. I remember the name before even searching it. Yes. Yeah, that's awesome when I can remember it without Googling it.
It seemed kind of badass when I first watched it, though. Not gonna lie.
Dude, his goggles remind me of Invincibles. Like they look similar because he puts the goggles on so he can fly.
You know that giant donut that he goes flying through or crashes into or whatever?
What about it?
He's drunk as shit.
I see that every day. I see that every day on my way back and forth to work.
Wow. Cool.
So not necessarily that I might have roboted there. I just went under tunnel. So not really that's my claim to fame or anything, but it's kind of interesting. Living out here in the Los Angeles area, they use a lot of different locations around here for filming. Can I be heard? Am I still talking?
Yeah, we can hear you. Somebody just rumpushed you there. Continue.
Oh, I think that was Sonny. Hey, Sonny. Sound like Sonny.
Somebody else named Loudsy, and he just left. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, what I was saying, when they were doing American Horror Story, the one